transcending history and the world, a tale of dudes and souls, eternally retold.
Yo, what's up, dudes? All right, chat. We're back. E3 is happening, and I am trying my best to stay updated and prepared. Where's my camera? There it is. Heyo, how's it going, chat? So, a heads up. Today, as was announced earlier, I am going to be doing a quick interview with the folks over at EVO, specifically discussing a whole bunch of stuff, like our presence there, what we're going to be doing. We had similar things happening last time, right? And we kind of want to talk about what is going to be happening at EVO, what's changing, what's different, all this kind of stuff, with some, you know, maybe fairly interesting things that we can talk about and stuff that could be influencing it. We'll see. So without any delay, I'm gonna go ahead and chime in here. I'm gonna switch over the screen and we're gonna go say hi to Rick, who's right over here. And there we go. Rick, can you hear me? Are you there? And it's not coming through. Is it muted? Is the push to talk thing?
No.
There
good,
we go.
Maybe. Hello?
You're good. You're
there
good. I can
go.
hear you.
We have so much fun audio struggles.
So much fun. Just debating all this stuff. Anyway, hi dude, how's it going? So EVO 2025, and you just finished Combo Breaker. How are you feeling?
Motivated, honestly. Like I think part of me has to intrinsically be broken because I come off of these high workload events and my immediate reaction is, let's do another one.
Yeah.
Right away. And
yeah. I kind of
big one
from a creative outlook, I get it. It's like you have an idea immediately of how you could fix it. And yeah, I think we talked about this like almost literally at EVO last year when we had the stage presence and, you know, the weird concept of you're going to stream live when you're here. Like, what is that? Why is that interesting? I'm like, trust, it might be cool. Like, we don't know yet. And yeah, we already had like several ideas of how this could be better in a variety of ways. But I think what we want to do is sort of highlight what's different at EVO this year, right? Like what has changed, what is going to be different from EVO 2024 from previous years, like how big it is, because it is a substantial upgrade over previous years. But before that, there's a like a first announcement, I guess we want to say. And can you lead me in on that?
We can. We come bearing gifts.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So Max is coming back to EVO. We talked about that in the announcement show earlier this year. He already brought it up tonight. I think it's always slightly rude to invite someone to come to your home and not invite their friends too. So we brought something for chat tonight. And
yes, we actually talked about this, and I remember specifically, and Rick's like, hey, do you have like a number that has any like value to your stream or something like that? And I'm like, yes, I do. So with that being said, I'm going to switch this over right here. Notice at the bottom of the page, chat, we got a discount code for EVO tickets. And I would like to thank Rick for making 21 and Las Vegas appropriate, we have a 21% off discount if you go to start.gg/evo and you use the code max21. This is like we're letting friends into our house. I am not going to explain the meme. I am not going to explain its origins. But all I can say is that's cool. That's really cool that you guys allowed this to happen. Registrations are getting later. We're getting closer to the event. It's like a month and a half-ish away, or not that far from now. So
it's about 8 weeks. It's a little close.
So for anybody that's, been looking forward to this, or you're on, you're on the edge and it's like, oh, will I be able to do this or not? Like, we're at the point now where you can make a decision and that can be a reality if you want to plan a trip of some kind. So again, I'll be at EVO as much as I possibly can, but it isn't just me walking the show floor and at a booth or something. There's a metric crap load. I think that's the official term we're using this year. And a metric crap load of stuff that's actually happening at this event. So can you take us through a little bit of it, Rick?
We can. Is there anywhere that you actually want to start, or should we just run it?
Oh, let me check. Okay, so related to the actual perspective that I'm in, because we actually technically have quote unquote a booth right on the final day. It's a stage, and we literally do a group stage with an audience behind us, and it went emphatically well last year. But we ran into some issues with like there was chair thieves and all this crazy stuff that was happening. We didn't want to like interrupt the overall stage experience from the main hall where like all the finals are going down and stuff like that. So yeah, how is the arena different at this year's EVO compared to last one?
So there's a couple of different ways that arena experience is playing out this year. A big one is the arena area itself is a ticketed experience this year. So there's one chair per ticket. If you've paid for that ticket, you're going to be able to get in. You're going to be able to sit. We're not going to have to combat a fire marshal, or the fact that modern fighting game fans watch every single game all day long and don't leave.
Which is crazy.
It's beautiful because that didn't used to happen. So that's one big change. Second one is in the convention hall itself. We have hung a gigantic screen on the far side of the tournament pit, which on Sunday will have plenty of seating in front of it so you can consume the finals there. Around that area, there's going to be your watch party, for instance, which we've got upgraded audio for. We've got more seating for, so that can be both the intentional experience we hoped it was last year and something that's a lot easier to take part in, and to take part in comfortably.
Yeah.
Outside of that, there's also going to be screens all around the venue so you can stop and watch the finals experience anywhere Saturday and Sunday throughout the venue space. So if you're actually wandering around the festival environment, taking in the rest of what the show has to offer, you don't have to miss anything at any point. You can kind of choose where you want to be.
Yeah, I remember us even talking about the convention center and how different that is, and how finals day isn't just relegated to, the Mandalay Bay one big arena. Yeah. It is a giant communion of every part of the show floor. And that's a big thing about the day 3 of the show floor, is that there's still like a day 3, right?
Mm-hmm. Day 3 is there. All the activities are open. Arcade's still open. I think it's really important that all of the stuff is still open, because we're running top 8s again this year. So it's a longer day again, not the hellaciously long that it has gotten in the past, but a longer day, because we need to actually make sure that all those matches are there and we have time for them.
I almost forget that, like, the top 6 meme is gone now, and we're back to top 8s. That happened, which is a lot, because we started talking about like the different games and things that are available at EVO this year. And I think one of the things that people aren't realizing is that, dude, KI's at EVO this year. Like, it isn't a thing that is like hidden. Like, it's on the main center page and stuff like that. So can we talk about like the listing of like how many games are technically being fully EVO supported?
Yeah, so we're running 16 games this year. That's 16 brackets that we're running, EVO staff, that are going to have top 8 medals, that are going to have trophies, that will get coverage. There are 8 of those titles that are the arena titles this year. That's Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, Guilty Gear Strive, Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising, Under Night in Birth 2, Mortal Kombat 1, and throwback game this year is Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So all of those get into that arena experience. We have 8 titles that are in the extended lineup this year, games that we want to make sure are still part of EVO, because there's just so many good fighting games, Max. So We got Rivals of Aether 2 at EVO for the first time this year. Virtua Fighter 5 is back at the show. King of Fighters 15 is still hitting up the show this year. BlazBlue Central Fiction is going to be on the show floor. KI is on the show floor. Capcom vs. SNK2. Samurai Showdown and Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2 rounds out that extended lineup. And those games have their finals featured on the large format convention stage that we're also running the EVO Showcase on Friday, as well as a couple of the qualification stages out by your watch party. So throughout the weekend, we've got all 16 of those running, and that's not even including the games that the community is going to run in the BYOC. So EVO is very intentionally trying to get back to, in Vegas, running a lot of fighting games, because
and
there's so many good ones.
That's a thing, like the spirit of even, you know, like events that you've run in the past, like Combo Breaker, just a ton of games are kind of like there. And it's great to see how much official support that they have now, you know, just seeing these sort of like looser, smaller, most dedicated community fighting games having that much official EVO support is sick now. What I'm concerned about is how the hell am I supposed to watch it all? So I'm going to have to make we're going to have so many screens. We're going to be just inundated of Matrix screens everywhere. And yeah, like that being said, I'm pretty sure it's like full Pro Tour support from Capcom Pro Tour, TWT, Arxis World Tour, Virtua Fighter support as well at this EVO.
So Virtua Fighter Open Championship is running pretty much. If there is a publisher program active at the moment, it's at EVO. We're trying to support that. I think anytime that we can work together with the publishers to support the players, it's where we should be. It's where we need to be. So EVO's definitely putting that down.
Sick. Okay, wonderful. So that's one part, and the other one is talking about the ticketed arena experience that a lot of people have had questions about, because this is a bit different than the previous year. It was a little haphazard, and as you said, what sort of happens in a finals day in the past is that these unique communities sort of show up for their game, and then they would peace out, and there would be like, you know, in the past, like an exodus after Smash Melee or Ultimate or something like that, right? Or even Tekken. But now all the communities seem to be like one. So how is that arena experience going to be like a lot different in terms of like the ticketed arena experience?
So we've built out a new arena finals experience space in the Las Vegas Convention Center. It's properly ticketed this year, not because I really want to have a gated finals experience, but you need to actually make sure that everybody who wants a seat and has purchased a seat can get a seat. We have retrofitted that whole area to put more seats into that space. We have dynamically changed what the actual staging environment is going to be like at the front of the room. These are the literal largest screens that can hang in this facility and still get signed off as not tearing the roof down. So we are trying to make sure that this is not only dynamically different from last year, but is the type of premium experience that not only EVO is supposed to deliver, but that makes that little bit of extra money spent worthwhile and appropriate.
Gotcha. Cool. And outside of, we're talking a lot about Finals Day, because there's a lot of Finals Day and, you know, appropriate fighting games to fill the Finals Day stage. There's so much other stuff that makes EVO special, between like arcades and Artist Alley and cosplay and everything. But one thing that got kind of introduced over the past not too long ago was this idea of museums, and this idea of like we have a show floor dedicated to just the history of fighting games and stuff. How's the museum experience like this year?
I think it's fantastic. So it's legitimately bigger than it's been in the past. It is refined from what it's been in the past, and it's trying to move into that next stage of what it's going to become. So the arcade stick museum is actual proper peripheral museum. You're going to get sticks in there. You're going to get some of the new leverless devices in there. You're going to get the absolute rarest things from Markman's collection that we can drag out of his house and bring to Vegas. And then the art museum itself is significantly larger, both because we have publishers engaged with that so that we can showcase some of the pieces from their archives, but also because we have Shinkiro and JB Style there this year as featured guest artists. So we're showcasing some of their work, including new work from Shinkiro that has never existed before. This show will debut at this show. And I'm really excited about the fact that one of the things that I think museums are supposed to have that we didn't have last year is you go to a museum and you exit through the gift shop.
Yeah.
And so this museum this year has a gift shop where you can buy copies of some of those famous artworks, so that it's not just show up and appreciate and go home and view it again on your phone. It's go home and appreciate it and put it on your wall where it belongs, so that you can appreciate it in proper size.
I literally have Shinkiro art like all over the place back here. So, I'm wondering if I have to rip these things off my wall, but maybe not.
We've got some you definitely don't have.
And then, talking from an artist standpoint, and I know from obviously my community, right, and everybody that's been a part, like art is a huge part of my life and is a huge part, I would say, of the fandom of the channel, much less the community that we have. So I already know several people that had artist alleys last year's at EVO, at Combo Breaker, at tons of tournaments across the way. So artist alley, EVO, anything really special this year, or is it just still artist alley that we've always come to know and love?
I think the artist alley is important to EVO because, again, it's a culture element that you're talking about there. Back at EVO, still gigantic at EVO, still curated. So it is artists that are actually focusing on fighting games and fighting game culture. We're doing some niceties for those artists this year, helping them out to make sure that their experiences are better, whether that's literally just getting them support staff so they can take bathroom breaks or grab food. But I think the principled part of that is if you treat artists well, artists engage with shows in really important ways. And I think that's a cornerstone of any good festival convention style experience. But that's back at EVO with as many as we can fit.
Yeah, exactly. And like that's, again, most of the time and money, I would say, even in the past where I go to EVO and engage with vendors and stuff, man, Artist Alley is just huge. And the positioning last year was also really nice, right? Like where it was, there was always a lot of like show floor activity going on in between there. So I just heard from so many people that I know that have made art for me in the past, like I sold out. Like that's so cool. So outside of that, this is a big personal one. And I was there last year when we were setting up things and you guys were still setting up the show floor and these trucks started showing up. And I literally am watching my childhood get rolled out of these trucks on huge pallets. And it is arcade machine after arcade machine after arcade machine. And I got to experience a little bit of that last year. And this is no promise, chat, but we're trying to do something special with the arcade at EVO in 2025. So yeah, can we talk about the arcade experience at this EVO and what are we looking at in terms of any upgrades?
We can talk about arcades all day. So yes, we're trying to do something special with Max in the arcade this year. And I can come and I can tell you the arcade's bigger. The arcade is better. The arcade is moving to the center of the show floor. So it is truly a place where you can pass through the arcade going anywhere else.
It was in the corner last year, like an old Alpha 3 cab just sitting back there, you know?
But I think the arcade is really important to EVO, not just because fighting games are rooted from arcades, that EVO is rooted from arcades, but one of the things that I've heard talking to players around the world is, particularly in the modern generation of fighting game player, they haven't experienced an arcade. It wasn't part of kind of their local region coming up. It wasn't even available for huge chunks of the planet to have access to. So getting to go to EVO, putting a gigantic 300 plus cabinet arcade together so that you can really live out that experience, I think it's an important piece of the history for the show. It's really important to me as an activation, and we get more variety in it this year. Like we've got rare classics like your Pac-Mans that you expect, and actual rare classics like Quick and Crash or F355 Challenge, that old triple cockpit racer.
Oh yeah.
We've got crane games in the arcade for the first time this year. We've got some Gashapon to go with that. We have storytelling elements in that arcade because we have the history of Terry Bogard in that arcade. So if Terry Bogard was in the game and it was on a cab, it's in that arcade.
So you're telling me 150 games are going to be dedicated to Terry in the 300 arcade library?
I mean, the arcade vendors that we're working with have promised me the history of Terry Bogard.
Okay.
They're, by sheer scale, I think there has to be an omission in there.
There has to be one or two that don't make it in.
But something's in there. And then, that's going to be next to like School of Ragnarok and Toki Densho and Tetris and Puzzle Fighter and DDR. And we've got the Dungeons and Dragons pinball coming this year. And all of that is wrapped up in the fact that this is bigger, this is better. Part of why it's bigger and better is we finally actually have support for the arcade itself at the show. Like Voodoo Ranger stepped up and went, wow, arcades are sick. We should be part of bringing that to the modern fighting game fan, or just fighting game fans in general.
Yeah.
And so it's not just the 1, the 2, the 3 trucks that you saw coming in last year. we don't have enough docks on the side of this convention center for all those trucks to unload at the same time. That's the kind of arcade that's coming to EVO.
That's sick. So we're looking at, if you're looking for an arcade experience, probably close to on par with what is Galloping Ghost in the Midwest or something like that. We might have some of the biggest congregation of a bunch of arcade machines in one place outside of a other just coin op convention.
I think, at least what I have been told, is the only arcade activation, or at least traveling arcade activation in the States larger than this, is the Pinball Retro Expo.
Exactly.
Which is an entire convention center on its own. I can't promise we're going to ever successfully chase that, but if that's the bar, we're damn close.
Yeah. So, Chad, a reminder, the first announcement we had today is that I'm just working with the EVO guys. Obviously, they have effectively given us a really cool platform, this room to do this co-stream thing, a stage presence, all of that stuff. And, you know, we've been closely associated with EVO since like 2012 with like old Assist Me stuff. So they were cool enough to get a discount code. This isn't something that I'm like, you know, officially working with them on, but this is the idea that, hey, you know what? If you haven't gotten into this thing yet, or you're looking at possibly getting a chance of getting into EVO, we have Max 21 for 21% off. So if you guys are looking at this stuff and you have not yet registered, or you are looking at joining into a game, quiet Kenny's over here saying the meme, that yeah, if you use Max 21, you get 20% off the ticket at startgg/evo. So just a heads up. Outside of that, few other things to topics on indie game devs. It says 10 plus indie fighting games. Like what?
Yeah, so obviously got the history of the genre sitting in that arcade. I want EVO to get back to supporting the future of the genre too. And so there had been indie fighting games at EVO historically. There was a gap year in that last year. So this year we're bringing that back, trying to bring it back with a vengeance. So we have an actual proper indie dev gallery curated for the show, with community members even assisting in that curation. So it's going to land. All set up with proper booth experiences. They've got backdrops, they've got standees. We're helping make sure they don't have to fly in with monitors. This is something where they can show up and celebrate what they're working on.
Yeah.
And as an event, we can celebrate right along with them.
That's great. That's great. And that's the thing I've really enjoyed at some EVOs, that some guy just grabs you, hey, I want you to play my game. Like, and right. They just have a setup. You just go check it out, give them some quick feedback, and then, like, you know, get to say, I hopefully see you in a few months, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
And in that same space of community engagement, Vampy Bit Me and a bunch of cosplay stuff, right? Like EVO and cosplay is pretty huge. So yeah. I remember the cosplay showcase last year. I got to tune into a little bit of this stuff. It's bigger than ever now.
Yeah, so we've got that contest has been growing at every EVO for the last few years, both domestically and internationally. So that's back this year. We've got Vampy Bit Me as a judge again. We've got Kaho Shibuya. We got Monolith Customs coming out for the first time. I expect that to be not just a bigger experience than it's been in the past, but to really, really do what I love fighting games doing, which is bringing people together worldwide to celebrate this genre, these characters, this fandom. And the winner of that contest actually gets a paid trip to any EVO of their choice.
Oh, including worldwide EVOs and stuff like that?
Worldwide EVOs.
Oh, wow. So, okay. The one that's next to the beach might be nice. Like
the one that's next to the beach might be nice. The one where the genre started might be nice. If you really just want to come back to Vegas next year, that's an option too. But if you're putting that time into getting great at cosplay, you can come prove it at EVO, and we're going to reward that effort by letting you go prove it again somewhere else.
That's great. And I was kind of blown away, but last year when I was walking the show floor, because I literally didn't get an opportunity to do it because we were just streaming 8 to 10 hours for the first 2 days, and then God knows how long we were there for the finals day. But on Saturday night, I just got to walk the show floor, and it was empty. But I got to pretty much relive an E3 in an EVO. So that's the crazy thing in terms of like publisher engagement and what's happening at EVO now with all of its associations is that, dude, like walking by the MK booth, and then the 2XKO guys are over here, and then there was Fatal Fury, and then the giant Marvel versus Capcom collection thing, and it was like, dude, this is nuts. Like, imagine this on the day of when they're signing things and doing all these giveaways and stuff. So in terms of publishers, how are things looking for EVO this year and like show space?
It is a show floor full of publishers coming to Vegas to really kind of show you what they're working on, celebrate what they've been working on, and create opportunities for everybody to come together and actually, experience that as a community. Um, I think that there are so many cool pieces of that that have been at the show in the past, whether it was some of the Dragon Ball photo ops that came up last year with Sparking Zero. Capcom had that carnival at their booth a couple years back where you could literally just play games and win tickets and prizes, just like a really old school arcade experience. MK's booth last year was a phenomenal, just visual piece on the show floor. Whole bunches of that are coming back this year.
It's great.
And some new ones.
So, I mean, I have to. The chat just keeps hanging, and I can't help it. I have this opportunity to potentially see how the future could be through a looking glass. A little game might have gotten announced yesterday. I don't know. It was at a Sony event. Maybe you've heard of it or something like that. There's this Tokon.
No, not a shot. I live in a cave.
Yeah, like no one. It's a new thing, So this big Tokon game made by Sony. Is there any hope? Is there any chances?
So, I think obviously every fighting game fan on the planet at the moment is exciting about Tokon.
A little bit.
Fighting Soul looks incredible. I'm still laughing at Tasty Steve over the phone on Sajam's stream of that. We have been working with that team to kind of figure out what a collaboration between EVO and that project should look like.
Okay.
I can't speak to that today. I mean, the trailer came out yesterday. Hasn't been a lot of time from then to now yet. But I'm not great at waiting to say cool things could or couldn't be happening. So we're talking constantly right now about what we can do together leading into their launch in 2026.
Okay.
And I'm pretty excited to share what some of that's going to look like.
Okay.
Just not right now.
Okay, I get you. I just want to poke the bear a little bit, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but if we can just sort of connect the dots and some neurons could be firing on like, hey, this is a good spot for things like this. Let's just hope that maybe.
It really is, and I consider myself a creature of hope, so let's see where it goes.
All right, cool. You know what? That's, I think, the best we can ask for right now for what is effectively one of the most fresh announcements that could possibly be there, but still, it's something that's on everybody's mind. So, also, EVO showcase stuff, right?
Yeah.
And am I reading this right? The special event is Justin versus Betty, and okay, I'm going to try to do a ballpark guesstimate of what that showcase match is. That is somebody that has been challenging a bunch of like professional Japanese players that is now going after Justin, where he's like, I want you, or they're like, I want to fight you.
Yeah, Betty's been going down this line in Japan of famous players and famous personalities around Street Fighter 6, and at EVO Japan this year popped up and challenged Justin to a match in a I'm coming for you legend killer sort of way. Justin accepted, and it feels like a very appropriate way to watch that match happen live in Vegas. So Betty's coming out, Justin's coming out. That'll be one of the featured things that happens on that showcase stage on Friday. That'll be right alongside some of the publisher panels and some of the announcements and reveals that come through during that day at this point. There's some game show activities on that too. That stage, what that Friday is supposed to continue growing into is this really, I think, wonderful mix of what fighting games as both product and culture have turned into.
Yeah.
And yeah, Justin and Betty are capstoning that for us this year.
Cool idea. Yeah, cool idea. I knew a little bit of the history, but chat is describing it as the Unk Destroyer, and she's common.
Well, and I should tell everybody, if you are not familiar with kind of the Betty lore that has led up to this match, if you head over to YouTube, check out the EVO FGC channel. There's an entire video that'll get you up to speed on that, alongside a whole bunch of other great documentary footage that the team has been putting together over the last year. But there is a primer ready and waiting for you tonight when Max gets done streaming. Yeah, which technically is probably tomorrow.
This is a wonderful opportunity to shout out the EVO FGC YouTube channel, chat. Every time I get a chance to do something with these guys, I do. Like Esteban, his crew, like all the guys that have been running this stuff have been doing a dynamic, incredible job at just creating a ton of content around the history of EVO and the love of its games and all of that stuff. So by all means, if any of the mods in either of the chats has the EVO FGC like YouTube channel, please, or the official EVO channel. I think it's EVO Events, right, Rick?
Yep. So EVO events is where you'll find all our match footage, our actual live events when we're running the shows. EVO FGC is where you'll find a lot of that documentary content. It's where you find the Legends series, where you can find out the history of, Goichi this week, or Itabashi Zangief was recently there, or a really great one to me is there's a video over there on Matsuda-san and the history of tournaments that he's been running in Japan and the story behind those. So that and a whole bunch of other great videos are just over on EVO FGC.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And I think that's a lot of stuff. As a reminder, chat, the code is literally right down there if you guys want to register at start.gg/evo. And that can be a pretty big discount, like 21% off the overall pricing and how EVO is this year, because everything has expanded. Everything's gotten significantly bigger. We're in a different planet than we were 1 year ago, and this discount code is pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, it's a base ticket of $199 at the moment. Like, that 21% adds up fast. But we're also absolutely trying our hardest to make sure that there's $199 worth of experience at EVO for you on that base ticket this year. And that there's even cool stuff to do literally just in the ticket reg. Like, this is the first year where you can buy a ticket to EVO and customize the badge with exclusive Street Fighter art.
That's cool.
It's one of the first times you can go to EVO, and I think we've got almost every major endemic vendor available on the show floor. So if you forget your stick at home, there's options. Nakon's going to be there. Victrix will be there. Arcade Shock will have that giant activation again that we see every year. Tesseract is showing up this year. So I think there is a wealth of things to do at EVO that makes that ticket worthwhile. And the fact that you get every one of the rest of us around you that weekend too, to kind of rally up that energy level, it's going to be a good show.
One of the biggest changes to EVO that happened from the convention center perspective, different from previous years that I just was like, how the heck has it not always been this way, was the fact that a day 3 was budgeted in, and like an actual functional day 3. And for those of you that were obviously at EVO last year, if that was your first EVO, understand that the years that came before, dude, day 3 was the shutdown day, and we all congregated to a specific location back in the day, and that was it. But now you have a full functional everything, the arcade, like all the stuff that happens is still going to be going down day 3 with finals. And that stuff's just going to be happening around you because all the screens will be projecting what's happening in the finals to the whole room. Yeah,
like that day 3 to me is really important because I've definitely been one of the guys where day 2 ends and you rally into a hotel room to watch finals and still try to hang out with everybody who's come to Vegas.
Yep.
Getting to actually hang out with them in the arcade now. I mean, there's 40 hours of arcade time alone at Vegas there when you think about when doors open and doors close. But I love that we've actually got 3 full days now. And yes, there are costs associated with that, but I really think that time is valuable. And that's a big part of why we're at Las Vegas Convention Center. It's a big part of why I like being at Las Vegas Convention Center. Because I want to be able to spend those days with everybody.
That's great. And I think as a heads up for our perspective, we are going to have a slightly different configuration that'll be maybe a bit more accommodating for our finals day with, the crowd and all of the dudes on stage as we just like riff-raff all the way, for all the top 8s and announcements therein. And trust, chat, last year it was like, can we even do this? It was more of an idea, and we just sort of winged it last year with no really preconceived plan outside of just a couple of things. So this year, trust, I have an entire storage shed just full of posters and memorabilia and items that I'm like, I need to do something with these. Kenny needs to drive because we have to find ways to have giveaways and things like that and actually engage our audience, like the people that are watching. So if we want to talk about like, quizzes and questionnaires and interviews and participation and all that kind of stuff, we definitely want to do some fun things in between all of the top 8s and announcements that are going to be happening on that finals day.
Does that mean we're going to get a Maximilian garage sale?
It's nothing's for sale. It's just it's going to be giveaways, man. It's going to be like, it's just going to be, please take it. I don't know what to do with it, man. So, I think that's about it in terms of some of the questions I had. I'm very excited to see publishers and stuff. I know, chat, everyone's asking, what games are you going to be playing on stream this year? Who is going to be showing up? Trust, we're doing our best to try to like manage and coordinate those things, but also know that on those first couple of days where I'll be streaming and rebroadcasting the event, kind of like a curated EVO experience, we'll be talking to several people. There will be, developers that show up with stuff. The schedule of that happening will be up to determination as we get closer. But the coolest part is that I'm having, with Rick's help, and obviously people at like Tenno and folks that I've been closely associated with a long time. We got some friends that are helping us out with the stream even more this year. So I don't have to like be running around and doing stuff at the same time. We can just focus on having a really good time. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. So thank you, Rick, for putting all this effort in for running multiple tournaments a year that are not even just EVO coordinated, because got to start remembering that this is a worldwide event now. And yeah, I can't wait to go this year.
Wonderful. I want to shout out two things before I leave, if that's
Sure.
all right with you. First of which is, Mary, thank you for making a graphic for us at an 11th hour after Max and I decided we should do this yesterday.
We were like talking about this and all of these cool graphics, chat, and all these like videos and stuff like that. I was like, got these like 30 minutes before the stream. I'm like, I cannot not use these. This is so cool. Like, look at all this stuff. It is incredibly cool. Thank you, Mary.
And then a big one for me, because I don't ever want this to get lost in the scale of what EVO has become. There's a lot to promote at EVO. There's a lot of cool stuff at EVO. But if you head over to evo.gg right now, if you go to the event page, you scroll down, there's a form for BYOC tournaments. If you want to host a tournament for a game that's not in that arena or that extended lineup, I would love to see every fighting game known to man at EVO, because I think that's what's supposed to happen. We have table space for that. We have power for that. We have monitor support for that. If you want to run a game, bring a game. I'm happy to be one of the guys that tries to play it with you.
Yeah, awesome. And yeah, like all that community support on the side has been one of the foundations of EVO for like one of the longest periods of time, which is like it always has felt it be grounded. With it being an official giant supported event, it always has allowed it to exist, even with old MVCI tournaments and stuff like that. I remember that in like 2019, which was really fun. So yep. That's about it from me. Thank you so much, Rick. We'll be talking very soon. Any more official stuff in terms of how our presence is going to be in those first couple of days, announcements and associations. I'll make YouTube videos. I'll be talking about it. I'll be updating the chat on everything that's going to be going on our front. But trust that we're looking forward to announcements. We're looking forward to the eventual top 8s this year. They're no longer top 6s. And yeah, I cannot wait to see some of my favorite fighting games and just watching them with tens of thousands of people at home. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. Max, thank you for the time tonight. Chat, thanks for hanging out with us. See you soon.
All right, cool. Have a good one, Rick. I'll see you, man. All right, chat. Thank you all for being here for that. I'm going to say goodbye to Rick really quick. Hold on a second. Give me one moment. And then we're going to start talking about Switch 2 stuff. 1 second, chat. Okay, we should be good. Hi, hello. Discount code, brother. Let me go see if I can. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna yoink this discount code and just put it down here, because that was one of the big announcements, was that like, dude, you can save nearly like $40 or something like that at EVO this year if you use the discount code. So that's a big deal, man. And this is a reminder, this isn't like a business thing. They promoted the idea to me just to be like, a lot of people showed up at EVO because of me. So, and I'm like, okay, so what can we do with the time we have left to get more people to show up, to fill space, to go to tournaments, like all that kind of stuff. And they were like, well, do you want to do it, I guess, a discount code of some kind? And I'm like, yes. And then the 21 Las Vegas discount code became a reality right in front of my eyes. Let me do something really fast. I'm going to see if I can add it down here. Downloads. There we go. Is this the one? There it is. Let me crop this out. Hold on a second. And I'm just going to stick this down below. And we'll just have it be down there for a bit until until the discount code expires. All right, I'll just do them that favor. I don't actually know how long this thing is going to last, chat. I can find some more information on it, but it's working right now. It's up right now. It should be a functional, it should be a functional thing as long as it stays up there. So yeah, you at least have a few days. You know what I mean? You at least got a few days. Let me pop up this thing over here. Okay, cool. Okay. God, man, I have to reconfigure my whole setup, chat. Hold on a second. All right, there we go. Hi. Hello. We have so much to talk about, and I have a problem. How much is it normally? The normal event price outside of fees is like 200, right? So that's a big deal, man. That brings it down to like 160 or more. We got a lot to talk about, chat. Tokon is not Marvel. It's obviously Marvel, but it's not Marvel. The more that we look at it, the more I understand it, the more I realize it. No YouTube stream. YouTube stream is up right now. It is Marvel, but it is much closer to Guilty Gear. It's Strivals. Is everyone calling it Strivals? The more I look at Tokon, the more I start to realize that I think there's more things that bring this in closer association to a thematic like Guilty Gear Strive, maybe even less Dragon Ball Fighters than what is effectively a normal Marvel versus Capcom. Bro, Strivals is a crazy name. It doesn't diminish the excitement because I almost am more excited for that than it being a typical Marvel versus Capcom like. My dude, they have wall blasts. Like, we have not seen a push block. Like, there are several things as we start looking at these trailers that are exciting, but in a way leads me even more excited than it, instead of it just being a Marvel-like, right? Just straight up, this is just a Marvel versus Capcom 4 without Capcom. It's not even really looking that way, dude. It's kind of like looking like it's its own thing, somewhere between Guilty Gear Strive, somewhere between a Dragon Ball Fighters that is not inherently outside of Marvel and 4v4, a direct representation of it. The more I look at it, and obviously its presentation and all that stuff, it does not really feel like it is trying to step on the toes of other things. In fact, the more I'm around it and the more we are exposed to it, it's only been 24 hours, it feels like they're trying to avoid that, dude. This is mega copium, right? Don't get me wrong, but we're about to pull up some direct examples that entirely contradict what a traditional Marvel versus Capcom game is. And this game is doing the antithesis of that. It's legit doing several things that are the opposite of what MVC games do. So, all I'm saying is I want to highlight that. I actually want to, we got to make a list. I want to make a list. We got to get the whiteboard. Hold on a second. And I'm just going to break down the differences between Marvel and Marvel. Like, no kidding. This, to the new Tokon, to me nowadays, I'm not really looking at this as being, this isn't Marvel, baby. It's Tokon time. Right? I don't know. Like, and I think we have to pull out, we need to get some visual imagery. We got to start, it's Tokon time. It's not Marvel, baby. This is a different thing that we're celebrating here that we should be excited about, So anyway, let's start breaking it down. That's what I want to do. Let me get a new thing open, and let's do it. 1,000 and 1,000. Make this big. The songs are out that Capcom is working with SNK. Bro, the songs aren't out. They've literally done that. They literally just made a huge ass collection. They've literally been doing it since 2020. What do you mean the signs are out? My dude, the signs were out when, I'll tell you when the signs were out. I have examples. Signs have been out, dude. Capcom, SNK, Max, dude, hold on a second. Let me go back. Let me go back. I gotta go back really freaking far. We gotta go back far. 9 months ago. Jesus, really far. Hold up. Wait a minute. Point back. Too far back now. I wish I could find this. What was the card game, chat? What was the name of the card game? Switch. Not Teppen. No, bro. The card game that they, no shit, translated exclusively for Nintendo Switch, the Neo Geo one. That was the first step where we were like, dude, Capcom and SNK are working together. Like, they're fucking working together. Card Fighters Clash, yeah. Hold on a second. This had to be signed off on both companies. They were working together as far back as this, man. Yeah, right here. Card Fighters Clash. So, this dropped several years ago, along with many other Neo Geo Pocket Color games that were Capcom and SNK adjacent. And then they showed up at EVO with a poster, like all this kind of stuff. Dude, the writing has been on the wall for half a decade. When we've been making videos and talking about this for literally half a decade. This has been around for a long time, my dude. Like a very long time. And now the collection is happening. SBC Chaos was last year. This isn't new news, dude. Capcom and SNK have already been working with each other for a very long time. If you guys think Marvel vs. Capcom is happening anytime soon, I have bad news for you. It's at the gift sub bet, and it has reached astronomical mean levels. If Marvel vs. Capcom exists and it returns, that shit is 2,000 gift subs. That is the equivalent of an extinction level event on planet Earth, right? Quickly, to understand how big 2,000 gift subs is, that amount of gift subs is only an association for something that is so unlikely that you have a better chance of being struck by lightning right now. Right now? You still here? Did you make it? Damn. Then those are the chances, okay? The extinction level chances of this shit happening. It's huge. Nope, I'm dead. Nope, you died. All right. So let me make a funny ass list here. Tokon Fighting. This name is so crazy. Tokon Fighting Souls. Yes. Give me that. And I'm gonna paste this here. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm going to do that. Give me the logo. Let's get the difference between Marvel Baby and Tokon Time. Let's do it. So, give me that. All right. Ah! Tokun? They got rid of that shit, bro. Tokun? Okay. OKO? Damn. Chad, this is OKO? It was here in front of us the whole time? It was literally in front of us the whole time? OKO, bro. Alright. Let me do this. This is bugging me. Image adjustment, brightness, contrasto. Okay, Tokun. And let's minimize that bitch. Is this thing really this small? God damn it, man. I need like a 10,000. Yes. Yes. It's huge. All right. Okay. And Marvel vs. Capcom logo. All right. Well, let's get the differences between Tokon and Marvel vs. Capcom. Let's lay it out. Like, how different are these things? Did Arc System Works show up and literally stab Capcom in the back, leaving nothing, the entire franchise rendered asunder? I cannot believe ASW showed up and betrayed Capcom twice. Can you believe it? They showed up and betrayed Capcom twice, stole their girl twice. That's nuts. How could they do that? Disrespectful. I love it. The drama is good. The drama is powerful. So, with that being said, let's talk about the things that are Marvel-like, right? Let's talk about the things that are Marvel-like and Tokon-like and how they are different as we have explored and sort of discovered the gameplay. And here, let's go over one thing. 4v4 is Tokon-like, okay? Fair enough. Let's get some text in here. And 4x4 gameplay. Yes, that is now Tokon-like. Theoretically, and here's the thing where I start thinking of 4v4 and my brain was, you know me, dude. My brain was already associating, there we go. My brain was already associating Marvel versus Capcom, with 4 versus 4 gameplay. Like, no kidding. I feel like in my head and to most people, bro, the number is quite literally in the name. Like, if we're going to be talking about the future of Marvel versus Capcom as a franchise, if it did have a future before Tokon was even announced, you're like, dude, it would be Marvel 4, then 4 versus 4 gameplay. It seemed like the natural evolution, but it didn't happen. Now Marvel versus Capcom is seemingly done, potentially. The last game possibly a collection of games in a franchise. But to be real, MVC4 didn't happen. Instead, Tokon took that from it. So, or did it? Could you even say it took it from it? I don't even think that's fair. To be real, 4v4 gameplay is now a thing that ArcSys and Marvel are moving forward with their Marvel-specific fighting game. So I don't even know if that is something that can be counted in terms of a thing that would have belonged to Marvel versus Capcom, because we're talking about a theoretical MVC that never existed, okay? Or doesn't exist at all. So to me, MVC doesn't actually have the identity of being a game that is 4v4. It doesn't have that. It has been a lot of things that in fact went backwards with the last version of the game to do something completely different to a lot of people's behest. But still, that ain't it, man. That ain't it. But let's talk about some other things that are like theoretically adjacent that I think line up. And let's do the big one for MVC. Let's duplicate this. Crossover. So, a big thing for MVC that Tokon doesn't have. The largest identity to Marvel vs. Capcom is not just the fact that X-Men and Marvel characters are in it. No, there's a second side to it, my dude. It is Marvel and Capcom. To be completely honest, Dragon Ball FighterZ was a Marvel vs. Capcom like, you know, but it missed the essence of what makes MVC. Guess what, chat? The essence of what makes Marvel vs. Capcom what it is really in the spirit of guest characters, right? Guest characters that show up in a variety of games. Smash Brothers has the spirit of a Marvel versus Capcom, which is why so many people flip the hell out when it comes to Smash reveals and stuff. That idea, that feel that anything is possible, like any character from these franchises could show up, some like out of the ditch, out of the gravestone, they're back, baby, like type of stuff can legit happen in the spirit of a Marvel game, of like a Marvel versus Capcom game. So what I call this is the dreams come true and the dreams don't die aspect to Marvel versus Capcom. That legit happened last year, man. Like, dreams don't die, dreams come true, like all that kind of stuff. The franchise coming back, the crossover, Ryu and Cyclops like shaking hands again, like all that kind of shit. It returned, and the reason why that was celebrated is because, bro, these characters exist in completely different universes, and now they're alongside each other in this game. It's a big deal, and it's a full dedication and exploration of that. Tokon doesn't have that at all. It's specifically Marvel. It does not have the dream come true aspect in a very specific way. Its characters do not, but its dream come true aspect came in the opposite side. Its developers. The fact that Arc System Works and Marvel are working together was like a dream come true crossover that is not exactly representative in the spirit of the game, but is in the game's existence. So I would say thematically, yeah, Tokon has this like absolute crazy aspect to it where, my dude, it is Marvel-like, where it's like an impossible thing that took place. But in the characters and what the representation of the game is, no, it's closer to like a Marvel Rivals. It's closer to an old school Marvel superheroes, you know, all of that kind of shit. It's much closer to something that ties directly into Marvel, and it's holistic in its bubble. Like, it's the dude. I get it. I don't know if I want to see Ragna the Blood Edge or Soul Bad Guy show up in Tokon. I don't know if I want that, my dude. I think it would be much better if this game just had Marvel characters, and as they specifically described it, they were talking about character choices in the blog post, and they started talking about the legacy of Marvel fighting games, and they wanted to use characters that were not in those other games, sort of differentiating itself from what Marvel versus Capcom is. So does that guarantee that characters like Magneto, Cable, like Sentinel, that many of those characters are going to make it into this spot? I am almost in the line of thinking that there might be a very large differentiating aspect to Tokon in comparison to what Marvel vs. Capcom's roster is. We're obviously getting Wolverine, my dude. We're obviously getting the mainstays. We got Doctor Doom. We got a lot of the stuff that we expect. But many of the people that we closely associated to be Marvel characters come from MVC games. And do they have a guaranteed chance of showing up? I don't know. Cyclops? Yeah, great question. Is Cyc going to show up in this game? Because guess who was the poster boy of the latest MVC collection? It was Cyclops, dude. And he's all over it. So I'm like genuinely curious on where they go with characters. And right now it's like, all right, so what are we doing? Are we going to get Venom or are we getting Agent Venom? Right? Were we getting Ghost Rider, or are we getting the new Ghost Rider guy? Right? There's characters that we associate with MVC games, but there's also ones that are not showing up technically. So is Cable going to show up? Dude, Cable is the MVC2 character. All I'm saying is that it has, if Tokon has those, I'm happy, dude. Those are the characters I love the most in Marvel games, man. Those are the ones I like the most. But the way the devs are already talking about it, are specifically saying they want to pull from a roster of characters that does not represent the obvious history that goes back to Marvel titles. So anyway, if we're talking about crossover and stuff like that, this is very different than this. These two things are very different. This is something that Tokon will not likely be doing, and that Marvel vs. Capcom literally has its entire identity and history. Let's call out some gameplay mechanics and things that are different, specifically in gameplay. This is a big one, dude, and something that you maybe be like, okay, that counts, but does it count really? So let's duplicate this layer. There it is. And this goes under the Marvel vs. Capcom side that is quite literally rooted in Marvel vs. Capcom. Push block. In caps, my bro. We saw no push blocking. FD is not a push block. Okay? Marvel vs. Capcom was one of the first fighting games to invent push blocking, to quite literally integrate a mechanic into its gameplay that is carried to every single game thereafter. Can you push block? Can you advance and guard? Is that a thing that you can do without spending any meter? Is that a thing that allows that to happen? What is push block? Push block is when you're blocking in any MVC game, you press 2 attack buttons or association to attack buttons in any of them. You can push the opponent hella far away, right? There's counters to it. It's powerful. It also has big weaknesses. But push block inherently is one of the greatest mechanics ever made in a fighting game. It costs nothing. You can do it at any point. Dragon Ball FighterZ did not have a push block. You might look at that game and see the slap as being a push block, My dude, it is not. That is a parry. That is literally a commitmental parry. You're putting yourself in a state of punishment after. It has recovery frames. Push block doesn't do shit until you actually block something. It's more of a reflect. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It's a deflect / reflect. Push block is directly attached to the soul of like MVC. And if they have like assist push blocks, sure, that's a thing. But if push block is a resource, right? If you have to spend resources to get somebody off of you and it doesn't just inherently work, my dude, that is a Marvel thing. That is a Marvel versus Capcom thing. FD and its Strive push block, like all of that kind of stuff, those things cost money, you know? That is not Marvel-like. That is actually trying to be something a bit different. And right now, as we've seen so far, it could be completely different. Tokon is not a game that's really designed or seems that it has push block in it. So that goes to Marvel versus Capcom. And the benefit of Tokon, here's a big one that directly associates its identity with the games that come before it and the developer. Wall breaks. Inherently very Guilty Gear Strive by representation. Tokon has seemingly wall splats, wall bursts, and wall conversions from one place to the next. There might be the wall and stage transitions used in association, but like the functionality of like a traditional like wall break is pretty much from Strive. And it looks like they have something that is kind of Guilty Gear Strive-like, where the walls are there, but not really there. You know, they're there somewhat, but they're not entirely there. That is very much an Arc System Works thing. That is very much a Guilty Gear Strive sort of thing, you know? You can break a wall in MVC1. You can break one wall in MVC1, and it was a teaser. It was the bathhouse wall. There might be one other, but still, wall breaks by the association of the character's eventually going to fly through that wall is a pretty big deal, and it's something that kind of has been in Guilty Gear Strive and other games like Injustice. But in Injustice, dude, you can't just wall break, right? You have to back three them. A reminder: you don't in games like Guilty Gear Strive, the wall break is an eventuality. In Injustice, you have to engage the wall break. You know what I mean? You have to do that. The whole point of them is a neutral like reset, you know, and you're engaging the neutral reset. So all I'm saying is that it's very un-MVC-ish. Like corners and walls are kind of a relative pretty big deal in Marvel versus Capcom. Usually sit up to the dirtiest, nastiest combos that most characters sort of have. Anyway, yeah, Street Fighter 6 has wall splats. Wall splats are kind of different because if they don't lead to a break, they're mechanically way different. What are some other things that we can talk about? Push blocking, crossovering, gameplay. Okay, visuals. Here we go. I'm gonna need multiple for these. Duplicate visuals. Marvel versus Capcom has always ridden this really fine line of East meets West art. East meets West art style, where we get what is effectively one of the most Western sort of things that you could ever have, which is Marvel. And you could have that interpreted by Japanese artists, right? To have them not go like crazy with their own visual stylings, to have something that sort of meets it right in the middle, which has always left MVC in a really specific, unique spot where, yeah, dude, Marvel versus Capcom has this very, very, very specific, unique art style for every single game. And Marvel 3's obviously got one of the most pronounced ones, and Marvel Infinite the ugliest. But still, it's a big aspect of the game and any of the games that have come before. So that in comparison, where, my dude, Tokon is full commitment, like East, it is straight, super anime. Get over here. Anime in caps. Anime art, and it has 3 pluses, right? It is the most otaku-y otaku game. They're barely even translating the title for you, my dude. Like they are just like, hey, you know what? We don't want you, as we saw in their interview, they're like, hey, so we're going to do our own version. We're going to make like our interpretation of a Western art style. You know, we're going to try to meet you in between. And then the Marvel guys came back in the interview and they're like, nah, don't do that. I want you to turn Iron Man into a whole ass Gundam. I want you to go absolutely ham. Let's instead lean into the super anime otaku aspect of the game and just full bore it. So why is that important? Well, what is it the opposite of? Arc System Works was originally doing this. Arc System Works was approaching it initially from the perspective of a Marvel versus Capcom game, where they were trying to meet them halfway in between and give their own version of what effectively is comic book characters, but still feels like they are, you know, the traditional comic book characters. That's already been done before. MVC is the comic book game. MVC is the game, the history that has sort of like leaned into the fact that, hey, we're going to meet you in the comic book and Japanese aspect right in the middle. Instead, this one goes crazy hard in the Japanese aspect. Like the identity of the games are completely different. So anyway, to me personally, that's a big difference, right? That is something that is sitting between both of these games where it felt like, as far as the Tokon side of the perspective, dude, these guys were trying to get away from this. They were trying to like, some of these elements are trying their best to not be Marvel versus Capcom like, because it's probably best that they do their own thing, my dude. It's probably best that this game has its own identity instead of just piggybacking on what has already been done before. So, and I think I respect that. And I think it's hit pretty well. I think that was a good call. I think that was a really good call to have super unique looking, hella Japanese Marvel characters, you know? What else have we got, chat, in gameplay and everything? What else do we have between these two games that meets their identity? Okay, yes, launchers. Let's do this. Duplicate. Aerial Rave. Both games feature Aerial Rave. But let's be real. Aerial Rave and Dust share a pretty huge history together, man. Right? Aerial Rave, like, and to be real, Guilty Gear, going all the way back to the 90s, literally was a vertical game. Like, the stage in Guilty Gear 1 and Guilty Gear X, like all the way back in the day, and also Guilty Gear Strive, share very similar large scales, right? So where the stage is not super horizontal, medium size. No, it goes up there. Like when your ass gets launched in Guilty Gear Strive, Guilty Gear Xrd, old Guilty Gears, your bitch ass goes flying. Like you are up there. So it's something that both of these games share. And it's sort of been the identity of the majority of ArcSys games for a long time, going all the way back to, you know, clearly the fact that Guilty Gear was inspired by many things back when it was even happening way, way, way back in the day. And that is the same. To be real, yes, Aerial Rave is a huge part of Tokon. You go up, you go down, you know, all this kind of shit. The combos are this. They're a combination of like this shit, and there's a combination of these sort of things all over the place in here too. So, yes, that is definitely shared all over the place. Team Aerial combo? Sort of. Chat. There is a very TAC thing like that happens in Tokon. However, that TAC thing is not from Marvel vs. Capcom. Did anybody play BlazBlue Cross Tag? I swear, dude. It's been a long time since I played BB Tag, but there's a BB Tag launcher, and it ends like in the exact same animation. Like, I'm not kidding you. The characters both like hitting you in the end as you chop down and do all this shit is like it's the BB Tag launch instead of the traditional like mechanic from Marvel 3. It's pretty different, man. So let me just use this as perspective. That's a good one. Aerial Rave. Let's do, what is it? BB Tag launch combo. Yeah, BB Tag launch combo. And Duplicate again. Photoshop's like, I can't handle this text. Team aerial combo. MVC3. Even Dragon Ball didn't end up doing that, right? Even Dragon Ball did not end up having a TAC combo, technically, right? By all definition, the technicality. Lorem ipsum. Get out of here. So anyway, some minor differences in there. Did we see DHCs? And I'm starting to think back on the gameplay. DHC is an intrinsically huge Marvel thing from Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and beyond. Like every single game has traditionally super to super to super, right? The whole point is that you're going to take one character do their super, bring in the next character do their super, bring in a third character do their super. We saw alpha counters, we saw tag counters, we saw like so many of those elements, but delayed hyper combos are a Marvel vs. Capcom thing. Also a Dragon Ball thing. They put that shit directly into Dragon Ball. We did not see it. So that goes under MVC again. MVC is a delayed hyper combo game. Yeah. Not really present in Tokon in the initial gameplay that was given to us, right? Not really present. A big change, right? Assists. How the hell do assists work? How different are these things, my dude? Stage transitions, my brother, it is literally right here. The English language is available to you. Assists. Multi-assist. You cannot do this in MVC, bro. MVC games do not allow for this shit. Lorem ipsum. Friggin' god beep. Duplicate layer. Assists. Multi-assist calls. This comes from Dragon Ball Fighters, right? This is a Dragon Ball Fighter thing, dude. This was sort of like an expansion that Dragon Ball Fighters, still obviously close to Marvel vs. Capcom 3 in many ways, was definitely using it as the bones. But being able to call multiple characters at one time during an assist, that is a limitation on Marvel vs. Capcom games. It is. It's just a limitation on how you can, the structure of teams work. In MVCI, it's obviously changed a little bit, but again, you can sort of look at MVCI as being a spin-off game and maybe not necessarily a traditional Marvel vs. Capcom, because it isn't. It does not move forward in the ways that Marvel vs. Capcom did before. What about X Factor? I guess X Factor could be a thing. I don't know if X Factor is a thing that is deeply rooted in MVC identity, but we're comparing comeback mechanics, and right now MVC has only ever had one comeback mechanic, which is obviously X Factor. But that's not really tied to it. It makes Marvel 3. It doesn't make Marvel. It's only in Marvel 3. You know what I mean? It's not really tied to the entire identity of the Versus series. We've yet to see anything like that. In Tokon, it doesn't look like there's any inherent comeback mechanics. You know what I mean? What else? What else do we got? How are these things the same? How are they different? Voice acting language ties into the anime art style, like the East meets West. This game is definitely leaning into super Japanese. Air dashing. Yeah. Okay. I like it. Air dashing. Yes. Good call. Marvel is not an air dasher, my dude. It was. At one point, it was. It's there in a gimmick mode. But Tokon is seemingly an air dasher, which is very much tied to the identity of anime games. I can tell you, at one point, I played a version of Marvel vs. Capcom 3 where it was an air dasher. Why was it an air dasher, you might ask? Well, every character, Hulk included, Chris Redfield, Ryu, Wolverine, all these characters had air dashes, my dude. And that came from the game that was developed before it, which was Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, which was probably the most anime Capcom game that they've ever made. the most anime. So they made TVC before that, and there was a lot of TVC's blood in MVC3 when we first played it. And my brother, it was not right. The game felt off. They changed it, and they brought back the air dashing. They put it in a goofy mode called Heroes and Heralds so that you mess around with it. But was it an inherent part of the game? It wasn't. Tokon has, we've seen air dashing. We've seen unique air dashes. Dr. Doom does like a teleport air dash, all that kind of shit. MVC is not an air dasher. So that is already pretty different from a movement perspective of how Tokon's going to be operating in comparison to Marvel vs. Capcom. This is like closer to an anime game. You know what I mean? Anyway, moving on. This is a big one. And we don't know yet. We actually do not have an answer on this one yet. Movement. Movement is so important, right? Movement in a MVC game is huge, dude. It quite literally is the identity. It felt like MVCI was also a game that had very limited movement in terms of how it is. We can use let's use this term because I think it has more identity. Schmovement, right? Let's use the term schmovement. Because of that, let's take the Tokon perspective here. Not a crazy amount of movement. Obviously running, obviously air dashing. We've seen some stuff there. But just to talk from a relative perspective, all the games that this fighting game developer has done over the past 5 years, movement is not a huge priority. It's obviously important, but the ability for you to manipulate characters' movement, they just give you dash buttons in most of these games, man. They just give you a one-button giant super dash in Dragon Ball FighterZ. Your ability to move across the screen is pretty limited in terms of what you get. The best you're sort of getting is like double jumps or triple jumps or that kind of stuff, which is pretty traditional in most fighting games to a certain degree. But the movement in Arc System Works games is pretty like straightforward, and they give you a lot of things to work with. If we go back and you look at the Tokon trailer as we analyzed and looked at it from like 4 to 6 hours of looking at it, there was some unique movement aspects, but my dude, the most unique one was Dr. Doom, and his forward dash was like Bison's Street Fighter V dash. He teleported, right? He had like almost a Dimitri-like teleport. So this also ties into triangle dashing. This ties to the fact that we have tri-dash characters. To be real, the movement that we saw so far, which could have been slowed down, you know, inherently, could have been chosen to be slowed down. Most of the movement we saw in Tokon was pretty slow. And it was like kind of traditional, like Guilty Gear Strive sort of looking movement. No box jumping, like no crazy things like that. No hyper hops, no, it didn't really seem to have short hop manipulation, which is a thing that they added to MVCI. That was a big deal, man. The fact that you can stall your air movement, that was huge in terms of how characters combated the screen and shit. Yeah, Dr. Doom was dashing like Slayer or Dimitri, you know? So that's there. All I'm saying is that that wasn't represented in every character. So that could still change, but as we are given information right now, Tokon doesn't look like an insane movement game. It doesn't appear like it is a crazy hyper movement game in the same way that Marvel vs. Capcom's in almost every single situation are. It looks like it's much closer to things that we've seen in DNF Duel, Guilty Gear Strive, Grand Blue, and Dragon Ball FighterZ. You know, it's pretty lining up with those history of games that they've made before. Anything else? Tagging in and out is normal. It's a tag game, dude. Like their tagging is pretty close to how Marvel vs. Capcom tagging is, right? Let's talk about, oh yeah, like this isn't confirmed yet, but this is a big deal. This is a massive. I talked about this yesterday, how huge this is in terms of the identity of the game and what kind of game are we playing here, dude? Marvel vs. Capcom is a game of life bars. Straight up. Every character has a life bar. Every character has their own health. The team as a accumulation of health between all these life bars put together, right? And the only way to win is not to kill one character, it's to kill every single character. You all gotta die. You got a 3x KO. You got a 2x KO those bitches, you know? Right now, the way they're describing Tokon is pretty unique. And we do not have confirmation on this. This is theoretical. I'm going to say it right now. This is theoretical. Health bars in Tokon are not known, but they did talk about the way that life and characters are distributed. They talked about the fact that a 4v4 game is really daunting. He ain't wrong. But you can control all 4 characters. Or you can also have a hero character that gets 3 helpers. So either they're going to have something pretty crazy where it feels like, man, having 4 characters with 4 health bars seems like a much better idea than having 1 character's health bar with a bunch of helpers. That seems like that's going to greatly benefit, unless we really start scaling this stuff, that's going to greatly benefit the person that has 4 functional characters with all these assists and mechanics and shit like that, you know? That being said, there's a lot of theorizing right now that Tokon is a single life bar, that you have 1 life bar, which is a lot different. In fact, that's a lot different than most tag-based fighting games. It's a lot different than most tag team fighting games. Like, I'd really have to start thinking how the hell that shit works. And there's another game that works like that, and it's called Guilty Gear Strive. And it's 3v3 mode. I'm pretty sure Guilty Gear Strive, I didn't play much of it, but from what I saw of Strive's 3v3 mode, as it changed, you know, it's been changed a lot, that game had a singular life bar. Street Fighter Cross Tekken? No. Street Fighter Cross Tekken had multiple life bars, my dude. But if you took out 1 character, they died a la Tekken Tag Tournament. Very different, right? That is very different. And for anybody that's saying, like, traditional KOF, CVS2, all that kind of shit, I'm not including those in the conversation at all, because those are not tag team games. Those are just team games, right? You compose a team and you just take down the team 1-to-1, right? That's not a tag game. These are functionally very different. You're not using everybody at one point. In some KOF games, you do that. You choose, like, you know, strikers and shit. But the majority of them are team games, and they have to go survival mode style all the way down and through. So Tokon might not have life bars. Single health. It might have a single health bar where somehow, maybe the way they get this to work is that you have to take down the hero character's life, or if you damage the assists and knock them away, maybe they take damage and also reduce an overall health bar. It's really hard to imagine how the shit a singular health bar is going to work, or how the team functionality is going to work when you have that many characters and you can also only have 1 character. To many of us, we're already yeah, this is like an asterisk right here. This is definitely a thing that feels much closer to, god damn it, life bars. There you go. Single health bar. Asterisk. Unknown. We don't know if this is confirmed yet, but it's like, how do you solve that, my dude? Like, how do we do that? Skullgirls, from what I understand, did Skullgirls also give you assists? From what I remember, Skullgirls gave you a hero character, right? You could do a ratio 4, a la CVS2. You can just get 1 fat ass Skullgirl, 1 Skullgirl with a big ass, right? And that Skullgirl with a big ass would just have more health and more damage, you know? It's ratio. But you didn't get the help of other helpers that you couldn't pilot, you know? You didn't get cameos, my dude. You just got 1 Skullgirl with a big ass. That is very different. Tokon and MVC are games that inherently will have you, no matter what, you have to have 3 characters. You have to have 2 or 3 characters in MVC situation, or you have to have 4 characters. You have to have these things for these games to operate, you know? It's built on the entire foundation, not 1 Skullgirl's big ass. So that's a huge difference, man. That is fundamentally different. Also, Why is that so different? Brother, if you have a single health bar, you don't have point characters anymore. You don't even have technically batteries, right? Do you even have anchor characters? Do any of those identities that make a team in Marvel vs. Capcom exist anymore? They don't. They're gone. Because every time you take damage, you're just losing health. You have your entire team as a resource, right? Your character is always the role of the point character. You always are going to have your quote unquote anchor character. In fact, what is the point of even calling them anymore? An anchor character is historically in Marvel vs. Capcom games, the last character on your team that will survive, right? The whole point of them is that you compose teams that is usually made of, in a 3v3 game, like an anchor character or a battery character. Battery meant to like build resources, one character to carry the beginning part of a team, which is the hero character, and the anchor is there to survive, right? We can still win if we have our anchor character, which is why these definitions have existed for a hell of a long time. This game only will have full team at any point because of the health bar thing, right? There's no more identity to how a team composition is because, or how a team will get dissected. Sorry, there's team composition identities, but how a team will get dissected is completely different than what a Marvel vs. Capcom or a traditional like tag-based fighting game is. My dude, no matter what, at the end of that round, Dr. Doom's staying alive. Captain America is staying alive. Who else is in there? Star-Lord is staying alive, right? Iron Man is staying alive, or they're all dying. They're all dying at once, or they're all living at once. But that is only theoretical if this game is built on a singular health bar, right? That is only theoretical if this is built on a game that has a singular sort of health bar that stays around the whole time. So I don't know. This is something that's built on a quote-unquote unknown, but that is so much different. Like, that shit will be dramatically different than what Marvel vs. Capcom and tag-based fighting games have done in the past. Anyway, maybe the health bar is sectioned off. I don't know, man. We're wondering. We are legit wondering. Like, as soon as we see UI, right? As soon as we see UI of Tokon, the first thing that we're all looking for is what's the health bar look like? Do they actually have siphoned off health bars for all the other characters? Or is it just this team's health bar? It's the number one thing that everybody that's a fighting game nerd is like, all right, so wait a minute, how does that work, right? How does that technically operate if you have a hero character and 3 assists or 4 full characters? Like, how do you do that? So anyway, it's interesting, right? You think that might be the best chase for 4v4 though? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're solving a problem, which is that 4v4 is daunting, my dude. 4v4 is a thing that is like, a lot of people that are not super fighting game associated hear 4v4 and they go, that's way too much. And they know that. And yeah, that's a thing that you have to grasp. That's a thing you have to grasp that. That's just too many characters to deal with. So they're solving that problem, you know, with the fact that you only need to pilot one, my dude. You only need to do one character. So anyway. Anything else? That people want snapbacks. Yeah. The great question. Snapbacks would still exist, but for the point that like, the only reason snapbacks exist is that you don't want to fight Spider-Man. Spider-Man's a piece of shit. So I'm going to spend money on getting Dr. Doom in because I'm going to fuck him up. You know, all that kind of shit. I'm going to mess him up. Music. Yeah, that's a, you reminded me of something. I wouldn't say music is a thing that is super identity associated, even though Marvel vs. Capcom does have a sound, but this is a big one. How do we explain this? Here we go. I got it. Duplicate. Unique Marvel roster. Right? Tokon is a game with a unique Marvel roster. It has been weird to see Spider-Man not do Spider Swing. It is weird to not see Iron Man do like some traditional things that you've seen him do in the past. He has some, right? Because you obviously have Repulsor. It is weird to see Captain America not do Stars and Stripes and that kind of shit. It is, Dr. Doom is technically not doing a foot dive. He might have some finger lasers. Unique Marvel, let's do this moveset. there is an expectation with a Marvel vs. Capcom game. This is also a huge benefit to Tokon, because I have said this in the past. I'm like, dude, I think it is one of the greatest issues of MVC that Spider-Man in modern Marvel vs. Capcoms is hard to play. I can't understand it. It has needed a refresh in a long time. Moveset. Marvel vs. Capcom characters have needed a refresh for a long time, and some of them just haven't gotten it, man. So even in MVCI, they stayed relatively traditional. They got changes, you know, but Spider-Man isn't exactly, like, just as an example, an easy to use character in MVCI. He's not, dude. He's still as weird as shit. Spider-Man's doing completely different stuff here, right? And the difference here, and these are directly held in association. Some of these are associated, some of these are different. Legacy. Marvel moveset. The moves of Marvel vs. Capcom characters are deeply tied to Legacy, bro. Like, I'm telling you right now, if you got a Doctor Doom that came out and didn't have hidden missiles, or didn't have foot dive, or didn't have finger lasers, people would be like, what the fuck? But now you have a game that has Doctor Doom, and he has an aerial laser beam, and he has a straight up Glock. He doesn't have the butter gun anymore, and now he has not especially finger lasers. He's doing different things. He kind of has a foot dive, sorta. He sort of has something that might seem like it, but still, his moveset's different. And the same thing can be said about Cap. The same thing can be said about any character that is in Tokon. They are no longer beholden to a legacy moveset built from the games that came before. And I think it's odd. It'll be weird, because here's all I have to say, chat. It's a benefit and also a detriment. What if Magneto shows up? What if Magnus is like, hey, I'm here. And Magneto's not a rushdown character. He is a heavy-hitting magnetism guy. What if, I'm just going to say it, what if Magneto's slow? What if he's a zoner? Like, there is an expectation with how characters will play in fighting games, man. It's not, and again, this isn't a detriment to every character. This is like a case-by-case basis, right? Like, I see people saying, that's not Magneto. I get it. Like, a lot of our interpretation of what Magneto or some of these characters are literally built around the entire legacy of what Marvel vs. Capcom had built before. Brother, like, I'm not kidding you. This game completely changed over its 30-year history the way Marvel even looks at characters like Juggernaut and Sentinel. Like, Capcom took some liberties with this shit that Marvel wasn't specifically happy about in the mid-90s with their movesets and their visuals. And they ended up being so closely identified to these games that it literally changed the way those characters looked in comics, the way they did things, and what they effectively were portrayed as. Like, they were very different before MVC games, and now we just know them as being that way because MVC games made them that way, you know? So, this is a huge difference, right? If we were looking at Tokon and all these characters were doing the exact same shit as a Marvel vs. Capcom, then there would be like, God damn, bro, it is truly Jover. Like, if we just see this shit happening, like, and a lot of people start looking at, what's his name? They start looking at Star-Lord, and they're like, bro, this is the Dante function. And I'm like, bitch, you see guns and you think Dante. You see guns, you think Dante. I'm telling you right now, there is no Dante function in this game unless he has over 40 special moves. Abso-fucking-lutely not. That is not Dante's identity. Dante is not a character with guns. Brother, he has a sword, okay? He is the swords and guns character, and there already is a sword and guns character in Marvel, and he's also Deadpool, and there's also Taskmaster, and they all play completely different, dude. Like, those are not similar things, man. They all have completely different play styles. So to me, I do not look at Star-Lord as being a Dante-like at all. Like, he is unique. In fact, there is another Blade and Gun character that I hope comes out in Tokon that will not be a Dante-like, that can be their own unique thing. And yeah, it's Blade, dude. Can we get Blade and have him be unique? and not just another character. It's crazy that so much starts showing up in this game and people start asking for things from this game, you know? People start immediately going, that's my Dante character, that's my air dashing Magneto character, that's this. It's because this is just set up so much for this. What I'm trying to say is, as we are moving this list forward and having comparisons here, I think this game is not trying to do that. As we investigate some of these differences and the way this game is going to be different, I don't think Hulk is going to be anything like it, like he is a Marvel vs. Capcom Hulk. I don't think so, man. I don't think Magneto, if he shows up, Wolverine, dude, you're going to get Wolverine in this game. He is not going to be the same Wolverine as you get in MVC. And that's a good thing, because what I'm trying to get at here, and let's just bring this list a bit closer to its finality, because this doesn't need to go too long. I think we've sort of proven the point. This game deserves to just exist on its own, my dude. Tokon deserves to be its own thing. That is not the crossovering with other games type of thing. People keep asking it to cross over with Goku in Marvel. Actually, Capcom characters can show up in this shit. But it could be like Smash Brothers. It's called Fighting Souls. That means all souls of fighting game. People keep trying to turn it into a dream roster. It's not that, man. That is this. These things have completely different identities. They absolutely share things that probably would have been pretty similar to a future Marvel vs. Capcom game. But to me, that is either leaning into copium that you want this to be your Marvel vs. Capcom 4. Dude, I don't know if it is. I think this is trying to be its own game, and I think this game is a lot closer to a Guilty Gear Strive. I think the term Strivals is not exactly a bad definition, because yeah, it sits in its own universe, and it has a lot more similarities gameplay-wise to a game like Guilty Gear Strive and a little bit Dragon Ball FighterZ. They obviously, dude, when you just look at the two, you're like, it's the same thing. If you're just looking at both of these games like right next to each other, you are seeing what is effectively the same game. But as soon as you put on glasses, man, it's like, oh, actually, this shit is playing completely different. And I think that's important, right? I think that's important because from a developer perspective, the way these guys approach fighting games and the ways that these guys approach fighting games, especially nowadays, is much different, right? We don't even know how the hell these guys would approach an MVC game nowadays. We don't know what that would be and how, if that will ever exist. But we have seen how these guys would approach MVC games multiple times. And we saw it in Guilty Gear. We saw it in BlazBlue Cross Tag. And this game has several things. I'm sorry, we saw it in Dragon Ball and BlazBlue Cross Tag. And we saw that with several different elements in Tokon already in the first trailer, my dude. So anyway, I think what I'm trying to get is that I'm not trying to will Marvel vs. Capcom into existence, because I truly don't think that this game is spitting on this. I don't. I think it's funny, man. To be real, you have to absorb the memes. The fact that Arxis is cheating on Capcom is the funniest fucking meme in the world. That Arxis and Marvel are literally ditching Capcom again. Capcom, you made a collection so we can say goodbye. Damn, that's cold, dude. That's cold, Marvel. Why would you do that? Damn, that's cold. How, Jesus, dude. But in reality, as we lean closer in and start looking at the details outside of it just being Marvel characters, dude, this game has an identity. This game definitely is doing things a lot different. And you know what? Let's tie this together. These are direct associations here. Hold on a second. Make a new layer at the top. These are direct associations. These are direct associations. These are direct associations. These are completely unique. This is an anime air. Yeah, these are associations. Schmovement or an air dasher. These are associated, and these are associated. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So everything else is like sort of like unique. They have their own unique way of making gameplay. And what is the difference between this one and the next? You know, how do they specifically have their own different identity? How do they stand alone as games instead of just being Marvel 4? This is not Marvel 4, man. It's not. And as we look at the gameplay more, we're going to go look at it again now. It isn't Marvel 4. It's Tokon. Thank you. Let me move this over here. This is Tokon time. It's Marvel, baby. Tokon time. It's Marvel, baby. It's Tokon time. They are very different things. All right, the end. The end. Max is really trying to make Tokon time happen. It's Tokon time. What is it, chat? Why can't it be Tokon time? It's Marvel, baby. It's Tokon time. Tokon time doesn't sound as tough, though. It's Tokon, my brother. It is. It's Tokon time. Come on. What? Time is Tokon? I literally said that. Y'all have to try harder. It's Tokon time. Some good ass Tokon? Hey, you cannot pick up off Tekken. You cannot pick up off Tekken. Explain what movement is, please. Good question. The manipulation of a character's movement, right? What control does the player have over a character's walk speed, dash speed, jump arcs, super jump arcs, all that kind of stuff? In a situation, let's use a game that has a lot of movement, Dragon Ball FighterZ, right? Probably the most movement put into an ArcSys game for the most part, maybe a modern ArcSys game, but Dragon Ball FighterZ gives you a lot of shit to work with. General ground dash, right? That leads into a run, an air dash, a super jump, and a super dash, But what can you do to manipulate those? Like your back dashing, your forward dashing, how much control do you have over those things? Or is flight a huge part of the game? Can characters take to the sky and really have air battles with each other? Like that's a big aspect of what makes Marvel versus Capcom games, and why a lot of people looked at characters like Jesus, what was his name? The Flight of a God. Who the hell was that guy? He was like one of the only flight characters in the game, Jesus, chat, help me out here. Zamasu. Yeah, Zamasu was like looked at as the Marvel versus Capcom character. He's like, oh god, he's an MVC character. That's crazy. Because most of the characters in Dragon Ball weren't really MVC characters. Here's a big part. I'll just throw this in there. Marvel unique movesets, right? Legacy movesets, right? How many moves are we talking? Because we have played a 3v3 Marvel-like fighting game from Arc System Works before. And characters had about 3 moves on average, right? Like Dragon Ball FighterZ, that season 1, when that game came out, characters had about 3 moves in total. Right? And some were a bit different. Some of them had some things that lead to other shit. Marvel versus Capcom characters have pretty big movesets, It's one of the things that made MVC games sort of daunting. Yeah, it was either quarter circle forward, quarter circle back, or down, down. Like, that was about it. 3 to 4 specials per character, like at a minimum. When MVC characters don't have, some of them could have 3 to 4, but then you have others that have 12 to 16, Like, you could have, and then at times, 40. Like, characters in Marvel vs. Capcom games could have dramatically different associating movesets, You literally have one of the most complicated mother fifers to use in the game and to pilot, which is Spider-Man, and then you have Spencer, who just does the same shit with way less stuff. You know what I mean? That's a big deal. And are we going to see most of the characters in Tokon have like a very limited moveset? Are they going to have like 3 to 4 specials, and that'll be it? I think it'll be more uniform. And I think the reason we can associate that Tokon is probably going to have 3 to 4 specials per character is most likely because that's what they've done, man. Like, outside of like a Guilty Gear in their 1v1 games, Dragon Ball FighterZ was that for the majority of the game. And most of the time until we got to the later seasons, yeah, dude, like they had a very limited amount of moves. It was like 3 to 4 moves per character. That's about it. But you had a key blast, right? You did have a key blast that allows you to like do a special without doing a motion special, Yeah, exactly. It's already a 4v4 game, brother. It's already going to be super daunting. It's already going to be a lot to deal with, right? Can you explain a typical combo looks like in Dragon Ball FighterZ, what it looks like? It looks a bit closer to Tokon, right? Because of how much tagging there is. There has not been a traditional Marvel vs. Capcom with free tag in the same way. For example, like Tokon might let you tag in the air and continue a combo. But Marvel vs. Capcom doesn't allow that. Even MVCI, you can't jump in the air and just like immediately like tag. Can you? My brain is fucking fried. You know, you have to jump. Yeah, you have to jump. Your character comes in at the bottom, like an MVCI with free tagging system, right? The character always tags in by running. So they cook it and then they jump. So you have to meet it. The game just doesn't like auto handhold the combo to you, which Dragon Ball kind of does. When Dragon Ball, you press the tag button during a combo, it locks in and your character goes zip, and you become literally a magnet through Super Dash to pick up the combo. Even in MVC, that is different. That is not the case. Even when you DHC and shit like that, characters start from the bottom. They tag in on the floor. So you have to figure out how to get that. That's like a part of the puzzle. Yeah, Tokon didn't even have unique air assists. It had multiple assists. Tokon was not an assist selection. I don't think Tokon is an assist selection game. We have already seen in gameplay multi-assist, which is in like 2XKO, Power Rangers Battle for the Grid, and unlike Dragon Ball, right? Dragon Ball, you have assist selection, just like MVC. So Tokon, no. We saw characters just doing multiple assists, like in one scenario. Yeah, does Nen Impact do the same thing? You press like a direction with an assist. BB Tag has the same thing, a direction plus assist. Yeah, like that makes sense. So, but we'll see. Right, that's on Marvel vs. Capcom like. The whole point of MVC is that choose your assist type, right? That it's been that way since MVC 1, dude. So the biggest difference is that MVCI was not that way. MVCI was a game that was just like, hey, you know, anything's an assist now. Everything's an assist. Yeah, so that's the bigger question. We saw no bursting. And I don't know. I'll be real. Bursting is a pretty traditional Arc System Works thing, you know, of being in combo and being able to get out of combo using a resource, right? That inherently is not a thing tied to Capcom games. There's Mega Crash in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. And there is technically tag counter in MVCI, but tag counter is not a guarantee, right? Like, it is not. Bursting is a pretty big Arc System Works thing, just in general. You know what I mean? Dragon Ball FighterZ does have that. It's called sparking. Well, no, because sparking you can't be used offensively, right? Maybe my bitch ass just hasn't played it in a while, but sparking can only be used when you're not taking damage, right? So you have to be like blocking or in neutral. If you're getting beat up, I don't think there's anything you can do about it, right? It doesn't escape a combo. We're talking a combo escape. That's what we're talking about. We're specifically talking about a defensive combo escape where, oh my god, this combo is going to kill me, break out of it, you know? It's not a burst, it's an activation. It's like more of an offensive / defensive. You can't break a combo break, if you will. It's not, the functionality is much different. They can make it like BB Tag where you bring another character to stop your character. Yeah, that's what also MVCI does. And I think that's what they're going to do. Yeah, that makes the most sense. You have 4 characters on the fucking team, man. I think they're definitely going to have something closer to BB Tag / MVCI where it isn't really... I don't think we're going to get another team game from Arc System Works where you just got to hold this shit. And I'm going to be honest, man. As much as I want Marvel vs. Capcom to have its push block identity, which is one of the biggest aspects. I get it. People look at Marvel and Capcom and they think of those characters and shit. To me, this fucking thing is the identity of Marvel vs. Capcom. I get it. You see teams, you see team up supers and all this shit. My dude, push block is the thing that has given Marvel vs. Capcom its combative identity. It is the greatest fighting game mechanic ever made. And the fact that every single game push block is in, it is super unique and it handles completely differently and has different effects and different counters and so much shit. I love it, man. Push block is so sick. I'm not even saying it's underrated. I'm saying it is the best. And what it leads to is super unique. I hope Tokon has that. I'm going to be real, dude. I legit hope Tokon has a push block because my dude, getting mauled to fuck in fighting games, getting fucking mauled by several characters sucks. And I am looking at 4 characters on screen at any time. And I'm like, dude, what happens on Oki? My dude, 4v4 versus game without a push block? Do I have to wait 20 seconds to play? So we have alpha counters, right? But does that cost resources? Do I just have to wait till I have a resource? Like, oh shit, is it gonna have a push block? I legitimately hope so. There has to be mechanics put into the game to stop that shit from happening, because we all remember, chat, like, Dragon Ball FighterZ was not an offensive game as that game went on, dude. They had to really try to turn it into an offensive game. That fucking game took forever. It was awesome, but then you start having people that are really trying to win. Oh no, now we're watching people that are preserving their health bar. What happens? Oh my God, a finals match takes 45 minutes. Oh shit. A finals match takes 45 minutes, my dude. We are out here. These guys are literally like Goku and Piccolo. Like, they are literally on stage just like physically exhausted. There's sweat on the floor and shit. Like, holy fuck, man. And again, we don't know from life bars, but straight up, I'm going to be real. Dragon Ball FighterZ is not an arcade game. It's not. It has a life bar structure of like a Xenoverse. Like, Dragon Ball FighterZ had a life scaling like structure to a traditional like arena anime game. It was like, dude, we are out here forever. Like, this match takes so long. Like, it literally is like 4 to 5 minute matches. We are out here for so fucking long, dude. Granted, games like Guilty Gear Strive, super arcade games, like, damn, they almost lean into it a bit too much. Medium slash heavy slash special does 50%, okay. But still, Marvel vs. Capcom series, for the most part, you gotta die. We got to get you off the fucking machine. That spirit is gone, right? I'm sorry, that practice is gone. There's no more machines to get off of anymore. But the majority of the games want you to die. Like, you have to, things should do good damage. Things should relatively be damaging. Things should hurt, right? We want to have players go through quickly associated matches. And right now we're at a game that has like 4 characters and shit. So we'll see, you know? We'll see how that works, because we don't know until we actually see life bars and if they start moving. But to be real, I'm going to be honest. I think game pace is a thing that Tokon can severely improve over Dragon Ball FighterZ because of this thing. Straight up, dude. If you don't have to worry about your characters dying and shit, and your characters are just alive the whole time, and then they die when all of the health bar goes down, then yeah, I feel like this could be a huge fix to solve that problem. You don't have to worry about the 4 health bar problem. You just have 1 health bar. So that health bar is just going to go down. That character didn't die, you know? No, they're still around. They just took damage. So that damage is just going down. The pace of matches is going to be unlike Dragon Ball FighterZ. It's going to be unlike MVC. It's going to be unlike anything, dude. Yeah, it's just going to be about constantly outplaying and not as much about resources. There will be resources for sure, but character health resources don't exist. There's no more, oh God, Psylocke got hit, bam, bam, bam. There's no, oh God, that character just got roasted type of thing. There's still going to be happy birthdays, Merry Christmases, and Happy New Year's now because it's a 4-character fighting game. But still, just losing one character completely is not going to be the same, you know? It likely won't. The game will likely not allow for that scenario to happen. Do you think it'll have rounds? I think it will. I do. I think it's going to be a round-based game. Straight up. Straight up. I think it's going to be a round-based fighting game. Yeah. I think it'll be a two rounds to win. No, dude, you have 4 characters in a combo. That is a Happy New Year. Happy birthday's 2. Merry Christmas is 3. Happy New Year is 4. How big do you think the launch roster is? I hope it's over 30. I do hope it's over 30. So many questions right now, dude. So many questions. 4th of July, chat. Do you dare call a 4-character combo of 4th of July in literally the weebiest Marvel game of all time? Are you that American? Jesus. Chat, would you dare call in the weebiest Marvel game of all time a 4-character combo a 4th of July? That is disgusting. 4 characters though. No. There will be, trust, after this game happens, there will most likely be plenty of other 4v4 fighting games. Guys, do you think that this is the last 4v4 fighting game to exist? Do you? Do you think if this goes well, that this is the last game of its kind? Because there was no more games like MVC2, right? They didn't make any more of those. They didn't make any more 2v2 games after all the X-Men versus Street Fighters and Marvel 1s and shit, did they? Definitely not. They kind of stopped, right? They kind of stopped, and that was about it. 4 Heavenly Kings. Anyway, this is the beginning of a new type of fighting game, and this could possibly, Tokon could literally be the dawn of what is the most fun tag-based fighting game. It legit could. I hope it is. I actually hope it is, because what does that allow? It allows for refinement. It allows for the next company, who knows? It allows for the next company to show up down the line and be like, hey, you know what? Let's try our version of that. I think we see several things that they did. We have answers. It doesn't need to be 5v5, but maybe refine 4v4. We have a way to make 4v4 more accessible. We have a way to make 4v4 work better. We don't need to have as many buttons or weird combinations that they did. We can do that, you know? Literally, Marvel vs. Capcom did that. Like, and MVC was the foundation of those games, and it spawned a billion other games that were just like it, you know? So I don't think this is the end of 4v4 fighting games. Like, I think it's pretty naive to think that, no, it's only this one. Nothing else will be like it from this point forward. This is just the beginning, my dude. This is, we haven't even played it yet. This is just the beginning. And here's the thing. We don't know if it's good, right? We have a lot of faith because it looks amazing. There's an intense amount of faith, but even in the same way, I say that, man, that Final Fantasy VII Remake shit could absolutely suck my ass. There's no way. It might be really bad. Oh, that's actually really good. Everything looks really good, but we don't know. I get really excited about 4v4 shit. I get really excited about a potential 4 versus 4 fighting game. I'm like, oh yeah, this is where we need to go. This is what I've been waiting for, my dude. Let's do it. So, but like, is it good? We don't know. Does it control well? What happens if there is a singular tag button and there's an order? What happens if we don't directly get to control the order of our tag? What if that's set in stone? The way that, like, powering up a combo is in MVC2. Uh-oh. Like, it's almost like we need to have an assist button for every character to tag directly into the right character at any time. But what if there's an order like Captain fucking Ginyu? That has existed before, dude. So all I'm saying is, like, we need to see it in motion, right? Yeah, what if it's one tag button and then you have to like direction and shit like that? You have to be able to control that stuff. We have to be in direct control of that shit. Like a deck of assists. Like, yeah, like what's going to happen? Anyway. Injustice Ninja Turtles. Exactly. That would suck, but that's the thing. How do you create solutions around a game that has 4 characters, right? You have to start wondering that. What are the limitations? Where can we push it? Where can they push it? You know, that kind of shit. What if tagging is attached to the joystick? Bro, what if tagging is on the right stick like at Mortal Kombat 11? Not good. Not good. What if it's only made for they have to have arcade stick layouts. They have to. There has to be multiple layouts. Stop that. I'm trying to be cautious, right? But I'm pretty sure they wouldn't do that, right? Yeah. Mind you, they showed in our PlayStation Fight Stick, so I don't think we need to be worried about that. But I do think that there will be a pad-specific layout. I think there should be. And I think, like, to be honest, using this bitch-ass controller and just flicking this shit in certain directions to call tag isn't exactly a bad idea. It really isn't. It's down there. It's close. It's really not terrible. The problem is like, so fight sticks are fucked, you know? But there has to be consideration for that. Unreliable though. I mean, dude, I would not say it's unreliable. I watched people win Street Fighter 4 tournaments using an Xbox 360 controller, and they used the D-pad. And then other people were using the same controller, and they were using the analog stick to play Street Fighter 4. I was gonna throw up. I was like, what the fuck? What's happening? Brave New World. Holy shit. What is happening? I see anybody using an analog stick in a 2D fighting game, and I go, what are you doing? I immediately turn into like old man type shit. It's so funny. Anyway, good talk. You use analog, damn. You know, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying that is such the antithesis of how I pilot any 2D game. It is the exact opposite, dude. It's 2D games for me are almost specifically D-pad only affairs. I do not like using analog sticks in almost any 2D game. Let me save this. I'll just I'll keep this in the back pocket. But a good talk. I think the more we look at Tokon, the more I see Guilty Gear Strive. I'm not kidding, man. The more we look at Tokon, I see Arc System Works like DNA, and not just Marvel versus Capcom. Hold on a second. Let's just do this. Do that. Let's close this, and let's close that. And I've been seeing the new Alien trailer. It looked okay. New Alien trailer looked okay. I didn't love it. You know, I didn't absolutely love it, but I thought it looked okay. I want to go back to Token. That's good though. No, it is. Like, dude, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying Guilty Gear Strive is their most successful first-party fighting game they've ever made. And why would they not want to pick up off the back of that? Like, why would they not? Why would they not pick up off the back of their 2 most successful games of all time, which is Dragon Ball and Guilty Gear Strive? Like, why would they not do that? Chat, I don't even have a Switch yet. I don't even have mine. Mine hasn't been delivered. I'm hoping it shows up tonight. It's just the way it is. I can't do anything about it. I'm waiting, man. It might, and when it shows up, we can open it the fuck up. Hold up. It's supposed to be here before like around 9 o'clock. So hold on a second. Let me see who is sending it. I gotta log in. I got mine from Best Buy. Yeah, hold up. Hold up. I need to embiggen this, chat. Hold on a second. Let's see where it is. It said it was showing up tonight. It did. Cart. Dude, where the hell do I log into this shit? Oh, I have the app. Hold on a second. I had to download the fucking app. Oh, thank you, Jorge. Friggin' logo. Hold on a second. I had to download the app because, you know. See if it's here so I can play Soul Calibur. I'll play Mario Kart as well. But I'll have to get some friend codes from you guys and we start playing Soul Calibur. There it is. Notification. Hold on. Hold on. In transit today. It is 9:19 at night. By the way, chat, Summer Games Fest is tomorrow. You guys ready to do this shit all over again? It is not showing up today. It is not. It is not showing up today, my dude. Shit's fucked. Probably tomorrow. It still says arriving today. The 4th? No, it arrived at the tracker, yes. I bought it from Best Buy. Yeah. The 4th was yesterday, brother. The 4th was yesterday. Are you disappointed how they didn't announce Marvel vs. Capcom instead? Can't think like that, right? Of course, I wish Marvel vs. Capcom could have been it. Anybody that is an MVC fan feels that way. It's bittersweet because the game looks amazing, but it is not Marvel vs. Capcom. It's not Marvel. It's Tokon, baby. It's Tokon, brother. It's not Marvel, baby. But does that make Tokon any less good? No, because it's its own thing. It literally is. I want it to be completely different from Marvel vs. Capcom. And as we just highlighted, a lot of it is. A lot of it is not the crossover Dream Team fighter, which is like, no, it's a Marvel game. It's Strival, right? It's a bit closer to a Guilty Gear Strive like fighting game. And I'm really curious on the friggin' buttons, man, and how the game feels. So, yeah, I mean, there's a reason why everyone's asking where it's Capcom, because Capcom has been the one to do this in the past, but it doesn't mean that this game by itself is bad. No, this game looks fucking amazing. I can't wait to play it. Do I wish Marvel vs. Capcom could exist? Yeah, but that shit ain't happening anytime soon, my dude. That shit is so far out. That is so far out. But does Max have the Marvel vs. Clown makeup? Is he always going to be the Marvel vs. Capcom copium guy after that collection? I always will. From this point forward, I'm Mr. 2000 gift subs. I am the ultra copium guy for MVC. I'll always hold that shit on my back for the rest of my fucking life, dude. I'll do whatever it takes. I'm sorry. This game can exist and be wonderful and be awesome, and I still can feel that Marvel vs. Capcom can exist. They can exist like completely separate from each other, and people can be happy, you know? That's the way I feel. I will wear that shit like a badge of honor forever until it happens. I'll be there, bro. I'm sorry. I am the Marvel vs. Capcom guy. And to me, guess what? I love Capcom. Guess in what ways I like Capcom more when they're with Marvel. And guess what? I think Marvel's pretty cool. But I haven't even played Marvel Rivals, dude. I played like a match. I have not played many Marvel games adjacent, but guess what happens? Guess what you add to Marvel and I really like it? Capcom. So, to be honest, as those things are coexisting alongside each other, I really, really like them. I think they're great, dude. And then, yeah, friggin' card games and shit. Who knows? Anyway. Soul Fighters? I cannot remember the name of this game. I remember Tokon, because I think of the word Tekken. Fighting Souls? My dude, I cannot remember this shit. I literally, every time I'm about to like Google it, I have to be like, what the fuck is it called? Like, ugh. I think it is arguably the biggest misstep is the crazy, extremely like odd naming structure of the game. Even Fighting Souls is like I still think of Soul Fighter. I still think of Souls Fighters. I'm like, wait, but it's not that. Soul Fighters. Oof, man, Fighting Souls. Oof. It gets to me, man. I get it. Tokon is the Japanese word for fighting souls. I get it. And it's going for ultra weeb, ultra otaku-ness, but I cannot like remember it, dude. It does not catch on. If it eventually catches on, then sure, but it has not yet. And it's been occupying all of our headspace for the past 48 hours or some shit. It's 3 words. I get it. I cannot. There's too many games that have that shit in association that I have played that are that name that eventually I'm just like, what's it called again? And then I remember it's Tokon time. And it's the only thing I remember. It's Marvel, baby. And it's Tokon time. You know what we should just call it? Marvel Fighters. And I'm not even shitting you. Like, we should just legit call it Marvel Fighters. Fighters. I'm not really object to that. Actually, I legit almost wish that that naming structure followed those games. Like, no kidding. Dragon Ball Fighters, One Piece Fighters, like, yeah, like Marvel Fighters. You know, I don't know, man. Marvel Soul Fighters. Marvel Soul Fighters, dude. That does not have a ring. It does not. Marvel Fighting Spirit is better. Like, Marvel Fighting Spirit is better. Marvel Soul Fighters, I'm not with you. But Marvel Fighters is actually fine. Like, with a Z. Like, I'm not even kidding you. Tokon is fine. Marvel Tokon. It's Tokon time. It is Tokon time. I'm still looking at shit. Hold on a second. Instead of, I'm going to look at this trailer again without the veil of it being Marvel 4. And instead with the perspective of it being like closer to a Guilty Gear game, you know, closer to like Guilty Gear Strive. I just want to see. I know you guys have seen this enough over the past few days, but, you know, shut up. It's going to be the next content of mine until it comes out. So shut the hell up, all right? If you don't like it, the fucking door is over there, okay? The door is right there, all right? I'm ready to talk about this shit for the next 6 months, okay? So this is arguably the biggest fighting game announcements, the biggest fighting game announcement since Dragon Ball Fighters that came before that, probably Killer Instinct 2013, okay? So the fucking door is right over there. Just chill. Let us enjoy it. All right. We are leaving. I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry. Everything about this does it for me. So it's Tokon time, bitch. It's Tokon time. Again, LMH, right? I do think we see a lot of LMH in this trailer. I think it's still 3 attack buttons. Down H, like down heavy. And that was heavy H. That's a special. Can we even identify? Maybe medium heavy? Looks more like a dust. So you're saying this game has an S button? Right? Again, the big difference between older MVCs and Marvel 3 is that there's an S button. Launcher, right? In older Marvel vs. Capcoms, there's not. You just press down heavy, right? Down heavy punch is your launcher. So how does dust work, right? How does dust work? Spidey sense? Is this game gonna have a dub? I don't think it is. Right? Chat, what if this game has no English track? Did they say it will? There has to be? Does there? The extremely... Chat, well, I'm saying Strive does. No, I get it. The other games do. But a reminder, this game is not nearly as Japanese as some of those other games. This game is almost inherently very Japanese in its entire creation and existence. The whole point of it is that they lean super hard into future Japanese. So will there even be... But it feels weird if it doesn't? I think that's the point, right? I don't know, right? Is going to have an English dub? That's all I'm asking. Would that be a situation? Do characters only speak in Japanese in this game? Marvel would require it. My brother, the first trailer of this game literally has every character speaking in Japanese. And I don't think that is... I do not think that is because of a limitation. I think that is a choice. I don't know. I think that's a choice based on like the feel of the game. You think you're thinking too much into it? Trust me, these things are definitely choices that people make. So we'll find out. Even games like Dragon Ball FighterZ has it. Either way, that would be crazy if it's just Marvel characters only speaking in Japanese and shit. That would be crazy. Dragon Ball FighterZ is Japanese, but it also has a dub, right? But that dub carries over from like the 90s, dude. That dub is from forever. I'm curious, right? All I'm saying is I'm curious. I think it's unlikely that it's only in Japanese, but at this point, it sort of lines up with the entire theme of the game, you know? There's no Americanness outside of Captain America being the most Japanese man he possibly ever could, wearing the most Japanese looking costume he possibly could, and his name is Captain America. So we'll see. Again, the theme of the game, chat. You got to think about it. The theme of the game doesn't have anything to do. Guilty Gear Strive like has world elements and shit like that, and characters from America and Japan and all this shit. I get it, but this game is the entire point of it is that it is Weeb Marvel, right? It is Weeb Marvel. It's Tokon time. How popular is Marvel in Japan? Dude, that is not for Japan. That is not for Japan. The whole point of the game is that Weeb Marvel is the identity of it, dude. Like, I'm just saying, it's Tokon time. That is the selling point of it, is that it's Weeb Marvel. Like, it's the marketing of it, man. Like, that's the deal. Even if it is big in Japan, all I'm saying is that that's the whole point of it, is that it's being distributed in the US as it's Weeb Marvel. Iron Man looks like a fucking Gundam. What do you want? Like, dude. Some background signs are in English. Exactly. Like, the choice to have the characters speaking in Japanese was a choice for this trailer. Is it going to be a choice also in the final game, or are they going to let the players choose? That's exactly what I'm saying. It's a choice. Somebody was like, we have a weeb-ass Marvel fighting game. They're speaking Japanese. You know? The characters speak in Japanese because it is a weeb-ass Marvel fighting game. No subtitles either. we gotta say, hey man, Tokon, devs, if you want to go full bore, you want to commit to this shit, no subs. Raw. No subs, no dubs, full commit. You have to learn Japanese, dude. You want to know what the hell they're saying? Go learn Japanese. Screw subs. Speech bubbles in katakana. Deal with it. Deal with that shit. That would be fucking to be real, don't be a bitch. Don't be a bitch. Original trailer had subtitles. They're already pissing out, okay? Come on. They're already pissing out. Dude, there's literally, what is it? Giant Japanese text in the, it has a Tekken font. Like, it literally has the exact same shit that Tekken does. It's doing the same thing, my brother. Like, it's the same shit. It's Tokon time. I need to get it's Tokon time in Japanese. Tokon no taimu. We're not going to bother translating. Iron Fist? Nah. You know what? They should also take out this part. Just take out the fighting souls. Take it out. Take out the fighting spirit. Take out the translation of that shit. But that's like Tekken saying Tekken Iron Fist 7. Nah. Get rid of it, dude. It's Tokon time, or you just call it Tokon. Straight up. Just, we don't need to go Tekken Iron Fist 8. We don't need that. We know Tekken means something. Just go for it, man. Just full commit. Full circular commitments. Agreed. Tokon time. It's Tokon time. It's catching on. All right. I'm just saying, it's Tokon time is catching on. So, a bit of a heads up. Another inclination, and this could just be a signifier of like passing the torch, which is a whole tag fighting game thing. How do you show the player that a tag has happened and understand that the passing of the torch has taken place? This ties directly to the name of the game, which is like fighting souls, right? So the whole point is that you have a soul bar, most likely. You literally have like a bar of soul meter, and it likely is your health bar, and you have to transfer your soul between characters and shit. So you're literally transferring your fighting soul from each character to each character. And I am almost wondering, right here, the soul transfer takes place. I'm almost wondering if you can only damage the soul character? Like, possibly? Does it make sense that only the character that has the soul can be hurt or affects the life bar? Here's the other question. How much are we going to be able to tag/soul transfer? Right? Because you're not going to let us do this shit all the time. There has to be limitations to this. At how many points do we get to soul transfer? Can we do it multiple times in a combo? Do we get an assist only, or do the assists refresh? Are they just like sort of constantly available? There has to be a longer cooldown. Yeah, there has to be a meter for tagging almost. It would also be crazy if there's a limitation on tagging, but at the same point, you know, these are the questions. Like in a game that is a 4v4, how much are you going to let me cycle between my characters, dude? Can 4 characters do a combo? Right? Yeah, Heath, exactly. There's so much we don't know, dude. Like, the whole point of MVCI is that you can do hero character, tag into the next character, they do their combo, tag back into the hero character, they do theirs, and potentially tag back to the original character, so that's like 4 characters did a combo at some point. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is like kind of the same way with DHCs. Combos are built by 4 characters. In this situation, do they sort of act like assists? Can you pass the baton from character to character to character, right? That's the question. How far does this rabbit hole go, dude? Would it be like Dragon Ball FighterZ? Dude, Dragon Ball lets you do whatever the fuck. Dragon Ball, each character has their own Marvel vs. Capcom-like assist cooldown or tag cooldown, you know? So in Dragon Ball, by the time Season 3 rolled around, you can just air dash in with everybody, and you can do a combo with your whole fucking team if you wanted. But that was added later into the game, you know? So, anyway, but to be real, that was fun. That was a big update that Dragon Ball did. that I really liked. That was a thing in Dragon Ball Fighters. That was cool. So, but let's look for that. Let's look to see how the handshake, the baton pass is in this game and how they handle it, because I think that's going to be really important to see how much freedom the game gives you in terms of team composition, you know? And in this one situation right here, it is literally assist into tag. Assist almost into, like, you know, passing the Tokan. Yo, Pin Edward Apples, thank you very much, dude. Loose and tight ranking win. You gotta wait till we play it. Dude, I can tell you fucking immediately. I have like a third eye for this shit. My loose tight eye for fighting games, my dude. My loose tight eye for fighting games is tuned up. I have special lenses for that shit. Like, it is the one thing that I am relatively good at. In the first few minutes of playing a fighting game, how loose or tight is this bitch? I will tell you. If a game seems very restrictive on its like freedom and what it allows the player to do, it is very obvious to me. It is very clear that, like, what are you letting me do? In what ways can I manipulate this in some way? Is that possible? How many moves do we got? What can we do with this shit, you know? No, we're not theorizing that. I don't say this won't have an English dub. I'm saying, what if it doesn't? Right? I'm just saying, what if it doesn't have an English dub? What if it is specifically in Japanese because of the first trailer? So, I want to look at one side here. Spider-Man is on Team B. Yeah. So, you know what this is? Bro, we are literally watching a scenario play out from that one perspective they told us about. You guys remember when the devs said you can play as one character with 3 tag characters or 3 assist characters? That's literally what's happening here. It's literally what's happening. Like, Captain America and Iron Man are the mains, and all of the characters you see on the screen are quite literally the other characters. They are the heroes, and everybody else is like non-playable. They do an action and then they peace out. Yep. What if you only get assists or only get tags? Like, that's a good question. That's a good question. There's no tagging happening here. Yeah. Green. Yeah, this green flash is literally the assist call. This little green sparkle is them calling an assist. So this is just the hero characters. It's the guys that are blocking. So Iron Man again. No, it's Storm versus Cap. And Storm is assist calling like crazy. And wow, that's some weird shit happening over here. Hold on. What's happening over here? Bro. That's fucking weird. 2 characters are blocking. Did you guys see that? 2 characters are blocking. Miss Marvel and Cap are blocking. Watch this. Cap is blocking, like proximity blocking this ice projectile. He's holding back, so he goes into a block state. He enters proxy guard. But Miss Marvel also enters proxy guard when it gets closer. So we have 2 characters that are now in proxy guard, which doesn't make sense as an assist. Doesn't really make sense because you're not controlling assists directly. They're executing an action. Assist block? Like, is this a special move? Star-Lord's just fucking big chillin'. Jesus Christ, that was a recovery anim. And she's blocking the whole team? It almost looks like this could be a command block. What the hell? You shifted tag? What is happening? Some animation with some animation clipping. Bro, have you watched this trailer? It's all over the place. I kind of wish this scenario was a little bit more coordinated for the gameplay, because yes, they just call all the characters at the same time and they just all pile up on top of each other. So yeah, it looks like kind of a big mess. But you know, the functionality is the interesting part of it. Dude, he finally left. Yeah, and it looks like the control switched to Miss Marvel. Okay, no. Miss Marvel is playing. Bro, Miss Marvel is playing. Hold up. Miss Marvel has the baton tag, okay? Captain America is being... What the hell? Cap is being called in almost as like a defensive assist. Yo, what the shit? Hold up. So she's in control now. Cap like blocks. You know what, dude? I think this is a command move. I think this is... Cap has a move like this also in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. He has like specifically a shield guard. It's a parry. Yeah. That's what we're looking at. We're not looking at two characters enter proxy guard. We're looking at one character enter a special command parry. A parry assist. And then we're watching the player character, the person actually controlling, running forward, blocking the ice. Captain America is just going to exit his parry animation right here. And what the fuck? He threw the shield. Did he counter the parry? Did something hit? Oh, it did right there. The second, there we go. Captain America caught Ghost Rider's horse shit. He countered Ghost Rider's horse shit with shield slash. Cool. Long ass parry window. Yeah, it's a physical counter. So this entire time, Storm is now going to call in another assist. Spider-Man comes in. All these characters are out here doing shit, and just Miss Marvel is playable, right? Just Miss Marvel is playable. Do you think you get the options to go with smaller teams, or is it always 4v4? You will get the option of only ever playing one character, but you'll have 3 helpers. So no, I don't think so. It's you're either going to control all 4 characters and have manual control over all 4 characters through tagging, or you're only going to control one dude that has 3 helpers. And the helpers will not be fully playable. You only really need to learn one move set and the other character's assists. So that's pretty easy, man. That's less than a Marvel vs. Capcom game. You know what I mean? Anyway, cool. Assist type like Marvel 2. No, we already came to the conclusion that the game doesn't have assist types. Game has, you can do multiple assists. Characters we're seeing multiple assists in the same scenario. And this is our BB tag launcher. Like, it's literally BB tag launcher plus 2 characters, you know? BB tag, same finisher, plus 2 characters. Probably. What did BB tag launcher give you, chat? What was the reward for doing it? Was it a damage boost? Did it give you like the blue gauge? Was it meter? Was it an overhead? Was it just raw damage? Damage and meter. It was an overhead with damage. Okay. So it was sort of like an open you up tool. It was the equivalent of a dust button in like Guilty Gear. Universal overhead called cross assault. Gotcha. Overhead minigame. I forgot. It's been a while. These are just cinematic supers. I am going to be very happy if this is not trailer element. And I don't think it is. Usually most stuff that's in trailers, it's the versus screen. Oh, hell yeah, dude. This is the versus screen leading into the loading screen. Right after your characters are selected and shit. Like the character selection, this is the transition from CSS to the loading screen to the game. And it's badass, bro. It's fucking dope. right here. You just picked your characters, and then they come in. Bam! Here they are. And here comes the other team, and then they square off into the versus thing. Bro, dude, so cool. Jesus Christ. It even looks like a loading screen. Look at this shit. It even looks like it looks like the like a character select plane, right? It looks like the whole point of this is that this is getting you to the battle. This shit is literally a loading screen. That's the whole point of it looking this way. Oh, that's dope, dude. That's dope. That's dope. Entity, thanks for the 10. Maybe that's why ArcSys did Guilty Gear Strive 3v3 mode they were testing. Well, they also did Dragon Ball FighterZ, right? But yes, I think if you look at some of the things they had in Strive 3v3, that could have easily had been a testing ground for some mechanics, right? I think that's fair at this point. They had an entire game to do that, but I'm going, let's start thinking of the logistics of the situation. We don't know who exactly at ArcSys is making the game, but there are multiple teams doing multiple games, and there is probably an all hands on deck sort of approach to this, which is why the DLC for almost all of their fighting games and the continuation of Dragon Ball FighterZ stopped, right? So all I'm saying is, didn't they say it was Team Red? If it is, that makes perfect sense, right? If it is core Team Red isn't all making Strive DLC, dude. That there's a reason why that stuff has been delayed so long. They likely are like, it is the way it is, right? It is the way it is. I think there's a lot of people that are from those teams all working on this shit. Team Blue doesn't even really exist anymore. I don't know what this is. This could be trailer shit. I assume some of the 3v3 stuff that they were messing around with wasn't the exact interpretation, but we have seen Capcom do this several times, man, throughout a majority of fighting games. They put stuff into games at the tail end, and they use it to act as like a testing bed. I'm gonna say that's a trailer thing. You know why? You know why I think this is a trailer thing? Because it focuses on the point characters. I think this is trailer bullshit. I don't think this is like I don't think this is how a match plays out in game. I'm just gonna call it, because it focuses like everybody's here, and then it highlights two specifically instead of the whole point of the team, right? I think that the focus on a team game is that it should not be on one character, it should be on the whole team. What is that stage? Something funky. I don't know. Is that Blackheart? It's some stage. It's some stage. That's a match intro. I don't know. I think this is closer to the match intro, you know? Maybe. It could be maybe. That's a lot of transitioning, you know? That's a whole bunch. Either way. Let me... Is there a video that has a compilation of all the gameplay so I don't have to keep going through the behind the scenes video? Story mode chance? What kind of a story mode are we talking about? Because it is Arc System Works, dude. What kind? Like, Dragon Ball FighterZ had a story mode. So, are we talking like a Guilty Gear Strive story mode? It's a movie. It's not really a story mode. It is a movie. Dragon Ball FighterZ, like, for sure. FighterZ had a story mode. Technically, it was a thing that played out. You like Strive story mode where you don't play it? I don't. I'm like, this could have been a DVD. I genuinely disagree with the way they handle Guilty Gear's story stuff. That is outside of like arcade modes and stuff where it's just non-playable, and I'm like, what? What do you mean I just watch it? Like that's it? I could just I could go watch a YouTube video. What's a DVD? What is a DVD? If you're asking me what is the story going to be? I'm sorry, guys, that's not. You have greatly misinterpreted my. You have greatly misinterpreted the things I'm interested in. I'm not really into what is the relationships of the Marvel characters with each other. It's not really my shit. Cool. Go back and look at this. Cool. This is a good gameplay bit here. We'll slow this down. Cap calls Doom for his laser satellite assist. Yeah? Can you... Devs got to know we're going to do this, right? Devs have to know. If there's like a desirable game, devs got to know that motherfuckers like myself are going to literally frame by frame all of this shit and dissect as much information as we possibly can about its gameplay. That's like the whole point of it, man. There's very little time that we have with fighting games where we don't know what's going on. So it's arguably some of the most fun is to dig in and try to figure out what the intention is behind trailer elements. Try to dig in and understand, like, hey, so what are they trying to show us here? What's the point of this? Like, what is the thing we're trying to get at here? Ugh. Whoa. I just realized there's a jump cut here. Iron Man calls... What's happening? Also, Captain America's like lighting broke. Whoa, that's a shadow. Interesting. Still in development. Obviously still in development. Yeah, Cap's lighting like breaks here. Is that lighting from the laser? What laser? Ah, you're right. It's the laser that had not come down yet, so the lighting was kicking in way too early. You're right. Why does Iron Man jump down like that? There's a big jump cut here. Yeah, there must have been something funky that they didn't want to show. Because we're missing about 3 frames of animation. Yeah. There's like, yeah, 3 to 8 frames cut. That laser looks mad good, bro. That laser looks hella good. Holy shit.
The inspiration for working on this project really came from a place of pure fandom and wanting to say, why isn't PlayStation in this space?
So PlayStation approached us with this vision. The tricky thing is that most fans, including myself, see this as a...
Yeah, okay. This is pretty representative of our button layout. I think we just got the answer, dude. Hold up.
Fans, including myself, see this as a... thing is that most fans...
Also, that is a fast tech. Holy shit. That is a ridiculously fast tech catch. That Yukimi is quick. Dude, Ghost Rider had not even finished his animation yet. Like, Doom got hit by this bitch and did not even finish his animation, and Doom came in and punished him on hit.
The tricky thing is that most
No, never mind. It was a different move. It was like some sort of thing on the ground.
The tricky thing is that...
He backed up into it. It was like a, what's it called? It was a, like a Dormammu, like ground fire.
Most fans...
LMH.
Including
LMH into a...
myself.
Oh. Could be either part of like the auto combo of the game, but it looks like it was LMH into a Street Fighter Cross Tekken tag. Yeah, it could either be assist or assist tag.
See this as a sacred genre.
Interesting. Like, think of that as like a smash attack in Dragon Ball, right? Maybe the H's act like smashes, and there's mechanics on H's for you to utilize. That would make a lot of sense. 2H and stand H. Yeah, and you only get them in the air.
Most fans,
LMH smash attack leads to unique state.
including
The
myself,
purple bubble. Here comes the assist.
See.
Doom then does... Jesus, this looks fucking sick, man. This shit. Why is Star-Lord so thick? I have questions. Bro, why does Star-Lord have such thick thighs? Like, his thighs are, like, the size of Storm's. Space is cold? No, I mean, like, he's caked up as fuck, man. I was not expecting Star-Lord to be the cake lord. Why not? I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying, fuck, that dude is thick as shit. He's keeping it stylish. Dude, he's thick as fuck is what I'm saying. To save lives. Doom does, like, a special. Yeah, this looks like a special.
it's a sacred genre for Marvel.
Ah, 2L. Did you just see it, chat? We're back, dude. We're so back. Dr. Doom's 2L. Oh, shit. I almost guarantee you, chat, that this game is going to have 2L supremacy. 2L supremacy. We're back to... Oh, shit. You scared the fuck out of me, sweetheart. It showed up. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no, I was so in the moment. It's here. We have a Switch 2. 2L supremacy. What the hell does that mean? We're talking about Dragon Ball FighterZ, chat. Characters crouching light attacks, which were like their fastest attacks, were either mids for some characters or low for others. And the characters that had low ones were so much better. Like, because they actually could get opened up from lows from like their quickest attack. So there was this huge discrepancy in Dragon Ball FighterZ characters if you had a crouching jab or a crouching kick. Because if you had a crouching kick, man, it was way better because it was an actual low. And right now we're seeing Doom do his like his crouching low, and it's a 2L. It's a Dragon Ball FighterZ 2L. So interesting. I wonder if that's coming back.
The tough part.
Rip tri-jumps? I don't think this is a tri-jump game, dude. It's just not, Heath. This is not that game, man. We just made a big comparison of why this is not Marvel. This is not a Marvel versus Capcom game. It just isn't, dude. It is is much closer to like Guilty Gear Strive slash Dragon Ball. It's not Marvel versus Capcom. Let it go, dude. It is not.
I feel like I have a...
It is its own, and I think it's unfair. It is its own thing. It feels like they're really specifically trying to do their own thing. It feels like directly comparing it to Marvel vs. Capcom is almost like you're setting yourself up for disappointment. Like straight up. If you are looking at this and you're from a gameplay perspective wanting a new Marvel vs. Capcom, I don't think this is it, dude. I think it's going to be a fairly unique tag fighter that feels like it's right in between Guilty Gear Strive and Dragon Ball FighterZ. And I think you should be down for it being its own thing. You know, you should be down.
一番最初にマーベルさんに提出した時はなんとなくマイケルさんの
Iron Man is supposed to be the sleek.
Iron Man
という
specials.
感じで
Iron Man has a dive kick. The Iron Dive. Bitch has the Iron Dive. Ugh. Dive kick special. They gave Iron Man the foot dive, dude, into hero pose. Into a very MVCI-like special. Repulsor bomb.
Sleek fight.
But he does ballistic anime missiles. Damn, that is such a better move than repulsor bomb. Smart mind, thank you. That's what it is.
Think luxury race car mixed with with a
And I think that's another special. Check that out, dude. Yeah, Iron Man has a pretty unremarkable move set in Marvel 3, to be completely honest. Iron Man really never matches the way he feels in the older Marvel vs. Capcom games in 3D.
unique fighter
He
jet.
needs an overhaul. He really did.
Think
M,
Luxury
H,
car.
into special. So, yeah, he has a dive kick special, and he has, like, literally a Captain America shield special, where he, like, rushes forward.
Mixed with a
And that goes into wall splat. That goes into Guilty Gear wall splat. Tony, get out of here. I'm looking. There is literally the Guilty Gear wall splat. You think that's a button? I think this is a special. I'm going to call it. I think this is a special. The scenario plays out in Guilty Gear Strive constantly, dude. And then you probably touch her again and she breaks the wall. There it is.
the brick house. And the fact that they added anime mech elements to him just felt really naturally at home.
One of the mantras that we have for
Jarvis,
this project
show
is
them
to
the
take
infinite.
not just the IP, but gameplay mechanics.
Damn. I want to look at all of this shit. What is this button, Doom? Is this a special? The lean? Oh no, this is M and L. They just did LMH and then whiffed L.
Not just the IP, but gameplay mechanics, and say, what can we
Yeah,
really
they did LMH, they whiffed L, and they did special command grab. That's what it was. Looks like auto combo. This is a mash square combo. This is what this is. And here's the thing. I think we just saw a Dragon Ball FighterZ auto combo because, check it, L whiffed and it continued into M. L whiffed, it continued into M. Here's the light, it doesn't hit. Whiff light into M. And then the auto combo takes over.
mechanics and say, what can we really take from Japan, the creators that are doing awesome work?
Yeah. Dragon Ball FighterZ. Whiff cancels? I mean, maybe. If it has whiff cancels, then it will be more Marvel-like than anything. What the hell is this? What is this backdash?
In Japan, the creators that are doing awesome work
Where,
here.
oh, he must be tagging out. That must be the raw tag, dude. Check out this animation. This is the... Look how big this tag takes, though.
And the creators that are doing awesome work
Huh. That could be a tag animation.
here and bring that to the global platform.
And I think we just saw auto combo as well on Miss Marvel.
Creators that are doing awesome work here and bring that to the
Yeah,
global
the latter
platform.
portion of it. Oh, hey, check it out. This is the first demonstration of movement. I think this is legit a movement demonstration.
Platform.
Check it out, dude. That was 3 backdashes in a row, very quick. Hey, that's good news. Look at that. Now listen, if it's done with a dash button, if this is just on a, if there's a dash button, you're still fine with the dash? I don't know if I'm fine with the dash button, dude.
Global platform.
It might be a dash button. We'll see. I don't know if I'm after playing a little bit more Guilty Gear Strive and also having a dash button in 2XKO. I don't love it. I do not love games with dash buttons with just freedom, complete. Where we're going to trivialize movement. I do not know if I love that, but we'll see. It depends. It depends on how it's utilized. Grand Blue has one as well.
特別なところいっぱいあるんですけど、まあ本当にやっぱり強調すべきは、まあ格闘ゲームの
Dude. So, I think NBC literally had a dash macro. Which one? Marvel 3? Because you can just map L and M together. But not the same operation, man. For example, you cannot mash dash and get a good result in Marvel vs. Capcom games. It does not. Oh, the collection. Oh, well, the collection lets you do whatever the fuck you want. But yeah, oh, if you mean like macro dash, yeah, that's what you're bringing up is an entire 25-year history of macro dashing in old Marvel vs. Capcom games, dude. Trust. And why does that exist? Because the only way to dash outside of forward, forward, or back, back was to press 3 attack buttons. And unless those 3 attack buttons landed on the same fucking frame, you did not get a dash. So trust me, dude, I was there back in 1998 when I was playing this game. I was there when the accords were written. That shit was hard. If you wanted to try dash with Magneto or Storm or shit, you had to press all 3 attack buttons on the same fucking frame. So yeah, emulation of the game, when eventually happened, people were macroing triple punches. It was people were like, well, thank God. Like, that shit was extremely strict. It was nuts. It was 2? Not in the older ones, dude. In the older ones, you had to do all 3. It's 2 in MVC2.
まあ本当にやっぱり強調すべきは
This is cool.
本とこいっぱいあるんですけど、まあ本当にやっぱり強調すべき
What is this, Cap? Is that the physical counter?
やっぱりですけど、まあ本当に
Yeah, that's Cap doing the counter. It works against projectiles.
強調すべきは、まあ格闘ゲーム
Oh, he was saying he was 2. Ah, I see. I misread the chat. I was 2. Yeah, so that's Cap's counter special. He has like a counter special.
バトルの中では4対4というのがまず本当に意欲的で、
Very excited to see.
まあ今回4対4というまあ革新的なと
A lot happening here. Hold up.
まあ今回
Bro,
To
dude,
see.
what? Storm Dragon Punch assist, right? DP assist on Storm. That chick is up there. Jumping assist calls. Okay. We have air assists confirmed. Air assist. Cap comes in on the air assist. He literally replaces the same direction. Air assist shield slash. Doom comes in on the ground. Probably to do laser. Spider-Man multi-assists Ghost Rider and Iron Man. No, Doom does the aerial beam. Damn, I love how this shit looks, bro. I love it. I fucking love how fucking Doom and his beam looks. I love how the lighting goes, like, they finally inject like really dark shadows when there's a really bright light. Oh my god, dude. It's so sick. It has Kirby cackle everywhere. There's a lot of shit happening here.
まあ革新的
Yeah, so that's just characters calling a whole bunch of assists. This is literally 2-point characters calling 3 assists.
なところにチャレンジしてる
It is just Guilty Gear Strive. I didn't notice this, man. We just have dust? 2H it just enters dust anim? I'm sorry, this enters 2H Dragon Ball. Like, straight up. Dragon Ball camera. It's the same thing. Not Dragon Rush. No, this is just 2H follow-up.
チャレンジしてる中で4
Yeah. Very, very close to 2H Dragon Ball. That's not acting like an aerial rave. That's acting like Dragon Ball Fighters.
キャラクター練習しないと勝てないんじゃないのとか
Into the wall splat, into the wall break.
安心してください
Learning
Web ball. Auto dodge. Jesus. Dictor Dank has never looked better. I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to say my boy down here, Dictor Dank, has never looked better. This shit looks amazing, dude. Holy crap. Holy mother of God.
daunting, but
You know what I'm going to say? Whenever we see
the team at Arc
combos, they're
System
kind of
Works has
slow.
found a way to design a system that adapts to your playstyle. So you could either duke it out as just the leader and 3 assists, or you can tag in your assists to swap the leader and change the matchup on the fly.
Combos definitely have like a pace to them, you know? Like as we're looking at the speed of specials and shit, it looks like they're down 25%. It looks like they're like 25% slower than they normally would be. In fact, let's just... I'm going to take a moment in time as an example. It looks like it's more slower and methodical. They have a rhythm to them. It's Strive speed. It's not Dragon Ball FighterZ speed. It is Strive speed is what it is. That or it's a trailer thing. It could be a trailer thing. But 1.25. Watch this, chat. I think this will feel right. Maybe a bit too fast. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Let's do 1.2. 1.15. 25% is too much. Yeah. Yeah, now that's feeling relatively normal. You're right. There's just a lot. This is the exact same thing that happened in Mortal Kombat 1, where Mortal Kombat 1 felt like it was just too slow. Where it was like just a little too slow, you know? So now after seeing this run at this speed, which is like relatively normal speed for like any Dragon Ball FighterZ or like anything else, the game's running at like sort of a Strive speed is what I'm trying to say. Normal. Go back and watch it now. Now it's like I'm like watching every frame of animation, dude. I legit feel like I can see every frame of animation because it's running slow.
And change the matchup on the fly.
I'm really seeing everything.
I don't think
like holy crap, I'm not missing anything.
That adapts to your playstyle. So you could either duke it out as just the leader.
And I think game speed, game pace is going to be a pretty important thing, man.
Or you can tag
That's a big deal. MVC is too fast. Well, dude, play Dragon Ball FighterZ as fast as fuck. Like, DBFZ auto combos and shit are like boom, 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 boom. Like they're fucking quick, dude. It's not that this is necessarily. It's not that they have done games that were necessarily slow, but Guilty Gear Strive, as an example, was slower. Like they slowed things down. They made some very intentional, slow-pacing decision-making, right, when they were making that game. All I'm saying is that this ties the overall game pace and combo pace a bit closer to like a Guilty Gear, to what Guilty Gear Strive is. They want things to feel heavier and instead of things feel speedier.
Playstyle. So you could either duke it out as
just... it depends on how it feels, yeah.
The leader and 3 assists, or you can tag in your assists to swap the leader and change the matchup on the fly.
I don't think a lot of people...
It's a cool thing. I like that combo. That sequence is great.
Yeah,
to be fair, it's 4v4. Right, exactly. And that's another thing, you know? That is another thing.
続々とキャラクターも発表していきたいと思いますし、キャラクター以外のコンテンツというところも今後いろいろ出ていくと思います。今しばらく
Oh, did we just see Storm do a auto combo technically?
いろいろ出ていくと思います。
No, she had a different attack.
今しばらく楽しみにお待ちいただければなと思います。Stay tuned.
It's all cinematic stuff. Snapback. Hey, I think we're seeing a snapback animation. Yeah, good. High probability of snapback anim. You know. That state transition? You think so? There's no wall break. There's also this like big thing here. There's like this moment. Right? It could be a KO. That's true. It could be a KO anim. Would they do snapbacks if it forces people to learn more characters? Well, good question. Snapbacks, you literally cannot snap back a single teamed character. You know what? I'm going to call it. I don't think snapbacks are in the game. It can't be snapshot. Yeah, snapback, it cannot. There's one health. It's not that there's one health bar. Snapback becomes useless if you're fighting a hero team, right? A team that has only one character with 3 assists. What the fuck is the point? It becomes useless. So I think it's gone. right? I think snapbacks would work on a single health bar, but a 4-character team, I don't want to fight Cap, dude. I don't want to fight. I'll spend meter to fight somebody else. That's fine. Snapbacks, we think of the utility of snapbacks as forcing a character in to have their low health and force their low health into the fight. But think of it more like, we need to tag the other character out of here. Like, you're using this guy as an assist, like a Psylocke situation. I need to kill your assist, bro. Yeah, the health will be shared. Don't get me wrong. That's happening. The same health is going down. But if you're playing 3 assists, it's a useless mechanic. Unless they add usefulness to it, right? In Skullgirls, solo characters that can get snapback lose all recoverable health. There you go. And that's exactly what I mean. It's a useless assist until you add utility to it. That's the way things are. We're just not thinking forward. We're just not doing forward thinking, right? We're looking at it as in like the functionality of what it had before, so you can give it purpose, right? You can give it purpose in a solo situation. You can make it remove their bar. I don't know. Like, they can do some weird shit. It can make an assist not work. Yeah, it can disable an assist for a certain period of time. That kind of shit, you know? You sent a Brunty a video that has old gameplay if I want. Yeah, let's look at that. Where's it at? Venom would be cool. Here is the thing. Venom is kind of an MVC character. Like, even a lot of his representation in modern games is Marvel-like. Like in Marvel Rivals, he's got MVC colors. Probably Agent Venom. You know, I think in the same way they didn't give us Ghost Rider, right? We didn't get Ghost Rider. We got the new Ghost Rider, right? We got the different Ghost Rider that has been in Marvel vs. Capcom. How could they not? I mean, I think because they want to be different. Why? Right? I think they want to be different. They could have Carnage. They could have Agent Venom. They can have like different shit. What I'm trying to say is, outside of like a lot of Marvel's mainstays, which is already very curious that Storm is in here, because Storm is, by close association, very much a Marvel vs. Capcom character, right? So they have Storm in here. They have Doom in here, which is also very close in association, a Marvel vs. Capcom character. Obviously, we know they're Marvel characters, man, but like where we've seen them in games before. All I'm saying is that like there's going to be a bunch of obvious ones that will be in here. The Cap, the Spider-Man, you know, the Iron Man, all that shit. But at what point do they start introducing characters that have not been in versus games before, which is what they're talking about. And I think there's a chance where we're going to see different shit. I think there's a chance where Daredevil, exactly. Let's get Daredevil. Let's get Spider-Gwen. Let's get Nightcrawler. Let's start getting some of those fools that we just have not seen a lot of before. Jubilee is a great call. Let's hover away from the obvious like X-Men stuff that has clearly been in other games, even though I want it. I want to see Cable in this game, dude. I want to see Gambit in this, but like for real, many of those characters are pretty close to being classic MVC characters. And they straight said, we want to do different characters. Like they said, the roster that they have is going to be many that you have not seen in previous Marvel vs. Capcom games. I don't think we're getting Sentinel, dude. I don't think so. Silver Surfer, Beast, you know, like that kind of shit. And again, I don't think the game wants to be directly associated with Marvel versus Capcom. I don't think they want the direct association. I think if there is also a chance of something existing that, hey, maybe some of those more associated MVC characters can show up in a different game. They did say they want to focus on characters that are current and are going to be the face of Marvel. Did they say that? They added Doom because most likely Marvel told them about Avengers Doom. Did they say that? Because the only time I remember hearing them talk about characters, unless that was in a different interview, They said that in the developer follow-up where they, and what's it called, the blog, in the PlayStation blog, they said they wanted to use characters that were not in the previous games. They said that. Shit. Bro, are you telling me this game is still MCU tied down? They said they wanted to do both. Are we saying this is the same problem that MVCI had, my dude? They said both familiar faces and weird ones. Rivals is MCU tied down. My brother, Rivals has Wolverine at the front of it. No, it's not. Wolverine and Storm are in that game. No, it's not. Those characters are not a thing again. Not yet. They'll be around eventually, but they ain't a thing yet, dude. Rivals has Jeff. For fuck's sake. And Magic. It was the PlayStation blog I read already. Okay. Yeah. All I'm saying is that I'm hoping that it is... I'm hoping they get to hover into other stuff that actually makes the roster feel unique and different, because that's what made MVCI's roster feel super flat. That it was unable to hover and get some of the stuff that would make people happy. Because that's what Marvel 3's roster is, man. Marvel 3's roster on the Marvel side isn't amazing, but they get to hover. They get to have some of the X-Men that made it really popular while also having a lot of... They have a shit ton of variety, you know? If anything, the focused roster in Marvel 3, the whole point is, like, variety, you know? And I think if you're talking about the variety character in this game right now, it's Ghost Rider. Like, I think each character that's chosen to be in the first 8 that we're looking at, the whole point is that they're aiming for like a balance of variety, and Ghost Rider is that. Miss Marvel's in like everything now, dude. Miss Marvel was literally the hero fucking character of the Avengers game, so she's in everything. I don't know what you're talking about, Chad. That character seems everywhere. I don't know what you're talking about. Miss Marvel feels like she is practically the new Iron Man. So, yeah, let's get Blade, dude. Come on, let's get Blade. Where the hell is Blade? Where the fuck is Blade? Come on. That's a great one. Like, all the reasons why they couldn't do characters like Blade, and they talked about that before, like, actually doing it now. Yes. Please. All these reasons. We have too many gun and sword guys, which is why they said they couldn't do Blade before, and it's like, shut up. Shut up. Joe Bobo, thanks for the 5. Let's get the Marvel Nemesis back, please. I love those characters. Yeah. Damn, dude, I would think Thanos would be mad cool in this game. We're gonna have to make my personal picks of characters. We're gonna have to do that. God damn it, dude. I wanted to play the Switch. Ultima has a template. Where? Do we have a link to it? You want Abraxas? I don't even know who that is. You have to understand, chat. My association of Marvel is anything where it was close to Capcom. So unless your Marvel shit was close to Capcom at some point, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Throg? Emma Frost. That sounds familiar. Token roster template. Give it to me. Give it to me. I am the wrong guy to be asking. If you want to ask what a Marvel versus Capcom fan would want from Marvel characters, I'll tell you. But if you want the generalized Marvel fan, I don't the token Marvel roster? Hey, all right. All right. I'll take this. Here, let me open this up. Second chat. I'm going to put NBC music in the background. Is that going to sting? Or should we put Guilty Gear Strive music? Or should we put Dragon Ball music? Maybe Dragon Ball music. Is putting Marvel vs. Capcom music disrespectful now? Is that disrespectful? I think we have to put Dragon Ball music. Because, to be honest, the sound of the game is closer to Dragon Ball Fighters than anything. File, new, create, bam. Play Sega music. Yeah, I straight think that the same sound designer, audio guy, it sounds the same, man. They have a really similar theme, which is still good. I think it's the same sound dude that did Dragon Ball Fighters and that music, or that team.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Okay. All right. All right. I guess we're doing this before we have to jump into everything. We have to start investigating. I'm going to say where I think they go instead of just a fan roster, right? I think making a fan roster is just easy. So instead, let's try to fill up some of the spaces in this. By the way, how many spaces are we talking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Fair. Yeah, I think working with 30 spaces is pretty good. I think that's a fair amount. It isn't the desired amount. I think 36 is probably the perfect amount. It would also have to be divisible by 4. So maybe 32. Anyway, that being said, let's try to fill this roster and see if we can not make everybody happy, because we all know no roster in a fighting game is going to make everybody happy. It's impossible to make the internet happy nowadays. It's impossible. Instead, let's see what I'm gonna think what they would likely do between weirdos, between mainstays and characters we haven't seen before, all that kind of stuff. Let's see if we can pull a comprehension on what they're gonna do, and we'll check it out. For starters, Fantastic Four. Well, no. Let's get the obvious ones out of the way. Straight up. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, let's get a few out of the way. I think this is 100% a given. I think this is a absolute guarantee, and if this character isn't in the game, it is a massive miss. Something in the communication process has gone awry, and it's Wolverine. So, I think Wolverine is pretty much a given. That shit's happening, man. Sorry. I'm sorry, man. I think that there's another character that is 100% an absolute given. It is right here. This is another given. Wolverine again. Wolverine 2. Damn. 2 of them? Bone Claw's back. Another one. The Hulk. The green guy. I think the Green Lord is probably going to also be in the game as well. Pretty fair assessment that Hulk's going to be there. And then there's another super obvious one that almost is a guarantee to have to be here, especially in the modern Marvel. Hold on, I'm looking. There he is. Hulk again. God damn it, dude. Windows, chill. And it is Thor. Right. Wolverine, Thor, Cap, Hulk. Like, dude, all of these characters pretty much have to be in Marvel games, right? MCU shit. Like, these characters are defaulted. Like, they're not going to be there. There was a statue. There already is a statue with Captain America in it, you know? I think the other character that is a guarantee now, another, like, there's no way this character's not being in any roster from this point forward. Some of you disagree, but I don't think I disagree. Thor again. God damn it. This is stupid. Shit. How many times, Windows, how many times am I gonna have to copy and paste this shit, dude? Yeah, chat called it. Black Panther. I'm gonna put them over here. Black Panther. Pretty much will be in everything. Way too popular. There's no way you're gonna have a Marvel fighting game without Black Panther. And hey, you know, it's gonna be a very good call to have Black Panther because you can make his moveset not suck. Damn. We can have Black Panther without a whack-ass moveset like it was in MVCI? Shit. Fantastic Four? Dude, at launch? Hell no. You guys think you're getting the Fantastic Four at launch? You thinking, like, 20% of the roster is going to just Fantastic Four? Yes? Hell no, I don't think they would do that. Just because, chat, you realize movie is coming out in a few weeks. You realize this game is coming out a year after the movie, right? You understand that, right? We're not lit. This game is not coming out anywhere close to the movie. Nowhere close. It's 4v4. Chat. In what ways do you think that any of these characters... So, here... with that logic, with the 8 characters that are already in here, you're saying we need 4 Avengers, we need 4 Spider-Man, we need 4 Iron Man shits, we need 4 Miss Marvel shits, 4 Ghost Rider shits? No, dude, this stuff is random as fuck. 4 Guardians of the Galaxy? No. They're not doing that. I would not do that. Without that roster would be extremely limiting. 4 X-Men, like, I don't think they're doing that, dude. No. That would make the beginning roster very limited in terms of the scape of what you're pulling from Marvel. My dude. Like, I genuinely disagree. That would be the exact opposite of variety. Like, you'd only have so many things you're actually pulling from. Also, a reminder, chat. Dr. Doom's from Fantastic Four, right? Right? I'm just saying. He's from Fantastic Four. And you guys are saying that, yeah, 4 characters and shit. Okay, so who's getting left out? If I counted right, there's 4 characters in the Fantastic Four. Dr. Doom is a 5th character. So who are we leaving out? It's starting not to make any fucking sense. Yes. Yes. It's starting not to make any sense. If anything, I think you're getting 1 Fantastic Four character. 1 additional. And Mr. Fantastic. Brilliant. Brilliant deduction, chat. This is why we're not taking your advice. Oh, Stretchy McArm Chick is right there. Just Mr. Fantastic? Yeah, okay, so the character that literally does the exact same fucking thing is right there. We do not take the chat's advice on roster choices. How about we move forward and not backward? All right? Let's move forward and not back. Yeah, you know what? Let's stay to guarantees. Let's stay on guaranteed characters. And believe it or not, I think this is a guarantee. Why is yours right? Because the chat is dumb. I think this is an almost guarantee. There's a teaser and a stage for it, but that doesn't mean that the character cannot be in it. We've seen this happen so many times before in games. People look at a stage thing and they think that means it's not in here. Nah, bro, shut the hell up. Characters are fucking dead and they come back. I think Daredevil's in this game. Straight up. I think Daredevil is a playable character. I think he's in the base roster. I don't know. He has to be, right? Oh, I think this is also a guarantee. I think this is also a guarantee. Daredevil again. God damn it. Is in the game already. Is in the game. It's Captain Marvel. Right? She's literally in so many games. She's literally everywhere. Would I want Captain Marvel to be in the game specifically? Probably not. That's not a character I would play. But yeah, dude, she's in everything. She literally is in everything. Like, makes sense. That makes sense. Villains, please. I get you. I mean, all we're doing is we're already filling out half this roster with characters that are practically guaranteed to be in here. You know what I mean? Has enough variety, but these things are all very likely, dude. Like, very likely. Let's see. Let's see. We also have to start thinking of... We have a half a roster to think about weird shit. Right? We have half a roster to think about weird shit. Yeah. Is Rocket in this game? Is Rocket and Groot? He almost kind of has to be? No? It feels like it's a given, though, because it's a Marvel-only fighting game. But that's kind of the thing, is that do characters like Rocket and Groot not get to be in a game? These are the questions we have to start thinking about. To this music. See, the tough part is that I'm thinking like a dev, and I'm not thinking like myself. These are not the characters I want at all. Bitch, there would be 90% X-Men in here. I'm trying to think of where they're going to go. How are they going to do this, you know? And here's the thing. I don't know if this is going to happen, but I think it would be stupid. I think it might be stupid if this character isn't in the game. It would be foolish. Like, actually foolish. Captain Marvel again. Fuck this thing, man. Why do I have to do it twice? This shit would be foolish. Foolish. Just foolish if Venom isn't in the game, dude. He's arguably more, in many ways, just as popular as Spider-Man. Like, it would just be foolish. Man. Yeah, I'm starting to think of, what would Arc System Works do with some of these characters? Yeah. Yeah, this is also a very high probability. 1, 2, 3. I swear to God, dude, I don't get it. I literally have to do this twice. I'll just do it twice. High probability. Deadpool. Very high probability, dude. Venom again. Let's start thinking a bit more focused instead of more broad stroke. How many X-Men are in the game? Realistically, 4? Like, let's be real. I think 4 X-Men. 2? They can't. They can't. I think we can get 4 X-Men. I think it's a high probability. a full team of X-Men makes sense to me, you know? So what other two X-Men characters make it? I don't think Magneto's going to be in the game. I don't think so. I want to be wrong. I'll be honest. I want to be wrong. But I don't think Magneto's going to make it. Maybe later he could, but I don't think he's going to make it into the base roster. This is not a ton of spots, man. 30 spaces is not a ton of spots. Wolverine is the guarantee. There's no way you don't have a Marvel game without Wolverine. Oh, Deadpool's also technically an X-Men. Yeah. A full team of X-Men, but not a full team of Fantastic Four? Well, dude, I have a brain and eyes, and anybody that has ever existed on this earth knows that the Fantastic Four are not the X-Men. Unless that movie is really good. Like, let's be real. As much as you want to gaslight anybody to thinking that the Fantastic Four are better than the X-Men, that movie better be real fucking good, man. Yeah, you know what? I like that idea. I like that idea. Trying to find a clean image. Dude, can anything load? Can Chrome work? Can Chrome work? I like this idea. And it's also a little weird. It's also a little weird. But at the same point, not really, because he's been in other games, but Colossus would be really cool. That would be neat. He's not been in that many Marvel vs. Capcom games. Maybe. Cyclops? I would love to see Cyclops in this game. I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening. I'm gonna be real. He is iconic. I want him too. Cyclops with a jacket is literally GOAT status. I don't think it's happening. And here's another hot take. I think the roster is going to be fairly balanced between boys and girls. You know, I don't think it's going to be, because most of the Marvel vs. Capcom games so heavily skew dudes. I think it is also going to probably be a bit like maybe 1/3 is going to be at least girls, you know? I think they'll probably do that. Because those games tend to do pretty well. Just in general, for monetary purposes. Having more girls in them. With that being said... Is it Psylocke or Rogue, chat? I really want it to be Rogue. That's all I'm gonna say. Psylocke or Rogue. And I think I would really want it to be Rogue. We're already at the end of the X-Men list. Dude, if this game has like 8 fucking X-Men characters in it, it's going to be sick. If this game has like 8 fucking X-Men, that would be dope. 8 X-Men that haven't been in like everything, you know? But as much as there's some good picks in here, I already think this roster kind of sucks. Because it doesn't have all the things that I like. Like, I want 8 X-Men, dude. I legit want 8 X-Men. But thinking about how they're going to do it instead of what I want is tough. Because already I want several characters that aren't in here, you know? Just put all the Marvel 2 roster. I think they're going to try to have it not be a Marvel versus Capcom roster, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think they already talked about this. They don't really want to use Marvel versus Capcom characters, dude. And we're not talking about the Capcom characters, obviously. They already said in interview they don't want to use Marvel versus Capcom characters. Outside of having the mainstays, which you expect, they already said that. Expect mainstays, but they want to use other characters. So we have to start thinking of characters that aren't guaranteed, like obvious has been in everything NBC characters. But granted, Storm is here, but Storm's pretty popular, just in general. Yeah, no, I'm doing this straight up. This is a personal pick, and I think that would be smart. Personal pick, and it's smart. Oh, is this a leak? Oh shit. Let's not grab that. Personal pick and is smart. Blade, please. I don't think that is a goofy pick. I don't think even that's a weird pick. That's just to just be there, man. He's like one of the most fighting game characters in Marvel, period. I don't get it, man. It's nuts. Silver Surfer is kind of a weird fighting game take, and I think could be there. Batman, you mean Moon Knight? Yeah, and I'm still thinking from like a 90s era perspective for the most part. Yeah, chat. Do not going into ToeCon thinking you're getting a Marvel vs. Capcom Marvel side of the roster. They literally said don't. I'm just warning you. I am literally warning you. They said that. To expect other things. They said that. So if you are expecting a very Marvel vs. Capcom Marvel adjacent roster, it's not gonna happen, dude. They're doing other shit. Hold up. Pulling something up. Man. This is... I'm glad this ain't my job, dude. Boy, howdy. Am I glad this isn't my job. But Gamora's making it. Right? Is Gamora making it? She isn't, so no more Guardians. No Rocket, no other Guardians. So we're backtracking on that whole idea of having like multiples of characters to fill a team. We're backtracking? Yeah, no, we're not talking about DLC. This is not DLC. This is specifically the launch roster. Blackheart? Fuck, that would be cool. Ain't happening. Yeah, and we're running out of villains. We're running out of... We need more... We don't have villains. We don't have more girls. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 chicks. Already running into problems, chat. Running out of space. Yeah, I think the more I'm looking at this, the more I think this is a probably relatively safe call. Scarlet Witch. I could definitely see that happening. Can probably see that happening. Not the choice I would make, but it makes sense. Yeah, we know about the Dazzler advertisement all over the place. There's also J. Jonah Jameson and all of this shit. I don't think she's making it in. I think she'll make it in later. Oh! Dude, guess who I... What's the name of the girl that... The K-pop girl, chat? She's making it in, dude. 100%. Who's the K-pop girl? What's her name? Luna Snow. She's that character is 100% making it into the game. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Do I personally want it? Not necessarily. It's not a pick that I would make, but without a doubt. I think she's making it into the game. We have to start leaving this open for villains. And you know what? I think this is also happening. It's so hard to make a tier list that tries to make everybody happy because nobody's going to be happy, dude. That's crazy. You almost have to acknowledge that if you have a tier list, if you have a roster in a fighting game, you have to piss people off. Like, you have to know that it's going to piss people off. You have to know. We need the gimmick character. There needs to be, like, a goofball gimmick character. I think Jeff will make it ahead of Rocket. Yeah. I think so, too. I think that'll happen. Yo, Eric, thank you. Female bad guys outside of Hella, chat. Come on. Any female bad guys outside of Hella? Mystique. Dark Phoenix, I don't think it's happening again. Black Cat? No way we have a Spider-Man adjacent female character and we don't put in Gwen, right? No way. Emma Frost? Yeah, kinda. Iron Fist. Shang-Chi. This is so tough. Jesus, man. Lady Deathstrike? We're still missing Doctor Strange, yeah. Ain't no way Doctor Strange ain't gonna be in here. Yeah, this isn't my personal list. This is where I think they're gonna go. This is like, I'm trying to get the balance of what they have spoken about, what they've talked about in the past. Again, chat, the roster of the game was figured out 2 years ago. So none of this has any effect on what the hell is happening. All I'm trying to go is from the perspective where I think they are going to go. What kind of roster will they do? You did no weird cut? Jeff is weird. Hasn't been in a fighting game. Maybe isn't that weird. No, I don't think Silver Samurai or Moon Knight are made. Well, that's an interesting thing to consider. Japanese characters, right? Characters that are hella weeby in nature. Psylocke, Silver Samurai, you know? Do characters that are mega weeby by nature make it in? Hmm. Looking at multiple Marvel characters on these lists. Hold on. We legit need more bad guys too. Like legit. And you have to have the best Marvel bad guy. Yeah, I think this is almost a given as well. We need like the best Marvel bad guy or the ultra Marvel bad guy. Thanos. That probably is gonna happen. Loki, yeah. Lokish Yokish. Thurkish Durkish. This is so tough. Ultron, probably a very high likelihood. Mr. Sinister? I don't think so. I think it would be cool, but I don't think so. Characters like Omega Red and shit, I don't think that shit. Man, dude, if Omega Red was in this game, I would fucking flip. I don't think it's happening. Yeah, and the more I think about it, the more I think this is a pretty high likelihood. Doc Ock. Remove Jeff, put in Rocket. Everybody extremely enthusiastically said they don't give a fuck about Rocket Raccoon anymore, and they want another weird small character. So we have eliminated Rocket Raccoon out of existence. Everybody enthusiastically was like, fuck that hairy lizard. You know what? Yeah, I can definitely see this shit. I can also definitely see this. No Cyclops? I don't think Cyclops is making it into this game, but again, I want to be wrong. I don't think Cyclops is making it in. I don't think Magneto's making it in. I want to be wrong. I think Punisher will make it in, though. Yeah, I think Punisher's making it in. Frank. Why do you think that, though? Because the devs have specifically said that they want to deviate away from characters that had been in Marvel vs. Capcom fighting games before. They want to they want to move away from it. They don't want to layer too much over movesets and shit like that. I think it's also because you obviously aren't going to avoid that at all points. You're going to have plenty of characters that will be in every single fucking Marvel game. But you have to start thinking of some of the things that never made it in there and what would be good. Yeah, you know what? I agree. You know what? I'm gonna go back on my I'm gonna reel back a little bit on my feelings here. And I'm gonna add a 5th X-Men because I think this character should 100% be in this fucking game, dude. Like, this character should 150% be present in this game. And I am probably going to be a little upset if she isn't. And it's almost a bummer that she has never ever been fully playable. Jubes. Jubes. She has to be, dude. Come on. Who? Just one of the best X-Men. Like, straight up. Oh, man. She's such an Arc System Works character, dude. She's such an... Imagine her design in this game. I get hell of excited thinking about that shit, bro. Make her a vampire? Lick my nuts. I want to see Jubilee. I want to see a fucking yellow and pink jumpsuit. Please, dear God, dude. Chat, and with that, we have 3 spots left, and nobody's happy. Right? We've gotten there. We're at a 30-character roster, which is a lot for a brand new launch fighting game. Every character in this game is unique. We're at 3 spots left, and everybody's still pissed. You're pretty happy with this? Really? It's not bad. It isn't bad. I realize how Marvel vs. Capcom coded I am. I really do. I realize how MVC coded my brain is. Because this roster already doesn't make me inherently super happy. It does not. I'm looking at this, and this is my expectation roster. It's definitely missing a lot of the things that have the Marvel magic to me. But there's a few in here that I would be pretty enthusiastic about, which is like Blade and Jubilee. That would be fucking cool, dude. I would have to make a wish list. This is my assumption list where I think they're gonna go, but this is not my personal list. I've tried to keep as much personal stuff out of here. Missing a Fantastic Four member. Which one? If you say Reed, then you have to tell the devs to take her out. The Thing? Next to Hulk? Big body, big smashy characters? Unless they turn Hulk into like a command grab guy. They could do that. Thing versus Hulk is also an interesting idea. Do you think Miles Morales is joining? I think he could be DLC. I don't think he's in the launch roster. Hawkeye. Hawkeye is like the only Avenger that I'm leaving out of this, man. He's like the only one. I don't think Nova's making it. I don't. I think Captain Marvel will make it instead of Nova. Then you're putting in Black Widow. I think she kind of has to make it, right? She almost has to. And we still don't have that many, like, crazy weirdos. We need to have one real big fucking weirdo. And Jeff isn't as much a weirdo anymore as he's like a unique. He's a unique character. We need a fucking weirdo, dude. Give me something fucking weird, chat. Weird, but not that weird. Like, MODOK was the weirdo of Marvel 3. He was the weirdo. That being said, let me just put this in here too because I think it's happening. Let me just drop this in here because I do think it's gonna happen. Bro. Yeah. Pretty sure Black Widow is gonna make it. Mojo. Fuck. Fuck. That's good, dude. Whoa, now that's a weirdo. I mean, granted, I know Mojo because of X-Men shit, but that is definitely a good-ass weirdo. Frogman? You made that up. Devil Dinosaur? A good question. Chat. Is this a game with a bunch of bipedal shitheads? Jeff is a really big tosser out of that concept. He's a weirdo. He's more of a Marvel vs. Capcom character. I got a question. Is this a game of a bunch of bipedal shitheads? 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes? Is that what literally what Arc System Works does? Can Arc System Works do really weird? The weirdest that Arc System Works gets is Aracune and shit. They can get pretty weird if they want. Bedman, yeah, they get pretty fucking weird. Dragon Ball Fighters, not really. Like, there was a couple of the largest character was Broly. They really did not stretch that much with Dragon Ball Fighters. Most things were Goku likes. Yeah, Zappa kind of weird, but Zappa also stuck in the 90s or some shit. Stuck in like the early 2000s. You have to realize, chat, modern Arc System Works is very different than old Arc System Works, the 2D era Arc System Works. So I don't think a character like Aracune is going to happen again. Faust is about as weird as they get now. That's a good point, but he's legacy, you know? How weird would they get in this game? Blue Team doesn't really exist anymore. And you know what? Shit, man. There's an obvious villain that is very obviously most likely going to be here. And it is an obvious one. Is he even obviously on here? Obviously. Was he not in this game? Fuck, he might not have been in this game. Yeah. That also makes a lot of sense. That also makes a lot of sense that Ultron would be in here. Safe. Yeah, no, it is. It is. Yeah, that's relatively safe. He's not a weirdo. That is not a weirdo pick. That's like a realizing we don't even have him in here yet. You know? And it's another villain. We needed another villain. He's in literally everything, dude. We're still missing Doctor Strange. Yeah, we are. Colossus... You know what? Colossus is almost like the deep-cut weirdo X-Man. He almost is. Let's start thinking of bad guy X-Men that isn't Magneto or Sentinel. Then there's Dr. Sinister or Mr. Sinister. Apocalypse. That would be fucking cool. God damn. Damn, dude. Apocalypse would be super fucking cool. Juggernaut also would be really cool. You know what? Silver Samurai? I think I'm gonna sub in Apocalypse for Colossus. I think I'm gonna do that. No Cable? I don't think Cable's gonna be in the game. I don't think so. Onslaught, too obscure. A little, I think Onslaught is a little too obscure. Bastion. This one is also going to sort of tie into a personal... Yeah, I would love to see them Apocalypse this shit. And yeah, you know what? I think I got the last one. I think I got the last one. I think this is also technically a weirdo, quote unquote, but also benefits another character. I think this works. Sure. And now you got a roster with likely most of the mainstays, you know? That's not Iceman. That's Silver Surfer, not Iceman. You got a roster that has most of the mainstays that people expect to be in a Marvel game, the expectations, while not hovering too much into the Marvel versus Capcom-ness, which they're clearly trying to get away from. They're trying to avoid that in many ways, and they have publicly said so. To the point where maybe, just maybe, there's enough characters in here that are odd ducks that have not been in many fighting games before that would be kind of Arc System Works adjacent, you know? 70% is NPC coded. Well, there's a reason for that. Marvel vs. Capcom games are two rosters, right? This game doesn't have that problem. It only has to be dedicated to one side. So when you're looking at, oh, the game is half of its MVC coded, well, that's because half of MVC games are fucking only half Marvel characters, you know? This is just Marvel now. But again, MVC games have also set up an expectation that people want certain characters to be in the game. Like, dude, there's no way you're getting a modern Marvel fighting game that doesn't have, like, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, Hulk, Thor, I'd say Black Panther's in there as well. Venom would be foolish to not have in a Marvel in a fighting game, in a Marvel fighting game. Like, most of those are just guarantees, you know, like guarantees. I think also Captain Marvel is likely a guarantee. It's still missing Doctor Strange. Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is. He did not end up making it, you know, but this doesn't include DLC. There's a lot of variety here, right? And to be real, the variety that you're sort of seeing throughout this shit kind of matches the weird-ass variety that's up here with this shit. None of this shit makes any sense. The closest sense is that these two guys are Avengers, right? And then she has some association all over the place, and Spider-Man some association all over the place, and then Fantastic Four and Ghost Rider and X-Men, and then Guardians. Like, this shit is all over the place, man. Like, this doesn't make sense. It's not 2-2-2-2. No. It's everywhere. So I think based on the first 8, that they'll take a pretty big, like, broad stroke variety approach to the roster, but we'll see. Now, question being, Max, would this be my choice of the roster? Hell no, dude. Bro, my roster has 99% Marvel vs. Capcom 2 characters in it. My roster has the majority of MVC2 X-Men. My roster is 75% X-Men, dude. At least. Like, this entire list, this is reserved for these characters. This entire list from this point down is X-Men, and maybe I'll toss in some weird ones. Maybe. X-Men is so closely coded to the shit that I like about Marvel, you know? And I would have to very closely evaluate what I want on that, to the point where even if they made an X-Men versus Capcom or like an X-Men versus Street Fighter, bitch, I'd be happy with that shit because it's just X-Men. We just get X-Men? Fuck, it's the best ones. Let's go. Damn, we don't have to worry about Thor and Cap? Fuck them. Sorry. Fuck Thor and Cap. And Spider-Man? Fuck them. Let's go. Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm stepping back a bit and just looking at this shit. That's not a bad roster. That tries to hit most notes. And the more I think about it, like, this will hit most notes that'll have people happy, but not everybody. I think you're making like a 75% happy, where things are relatively safe, but with some funk. There's a little bit of funk in there. You got a Loki, you got a Apocalypse. Rogue is relatively funky. Jeff is funky. Luna Snow is kind of expected, I think. Jubilee is sort of funky. Doc Ock is kind of funky. Blade is funky in a great way. Some characters are a little weird. I definitely think that Daredevil, I think, is almost a given. I don't think he's funky. I think he's, like, obvious. List is too boring. Right. And anybody that would say it's safe or boring wants a bunch of weirdos. You just want Beta Ray Bill. You want Shumagorath, you want Havoc, you want a bunch of fucking weirdos, you know? And I get it. No, I'm telling you right now, chat, I'm gonna break it to you. I'm gonna measure the emotions in the room. A Marvel-only roster is not going to make everybody happy. A 30-character roster at the start of a 4v4 fighting game has zero chance of making everybody happy, dude. There's no way. There is, and here's the problem. This isn't a 30-character roster that gets to pick up off the work of 30 years of development and design. It doesn't. They're starting from scratch. So 30, honestly, at this point, feels generous. 30 feels generous, dude. So they're not able to just use the same characters that they had from previous games. There is no previous games. They aren't Marvel vs. Capcom characters. They're completely different. So yeah, I mean, to be real, 24 is more likely. You're gonna have to cut an entire chunk of this shit down. Yeah, DLC, the game will get support for years, don't get me wrong. The game will have support for years. That's happening. 40 is the sweetest spot, man. Oh boy. This is not, yeah, it's not going to make MVC people happy. I don't think the roster needs to make MVC people happy. I don't think it will, nor do I think it should. And again, the devs have said don't expect that. Like, no kidding. The developers have straight up said do not expect 40 characters. I'm sorry, do not expect Marvel vs. Capcom characters or Marvel vs. Capcom Marvel-sided characters. There's obvious ones, but no. Those expectations have been set from Marvel 3 as well as Marvel 2. So, you know, chat, you know the only way you get a Marvel roster of a fighting game that might make most people happy? You know the only way that happens? It's if you have 30 years of legacy to pull from. If you have the moveset, models, and close design that is in literally Marvel Infinite as well as Marvel 3, and you can pull from that and use that. Like, no shit. That's so much give space. There is so much there that allows them to make like a 50-character roster in potentially a Marvel versus Capcom situation, but that's not that's not sound anymore. Marvel 2 doesn't really count. Design counts, but like most of the animations and movesets can 100% be repurposed, dude. Like a lot of that shit got repurposed in MVCI and it was fine. And they worked good. And you could do it with actually making them not look like butt. Like, you can make them look great with a great art style, and most of those movesets and everything would look fine. If it meant that we get more characters, oh, fuck yeah. Oh, god damn, fuck yeah. Because if there's one thing, Tokon doesn't really set up for, like, a franchise expectation of everyone is here. Not really, man. I don't think Tokon is already trying to go for, like, an everyone is here thing. It's a new game. They're trying to just sell you on the fact that their crazy Weeb Marvel is cool. Weeb Marvel is cool, right? Yeah, everyone likes Weeb Marvel. The Everyone is Here game is a Marvel vs. Capcom, dude. Like an MVC game with all of its legacy and shit is where that is. Yo, Guts of Rivia, thank you, dude. They'd be able to give Wolverine his iconic specials like Berserker Barrage, or would Capcom trademark stop that? No. That already happened, man. You're not getting Capcom-associated moves. No. Wolverine will be doing different shit. All these characters are already doing different shit. Spider-Man does not do Spider Swing, for fuck's sake. Or Spider Sting. These characters are different. This is not a Marvel vs. Capcom game, you know? They seem to be pretty emphatic about that. Oh, that's a great question. Who the hell would I play on this roster? What is my team of 4 on this roster? That's a great question. I wasn't even thinking of that. Oh, God. I wasn't even thinking who I would play. Jesus. So, obviously, Dictor Dank. Obviously, Jubs. Jubs is in there. I think maybe Ghost Rider. Maybe. Apocalypse I would dab in. I would definitely dabble in Venom. I would definitely dabble in Blade. Rogue for sure. Rogue for sure, dude. I think a fun team would probably be Jubilee, Rogue, Ghost Rider, Doom. That might be what I would first go with. But Jubilee and Rogue would be in everything, you know? They would be in every fucking team. I would just make them work. How many characters does MVC2 have? Like 54. Who's your lead in that team? If we're talking about the character that is never leaving any team, it's probably Doom. Second to Rogue. Doom second to Rogue. And then, yeah. It's definitely Dr. Doom. But Dr. Doom might not be nearly as fun. I'll be honest, man. I'm so deeply associating Dr. Doom with what I know him in existing games. He might just suck. His moveset might not be great. He might just be weird. Seeing Doom not have like his mobility and shit, his, like, boosting mobility is odd that he's, like, a teleporter now. Dude, it's also bizarre to see Ghost Rider not being a ranged character. Like, no kidding. Ghost Rider is no shit like a close-range brawler. He does not have, like, Eat Chain. He does not have any of that shit, dude. His normals are literally normal. They're not big. They're not Dalsum length. It's like, whoa, shit. He has like just a whip that moves in front of him. New Ghost Rider, new moves, pretty much. That's the whole point. He wasn't before? Oh yeah, he was. I mean, have you played MVC? In the 2 games he was in, he was literally the big ranged character. Stand H begs to differ, my dude. It reaches nearly full screen. At any point. And it doesn't cost anything. Well, they have 4 character all specials. I think all the characters in this game are getting 3 to 4 special moves each. Yeah, I think they're going to be relatively simple. I think most characters are not going to be overtly complicated. You're not getting Guilty Gear characters in this game. I don't think you're getting that level of like weird depth and gauges and shit. Rogue might have like a kissing gauge or some shit like that. There might be something like that across the board, but I don't think you're getting anything really crazy because it is 4v4. Yeah, we're comparing it to Dragon Ball FighterZ level character depth, which is still good. Yeah, and already, chat, we did some gameplay comparisons. The game looked like it has 2 Ls from Dragon Ball FighterZ, and it also has whiff auto combos. So we've already seen some things that are like very closely Dragon Ball FighterZ associated when you slow the footage down. We literally watched a whiffed auto combo still continue, which is absolutely Dragon Ball FighterZ adjacent. Let's save this. Yeah, let's save this so we can revisit it. So only 8 female characters. Yeah, I think they'll hover around that. Yeah. About like 1/3 to 1/4 ish female characters, which is much more than any other Marvel fighting game. Much more. Way more. What is the DBFC base roster number? I think they started at 24. I think they started at 24. MVC2 had a lot? No, not really. Not a ton. I think MVC had like 6 or 7. I'd have to go back and look. How many girls are in Marvel 2? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, there's a healthy amount. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's way more than I thought. Yeah, there's like 15. Fuck. 16? But it's also like a lot of them are on the Capcom side. Like a lot of them are Capcom associated. How many girls are on the Marvel side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five. Right? Am I missing anything? Oh, there's another one. Roll was down here. Yeah, most of them are on the Capcom side. Yeah, MVCI had 4. There's only 4 girls in MVCI. There's like 2 in the core roster. So we're saying biking gets added as later DLC. I don't think they're doing that shit at all, man. I do not think this is a crossover game. Yeah, I don't think we're getting guest characters. Here is the best case scenario. Best case scenario, chat. Best case scenario. I'm gonna say it again. 2 years down the line, we're waiting for the latest update from Marvel Tokon Fighters. They're approaching 40 characters, and they say there's going to be 2 guest characters. Those guest characters are Virgil and Strider Hiryu. And that is because a Marvel vs. Capcom 4 trailer comes out within the same week. And the games are actually, instead of fighting each other, instead of the games literally cheating on each other and trying to steal the relationships of the others, they're actually benefiting. And this game is almost handing the baton to the next Marvel Capcom game. It is the ultra fucking copium, man. It is copium in like chocolate form. It is the most impossible scenario. It is so fucking peak that it's impossible. It's copium that has reached liquid form. It's giga copium, dude. So anyway, you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. That ain't happening. You know why it's not happening? Because Marvel vs. Capcom has now returned to the 2,000 gift subs. The chance of it coming back has returned to 1 in 14,605,000 chance. Doctor Strange is going to have to manipulate some timeline to get that shit to come back, dude. That motherfucker is toast. So, either way. Ain't happening anytime soon. No time soon. Let me save this. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think I would love Psylocke. I would actually really like to see what Arc System Works would do with Psylocke as a character in her moveset. I would love that, man. That shit would be amazing, dude. That shit would be fucking amazing. We're getting a Final Fantasy Tactics stream. Not with the game coming out. No, we're waiting. No. We're waiting. I don't need to play through Tactics again. I don't want to play through Tactics again and then play through it again. Hell no, dude. We're waiting until Tactics comes out. It's only a couple months away. Do you think DC will ever get the same level of treatment like Tokon and Marvel vs. Capcom? Listen, dude. I'm going to be real with you here. If you're going to ask a developer to come in and make a roster and a whole bunch of characters in the same vein of like Tokon or MVC, I have really good news for you because it exists, my dude. It's right here. It's right there. Injustice 2 has got like fucking everything. Look at all these fucking weirdos. Look at this. I don't know. I forgot what this guy's name is. Scream Woman, Wet Man, Bug Lord, Helmet Guy, Green Dude, Bugman 2. Shit, dude. Dark Side, Cold Guy, Scary Guy, Raiden. Like, shit, man. It's here. Small Dude, Fire Chick. It's fucking here, man. This game does have a lot of fun shit if you don't plan on playing other people. If you play other people, it's kind of rough. Hellboy! Swamp Thing! Shit. Swamp Thing? This guy sucked, dude. Fuck Red Hood. I could not believe it. I don't think I've ever been that disappointed in the way a character plays in my life. Holy shit, dude. Visceral disappointment. Dude, that shit was nuts. This is like the coolest looking character. And the way this guy played created tangible angst for everybody that played him. It was unfathomable how lame this bitch could be in gameplay. I could not believe it, dude. He was so fucking lame. He had a cool cinematic super, but like his moveset was ass. His normals and moveset were he looked bored. He was sitting, he was like, he just looked bored doing shit, dude. Oh, Jesus, god damn, dude. Spawn in MK11 was a Greek god of gameplay compared to Red fucking Hood. That character was a true piece of shit. I did not like him, man. His good moves were gear locked. Exactly. Like all of the shit that would have made him really fun was locked behind gear. What the fuck? I'm opening up this Switch. Anyway, hi chat. I was so disappointed. I don't think I've ever been that disappointed in a character in a fighting game ever. Like, cause he looked so cool and I was waiting for a really cool character in Injustice 2 and Jesus Christ, man, he was fucking. Anyway. By the way, chat, if you want to sign up for EVO, right down there. We have a discount code for 21% off the EVO registration. So, you know, it's Vegas 21. Suck my toe. Type shit. Do it. Do it. Testing Smash on it? No, I'm playing Soul Calibur 2. This is my Soul Calibur 2 machine, dude. I don't know. There's other games on this thing? There's other games on this? They have other games? What? Includes full game download for Mario Kart World. I'll just throw that away. I'll just toss that. We don't need that. I just got to get to the Soul Calibur part of it. Is there anything that says Soul Calibur on this? Nope. Nope. Is it from GameStop? It only has a giant staple right in the middle of it. It only has a collection of staples that make a happy face on the front, chat. Is that a problem? Is that an issue? They make a happy face. No, that's fine. Could be an issue. By the way, for everybody that's here, be prepared. Tomorrow at 2? Is it 2 o'clock? There's speed holes. Make more incisions. 2 o'clock Pacific. Yeah, 2 p.m. Pacific. 5 p.m. Eastern. Summer Games Fest happens. You guys remember that state of play that happened? Literally yesterday? Where, like, the world took place? That was part 1 of 3. Okay? That was literally part 1 of 3. So for those of you that are wondering if we can have another event like that again, technically the big show is Summer Games Fest tomorrow. Like, the one in the middle might actually be even bigger. But Sony came out sweet. This fucker is huge. Whoa. This thing is way bigger. Oh, that feels nice. Damn. Okay. It's a big ass phone. Hello? Hello? It is a phone, dude. It's a fucking... Yo! Dude, it's the N-Gage. Wait, no. Dude, it's the N-Gage. Hey, can you hear me? Hey! I'm playing Tomb Raider. No, I'll meet you at the theater. Yeah. What do you mean you can't hear me? Shut up! Are those in the wrong position? Are those in the wrong position? Have those always been there, chat? Look at you. Look at you in that shiny ass screen. Have these always been here and here? On the other ones? These feel wrong. Like, it doesn't feel like the camera... Those are right? It's like they always did the Xbox way? You know? Controller, D-pad, controller, buttons. They always did it that way? I for some reason, I think I remember them doing it the PlayStation way. Well, okay then. My hands are too big for this shit, dude. Then get the original Switch. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? What? This is literally a cell phone. Hello? Speak louder. This is literally a fucking cell phone. Look at this shit. It actually is the size of... Oh my god, dude. Bitch. Look at this. This thing's fucking massive. This is just a Steam Deck. This thing is so much bigger. Like, it is significantly huger. Dude, it's fucking big. And it's kind of heavy too, to be real. It's kind of heavy. Turned on. It definitely turned on. Okay. It does have a decent weight to it. But without OLED, the screen still looks fantastic. I'll be the judge of that. Okay. Get you some audio. Can you hear that? Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll let you listen to this, chat. Hold on.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Sorry, Chad, I fell in the toilet. Sorry, Chad. I fell in the toilet. Fell right in. Anybody else get these?
Welcome back to
Who else got these?
Stage of history.
The Walmart Pringles. For some reason, you bought Switch shit, and Walmart gives you a Coke and Pringles. Like, what the hell? I bought a Switch controller from Walmart, and it came with free Pringles and a Coke. You got those two with a Coke, yeah. Weird. Checking. Oh, you want me to do this? Dude, what the why do I have to? Why do I have to listen to anything? Oh, is that what that is? Ah. Ah, I see. Downloading. How did you get Bojack? What the hell? You got a bunch of random shit?
So boom, I get it all this. I never asked for this, bro. They calling me a fat ass nigga.
Well, I clicked on that Keith video. Sorry. I did definitely click on the Keith video of him opening up the same thing I got. My bad. I didn't come with a warning. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. I'll enjoy my chips too. They know it. That Coke is crazy, dude. I looked at that Coke and dude, that bitch said 65 grams of sugar. I'm like, they're trying to kill us. They're trying to kill us and then take our Switches back. Literally gonna murder your ass. These are assassination attempts. As I eat the not food. This tastes like cardboard. These are not chips, dude. Cheese cultures? System update complete. Is the chip like cheese? High Olex soybean sunflower oil? No, they're made out of dried potatoes. Degerminated yellow corn flour, maltodextrin, and mono and glycerides, diglycerides. I don't want to transfer. If I don't transfer, is that okay? Is that okay if I don't transfer, chat? Can I just, like, set up my shit? Yeah, okay. I don't think I need all my bullshit on here. Okay, gotta look this shit up. I'd imagine the transfer's super fast. Doesn't take too long. Well, the thing is, I don't want any of that shit on my this system. Right? I don't want any of that shit. I can just download my stuff from the cloud. Hold up. Look. I have to log into the internet to even use this thing. Did we not try to burn people at the stake only 10 years ago for that? But if it's Nintendo, it's fine. Right? Yes. He's fine.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Shit. There it is. How's the Switch looking? We're logging into it. Hey! It has made a satisfying sound. You own nothing. You own nothing. Happy birthday. You own nothing. Where do I go to GameCube? Ah, yes. Brother, how many... Dude, I'm literally logged into this system. How many times do I have to log in? My God. Forever. So what do I want? The Nintendo Switch expansion pack? Which one is Nintendo Switch expansion pack is the one that... Right? Okay. Okay. Bro, they're making me sign in again. I have signed in 3 times. Ain't got no time for this shit, bro. We've strayed too far from God.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Yay! Okay. Close this shop. So close this abhorrent shop. Oh, maybe I need to go back in to play it. What's my barcode? My barcode? It's on my ass. I tattooed it. To my ass. Features with online play. Games with online play. Nintendo Classics. GameCube. Oh, you have to download it. Oh. I am downloading Soul Calibur. I am downloading it. It's making me sign in again, for fuck's sake. I've clicked remember me 4 times. Holy shitty nipples. It's downloading. Finally. I got it to download. Finally. Enter penis size. Alright. Chat, how do you spell 16 inches? Alright, let me see if I can plug this shit in. Okay, here we go. What? Oh. Cables. Okay. Cables. Cables. Controller bra. The taint smells good. Okay. You just had to... Chat, what are you telling me? You don't sniff your console's chode? Jesus, man. How are you ever going to get to know it? Just sniff the cons... Just... Gotta form a close relationship here. I mean, how are you supposed to trust each other if you haven't licked your console's chode? Okay. Throw all that away. Okay. Wildest Switch unboxing. Wildest Switch unboxing. Oh, the USBs seem like they're in a much better spot. So check that out. They're in the side. You know? I'm going to be plugging in an arcade stick in a second. So you know. Actually, does anybody else have the Octo? I do have the Octo arcade stick downstairs. I think that'll work. I think no shit, if I plug in the Octo to this thing, it'll work. Oh, maybe I get a chance to show that off. Anyway. Snackbox works? Nice. HDMI. I guess this system might need a high-speed HDMI cable if we're going to do 4K 120, but I don't think most things will be doing 4K 120. I think, like, the console... I don't think I need it for Soul Calibur, but I think even the menus of the Switch 2 are only in 1080p. Somebody was bitching about that. They're like, why the fuck are the menus so shitty? Well, you know. If it only outputs 4K 60, then, yeah, a regular HDMI is fine. You don't need 2.1 for that. Xeno 3 as well. Yeah, so how many things are confirmed to be better, right? How many things are confirmed to actually, like, look and perform better from the previous systems that weren't technically, like, highlighted to be such? People were saying that, like, yeah, Xenoblade 3 apparently is a lot better. Bayonetta 3 is now a solid 60 FPS. Didn't Bayonetta 3 have, like, a really shitty dynamic resolution and ran at a shit frame rate? Smash load time is insane. This is awesome. This is great. I'm almost surprised that they didn't market this, you know? It's kind of funny. Astral Chain is tight now. Doom 2016 also looks a lot better. That's sick. See, this is some of, like, the best aspects of the system, right? And it's funny that they almost were not marketing it. Monster Hunter Rise is better. I could see that. Dread has faster loading. That makes sense. Yeah, well, any game that has a hard cap of gameplay is going to not break that cap, you know? But if games were anywhere between an unlocked frame rate of 30 to 60, then yeah, you know, they'll run most likely at 60 now. Likely just going to run 60 FPS straight up. What? 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 What's this little slot back here? Oh, is that for a fan? What goes back here? What's this thing?
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Is that just a... Is it a pull tab? It is. Look at that. I broke it. Look at that. Oh, and there's where that goes. Oh, that's where the fucking HDMI cable is. Brother, what? This is a 4-foot HDMI cable, chat. 4 feet. Multi-billion-dollar company making multiple billions of dollars of profit every single year. Billions of dollars in profit. Here's a 4-foot cable. Not even 6 feet. This isn't even going to reach. Like, I don't even know if this reaches that far for my scaler. Billions. This could barely go up. If you have like an 80-inch TV, you have to like position this thing close. Like, it would cost you 10 more cents to give a normal 6-foot cable. 10 more cents. Is it really refurbished? Nah. That's an official Nintendo cable. This almost has to be an HDMI 2.1, right? It has to be an HDMI 2.1. There's no way. These big companies didn't become big companies by, you know, being generous. So when you actually run into the big companies, chat, that want to sell you a $1.50 Costco hot dog, you better appreciate that shit. Because it isn't going to be around for much longer. Wet. Hold on. Wet. So how does this work? Where do these fucking cables go? Cables want to stick out that part, right? Still unboxing? Dude, still downloading. I am still downloading Soul Calibur. Or downloading the GameCube thing. A little trashy. Right? Yeah, where the hell is the Ethernet port on this thing? Oh, wow, it's tucked. Whoa, the Ethernet port is right next to the fans. Okay. It's crammed in there. It's really, it's crammed like back there. So here's what you have to do. You can't just like stick this back on because the cable's get in the way. You have to like tuck this down in there. And then, you know, and it kind of, but there's no like, there's no cable wiring in it. There's no like notches for you to like, you know, stick this and have it push up against something. You just have to like, cute. I would call it trashy. That's a little trashy. You know? It's almost like I almost wish that they just had like an adapter instead of having these go in there and it just comes out here, right? But instead they save as much money as possible. The system's already $450, okay? That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Okay. Okay. So the cable's gonna wiggle the whole thing around and it gets placed down? Well, yeah. That's the nature of it. This is still downloading. Let me go find some space for this. Some spots. I'm going to go find spots for these. Chat, I found spots. You find spots? Space for these. Ah! Ow!
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Alright, I found it. I downloaded Soul Calibur. Came with a 3D printer.
Welcome back.
Got Soul Calibur. These are tiny, dude. Look how tiny these games are, the size of my hand. Shit, bro. Look at this. This is Soul Calibur 2 comes in. Jesus, man. Look at that. Fuck. This is like the smallest disc. Look at that shit. What the fuck? It's freaking, look at the screenshots. It looks bad. Bad. I think it looks bad. It looks like a toy. This was the same Japanese version of Soul Calibur I imported from Lick Sang when we were trying to play this game a few months early. And we did. And it was great. All people that play fighting games back in the day knew, I ain't fucking waiting for that shit to come out. Japan is a place that has it for me right now. Get my ass in there. Let's go. I ain't fucking waiting for this shit. chat, is the old Switch USB-C cable fine? Is the old Switch USB-C cable okay? They have the same power throughput? No? Why not? Why not? Why not? No? Oh. Shit! Ugh.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
I'm gonna throw this in the trash. You're fine, chat. Shut up. You're fine. You'll be okay. This is the dynamic Twitch Switch unboxing stream. Shut up! It's dynamic!
Welcome back
Organic!
to the stage of history.
Satanic! Hispanic.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Okay. Welcome to the Hispanic Switch 2 stream. Welcome. Me llamo Dave. All right. Let me turn off HDR. Hold on. Bro, listen to this. Listen to this sound. I go into settings. What the fuck? HDR off. And 20 hertz off. HDR output off. Ah. All right. It has entered the dock successfully. Here we go. Here we go. It's good. It's good. Oh! All right, now I got to go get a Cat 5 cable, right?
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Pro controller. Yeah, I got one. I do have one.
Welcome back to the stage of history. Welcome back to the stage of history. Welcome back to the stage of history. Welcome back.
The European version? Shit.
Transcending history and the world.
I'm gonna fuck you up in ranked on this game, Chad. Here we go. I'm definitely getting to top 10 tonight. Wait, is this peak? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it is.
Soul Calibur 2.
Peak as fuck. All right. Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, it's peak. Holy shit. Holy shit, it's peak. Damn, dude, that is up-res. That's wonderful. Let's do the right thing. So this is actual native widescreen support built into the game itself back on the GameCube back in the day. You know? Whoa.
Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls and swords, eternally retold. Transcending history and the world, a tale of souls.
Oh, Jesus. Oh. I realize that's not standard. That's not competitive standard. Hold up. Neutral guard is fucked. Off. And Soul Calibur, it has to stay off. What does it even look like? Oh no, we have to unlock characters. Oh shit.
This is it.
Bruh. Bruh. Bruh.
Versus Astaroth. Battle. Fight.
Oh man. Holy shit. Why are the buttons all fucked up? What the hell? Kick is on the top? Wow. This is great. Okay. This is it. This is it. I have to remap the fuck out of these buttons, dude. This is crazy. Crouch dash. Ah, Jesus, this is all fucked up. Turn off what that's at the bottom of the screen. Oh, wow, what the fuck is that? Why is that shit down there? What is this suspend menu thing doing down here, dude? Is this always there? This entire black bar thing? Yeah, how do you get rid of it? You can change it in the main menu of the game selection. Well, we gotta do that. That's gross. Embrace it? Hell no. I'll mod the system to take it out. Okay. Can embrace these nuts. Alright, let's I think I'll get a controller. And that gives us an opportunity to see what the controller is like. Hold on a second. Yeah. Did anybody jailbreak the Switch 2 yet? Oh, I we have to unlock everything. That's right. Even demonstration mode? We have to unlock demonstration? Shit. Okay. Oh. It's got a back. It's got nipple buttons, dude. It's got little nipple buttons on the back. Smells good too. Smells like Chinese factory. It smells good. Another small ass fucking cable. Another tiny ass cable, dude. Here's a 4-footer. At least it's 6 foot. No, it's not. It's 4 feet. Check the smoothness of the sticks. Yeah, they feel... They actually have resistance this time. This is a very good controller. I'm gonna say, I am digging this shit, man. What am I gonna do? Ground it? Ooh, this is nice and responsive. Yeah. All right. Now, the question is, how much battery does it have right out the gate? Half charge. Wait. No, full charge. That's the system at half charge. Full charge right out the gate. Because they're new, you know? Like the whatever the lithium that's in it that holds it will keep it until they just sit on store shelves for a long time, you know? Yeah, that's full charge. All right. So, how do I get to the top of the ranked leaderboard? Do I go into quick match or player match? Who do I? Where's the number one bitch? Let me go back. Hold on a second. Let's also change the fucking buttons. What the hell? BCAG? That was the old one. BCAG was the old one. G. B is A. No, this is balls, dude. Free. Oh! A is K. B is G. X is B. Y is A. There we go. I need an A and K. I am going to need an A and K. R is AK. And Z can be ABK. This is it.
Versus Raphael.
I need an AK. I need an AK for this.
Fight. Souls, come unto me.
AK. There it is. I need it for yeah, that should be AK. What the fuck? That's it. It's the back button. Counting it as the back button. You gotta have is good low. What is the guaranteed combo here, chat? This into wall rising. How responsive it is? Pretty friggin' good. I think it's just 3B. Guaranteed. Oh, these back pedals are something else. Wait a minute, wait for it. Die.
Battle. Fight.
Man, it's so weird to play this game on controller for me. You know why? And I'll never get AGA. I literally have to enter Crab Claw to do AGAs. That's the problem, dude. I almost have to use stick because of AGA. You have to do A attack, guard, A attack. Like really fast. To get like one of his better normals. And yeah, dude, that shit is fucking hard. Did I play this on GameCube with a stick? No, I played Crab Claw on a PS2 controller. And here's the stance. Yeah. Interesting. Might actually go grab a stick, no kidding. Who wants to play? How do I share a friend code with you guys? If you guys want to send me friend invites or some shit, I might have to go get a stick. I legit have to. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to be friends on Switch. So y'all need to pretty much get friend codes, and I'll get like 3,000 requests, and I'll just accept them, you know? How do we get that shit to stop? Hey, how about let's turn that off, right? That bullshit at the top? Is that that's a Switch thing in the Switch 1, right? Notifications? There's no general matchmaking. Yeah. Notifications. Notifications. Sound. Online users, turn that off. Okay. Look how sleek this menu is. Granted, the original Nintendo Switch, dude, can we not change this shit? By the way, is there a way? I didn't buy those cameras, no. Is there no way to change the color of this background? Does anybody know? Is there a dark mode? There is a dark mode? Hold on a second. What the hell's on here? Themes. Hey, thank God. Okay. Oof. Fuck, we're dying here, dude. Literally dying here. Okay. Do I have Mario Kart? I do. I ripped open the box. Is it somewhere in there? It's somewhere in there. It's got to be somewhere in the box. Is it like a registration code or some shit? Yeah, scrolling past the network will just show your IP or some shit, yeah. Underneath the tablet box, it's a code. Includes full game download. Yeah, but it's a code on the box itself? No way. Is that really it? No. It's just a sticker. It's a card? There's a paper in here you scratch off? Aha! Are we just jaded? Don't answer that. But are we just jaded? This does not feel like new console hardware. It really doesn't. It feels like we're just... It is the Switch again. It is the Switch again. With some fancy things. You know? It literally is Switch 1.5. I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? It is all by effect pretty much a Switch Pro. There's not a ton to be excited other than the fact that your older games will run better, you know? There's not really many new games that are gigantic, crazy gameplay experiences that are different than before. But I think that's just the nature of not even the Nintendo Switch, just where gaming is at right now, right? That's just like everything. Everything's sort of in that spot at the moment. Sort of just waiting it out. Having games run better is fun. It is cool. But at the same point, you know, I don't even think that's Nintendo's fault. A reminder, I don't think it's a bad thing that Nintendo's finally trying to catch up to hardware, to the hardware market. That's a good thing, man. I've been bitching about that shit for years. Since like the Wii U. Or even since the Switch 1. So, it's not a bad thing. Problem is that, like, yeah, this console generation just in general has been pretty disappointing. We're still just playing PS4 games, man. We are out here just playing PS4 games, dude. Can you even play Wii U on Switch 2? I don't think so. So, a question. How does the friend code thing work? I've never actually tried to add friends on Switch. At least I don't remember. Maybe we did when Monster Hunter came out. How the hell does this work? Is it just you click on the top left, right? And there we go. So, and then you all are gonna send me invites. You're all gonna send me like requests or some shit. Your friends list will totally get filled up. So is there a limitation to the friends list? Don't show it to chat. Oh shit. I thought that was the point. Is there a limit to 100? Monster Hunter Generations on Switch 2, it'll be the same. That game's locked 30, man. You should check out Wind Waker on NSO. Here, it's pretty bad input delay. I'm not playing Wind Waker. Mario Kart can use room codes, so you don't need to be friends. Ah, that's nice. That's nice. Oh, a second. Fucking. Invites? No. Friend list. Add friend. You have a friend request. Okay. Hold up. Can I organize? No organization. Just. New. Okay. And there's no, like, there's no accept all or anything? There's no accept this, there's no accept that? Okay. Okay. Dude, I have to bitch and shit this one by one. I gotta bitch and shit this. Don't leak your SSN. My Switch SSN? Oh no. So has anybody actually played this online? Right? Has anybody successfully played this shit online? Does it work? Does it feel good? Nope. Nope. Playing with your cousin now, it's good. How far are you guys from each other? Far or close? You had a bit of delay. Can't be anywhere nearly as bad as Soul Calibur 2 HD. That game sucked online, dude. Such a great port of the game that ran like complete ass. Oh yeah, I still gotta connect an Ethernet cable. Let me go do that. You're in New York, he's in LA? Shit. Seems not bad. Can you show fiend code? I can. But this is quite slow. Yeah. This is pretty slow. It's every time I accept a friend request, chat, it has to connect to some Windows 98 computer. That's actually how the Switch ran, by the way. For anybody that doesn't know. No shit. The Switch 1's online before they changed it literally had that. No, I'm not even fucking kidding you, for real. The Switch's online was like running on some Windows 98 operating system. It was that fucking ancient. Lies? Dude, Google Nintendo Switch Windows 98 online. Just Google it. They changed it. They had to update it, but yeah. It was fucking nuts. They had to change it. Okay. They changed it around Monster Hunter Rise, yeah. Okay. I wasn't kidding. Yeah, you just have to Google it. Just Google it. Holy fuck. Holy huck. Where was, hold on a second. Foley Huck. Oh, it's Cobra. Okay. This is very slow. I think I have Simmons on here already. Yeah, I don't think that's an issue. Is Soul Calibur 2 your favorite SC? Bro, Soul Calibur 2 is one of my favorite fighting games of all time. Yeah. Because it is. Soul Calibur 2 is one of the best fighting games of all time. Like, straight up. It is an all-timer. It is always going to be fun. There will never be a space of time where Soul Calibur 2 is not enjoyable. Like, it's one of those games. Many fighting games you have to think about. Do I really want to play that? That in all-timer games are like, I could always play this. Soul Calibur 2 is one of those games. You can always play it. I'm just seeing people in the chat and I'm just looking for names, chat. That's all I'm doing. All right. So before I plug in a stick, right? Before I go plugging in an arcade stick, let's go back to here. And let's see how this works. Okay. So, let's see how this works. Play with everyone? Play online? Oh, I need to get the Ethernet cable. Hold up. Yeah, I have to go do that, chat. Hold on a second. Let me plug this bitch in. Hello? Hello? Oh, this backplate is getting lost.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
This backplate on the back doesn't like hang. It just disconnects. So I'm definitely losing that thing. It's not staying on there, man. Let me change my internet connection. Okay, here we go. Interneto. Settings of this. I should just duct tape it. Yep. There's KI Gold on N64 Online. Oh yeah. Connect to via the network. Will Star Fox Adventures be added? Dude, of course it will. That is literally like a quintessential GameCube game. Star Fox Adventures will 100% be added. All right. Here we go. I think we're ready. We have everything hooked up. I have a new Pro Controller. I'm going to see what it's like. I'm not good at Soul Calibur with this, but we are engaging the Nintendo Switch 2 the only way we know possible, which is by playing a 22-year-old game on it. Of course I bought the Switch 2 for a 22-year-old game, right? Offline, online. Of course I bought the Switch 2 for a 22-year-old game that I already have and own in 16 different ways. Of course I did. Unable to find friends currently playing. Search again. I'm giving you guys a second chance. Oh. You can wait. You can play while you wait for a friend to join. You can also send an invite to a friend. So, oh, you're telling me, oh, this is like hosting. So, what? Got an invite to play. Okay, let's just do this. I wonder if... Let's see how this works. I wonder if there's like host advantage. All right. Connecting to the internet. The internet has been joined. Hello? Hello? Here we go. Welcome to Nintendo Switch Online. Really? I gotta change my buttons. What is that sound?
The end. The Almighty One.
What is that sound?
To cut your own path. You're all the same. Offer your soul.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix my buttons. Okay, how's the latency? We're figuring it out. We are figuring it out. How is the latency? It's latent. Ooh. Holy shit ass. Holy shit ass. Oh, it is. The latency is latent is what it is. Oh. Do I have to get like an upgrade package or some shit? Oh my god. Oh. Oof. Okay. 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 All right. We'll try again. How many frames of delay? Approximately 8 to 15 at any given time. Maybe less at the moment. Whereas it's about 8. The sound is definitely something. The connection is rough. All right, here we go.
Nightmare. The end.
The end.
The Almighty Ones have granted you a sword to cut.
Rollback hasn't been invented yet.
Fight. Eat this. This is.
Oh my god.
Nightmare win. Battle 2. Fight. This is it.
Whew, man, we are caking in these inputs, bro. Holy shit. We are caking in these inputs, man. They're getting caked in. Yeah. Whew.
I got you.
I got you.
Versus Keelik.
Cha!
By the Almighty Ones. Battle 1. Fight.
Slap, slap, whack. Oh God. Oh boy.
Win. Battle 2. Fight.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Final battle. Fight.
Dude. Dude, these inputs are from a long time ago. Oh. Oh, alright, I gotta back out, dude. I gotta back out.
Nothing will come of hate.
Alright, good, the good games. Very good games. Very, very good. So good. I have to try hosting. Yeah, we have to try something else. So what do you do? Searching for friends games? Do I just... how do I... What do we do? How do I host? Was it play while you wait? You can play while you wait for a friend to join. Yeah. So play while I wait. No passcode. Yeah. Sure, invite a friend. Mary said he had gigabit internet. Sure. Bam. What the hell? Why is... Why is there 4 players? So it defaults to a 4-player room in a 2-player game? Just doesn't give a shit? You can't set it to 2? It's just an app. It's not game specific. So they don't even let you change it to 2? That if we have all this extra bloat in the room, it's going to make the connection worse. Host a game and then invite? Well, that's kind of hard. Right? That's a little hard to do. Because even if I host, a ton of people are going to join. You know? Even if I set a passcode, y'all going to see it. Y'all going to know it. Put a code and don't show it? Yeah, so how do you get in here? Can't invite just one person? Let's see. Mary, does this ask you for the code? Does this ask you for the code, Mary? I sent one to you. It's right there. It literally puts the fucking code on screen. Oh, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. Shit. Oh, that's crazy. Passcode is literally on the screen. Oh, man. No one's gonna guess my passcode when it's right there. What the fuck, Nintendo? That's so... No one plans on streaming this. Like, shit, what the fuck, dude? No one's gonna stream this shit, right? Here, let's just also... Here's your email. Here's a picture of you naked. Here's a picture of your mom naked for some reason. That's a weird one. Shit, man. Okay. Here, change your controller. Can you change your controller? You want to switch it? You gotta do it. Can you not control from here? You're not even player 2? What the fuck? Somebody's moving around. It's not me. Mary is player 3? He literally joined second. He literally joined second. How can he... How do I kick people? I'm assuming that also does not exist. My dude. Like... he joined first. He joined right after me. What I'm saying is that all these extra players sitting in this service is definitely bloating it up. Like, this is twice the chances for shit to act fucked up. That's just the way netcode works, dude. Unless those are specifically, you know, unless player 3 and player 4 are spectating only, but I don't think they are. I'm going to take a bold assumption and say they're not spectators. They are definitely, I almost guarantee if we player 1 and 2 start playing a Nintendo Switch Online game, and player 3 and 4 just start mashing buttons on their fucking controller, this shit will lag the fuck up. I almost guarantee you. It'll start lagging the fuck up. I'm player 2. All right. Let's see how bad this is. Fuck it. You need to change your buttons? Because already... like... fucking Jesus, dude. Like, what the fuck? It's very goddamn delayed. It comes with an extra side of input. Looking good. Looking good. Do you need to change your buttons? Then just change them. Change them on player 2. This hurts. This shit's... this is my first time actually experiencing Nintendo Switch Online games. This shit sucks. This is some fucking whack-ass ancient shit. Emulators have better online than this shit, man. What the fuck? Like, this is wild. Like, literally, emulators have built-in netcode solutions that are delay-based that are better than this. I don't know what the fuck? Yeah, not to mention they actually have legit rollback now. This is my first time. Yeah, this is legit my first time. I've never experienced this before. Feels like Parsec. No, it feels way worse than Parsec. At least we don't have to deal with like the controller thing. This is my save, so it should be correct. We should be 3-rounded. Clink versus Clunk?
This is it.
That's you.
Versus Link. Got you. Entrust your noble soul in your sword. Offer your soul. Battle 1. Fight.
My buttons are wrong again. What the fuck? It didn't save my fucking buttons? It didn't! We just played this shit, and we just... I was in player 1, dude. I get it, not the one before, but the first time we fired the game up, my save was player 1. Not the one before that. We first fired up the game. What the fuck? This is my save, so it didn't save it. What about my progress and shit? Or if I had progress, sorry. That's fucking crazy, dude. Sorry. Oh my god.
Nightmare Battle 3. Fight. This is it.
When it's okay, so when it's fine, it's not that bad. It's just like every once in a while it goes bleh, like it freaks the hell out, dude. Like the game like barfs halfway through you playing it. As long as the connection, it's the epitome of delay-based netcode, right? The delay-based netcode experience. When it's working great, but how long is it going to be that way?
Not enough.
Bro, why is the password on the screen still? Why is the code still? Why is the code still up there? What is happening? I want why? Why? Oh shit. Okay. What the fuck is that sound? punch him. The fucking Morolians are here.
Maxi, battle 2, fight.
This is crazy, dude.
Mitsurugi wins. Too easy. Just as I thought. Battle 3, fight.
Splatoon sounds? Holy nipples! I'm losing my mind, dude. I'm losing my mind.
Got you.
Okay. Dude, anytime I press more than a couple buttons, it starts freaking the fuck out.
Make me laugh.
I pressed the legendary C button. First time seeing Soul Calibur 2. I don't get the hype. Splatoon was better. I got you. Max gifted 100 subs for this.
In your sword.
Okay.
Is there no other way?
It's not like it's a $450 console or some shit, chat, alright? It ain't like it. Oh, no. Anytime I press more than a couple buttons, it fucking dies. I love this combo. Oh, it did it, dude. %. You mash buttons and it goes to shit. If you fill the input buffer with a ton of stuff, it doesn't know what to do with it. And then you stop? Does it happen? Nope. We can get it consistent. Sorry. Sorry.
Battle 3, fight.
I got you.
He's doing it too. He's doing it too. Yeah, okay, okay. Everybody that's in the room, mash buttons on your controller.
Raphael wins. You are not even. Battle 4, fight.
It's having a tough fucking time, dude. I'm doing some pretty cool shit, though. I'm doing shit I've never even seen. It's falling apart. I knew it. It's falling apart. It does not know what to do if you fill the input buffer. All right. think I'm good on Soul Calibur, guys. We have to try to find one person where it actually works. So this is the nature of delay-based netcode chat, and even in rollback situations, the more people that are in the room, the more chances the inputs just don't know where the fuck to go. So you kind of like fill the input buffer, it shoots it across all the players, and it starts going, wait, too much. Too much, too much, too much, too much, too much, and it doesn't know what to do with it. This is why you can't have like 4 people all connected in a room at the same time. That's why it's terrible, because, you know, somebody else is in control. Did he really disconnect it? I don't get it. I don't get it. Buddy, I don't know if it's smart to have a room where, you know, I don't know if it's smart to have a room that always has 4 people connected in games that are only 2-player. That is not a good idea, man. That is not a good idea. Holy shit, my inputs are going away. This shit is crazy. Ronimus, thank you.
How's this?
I'm disconnected? Me? I killed it. No, we're back.
Nice try.
Versus Talim.
Next.
A hero desires a sword, and a sword desires truth.
Quit now if you want to live.
This thing only works if you play with just friends? Dude, that's what we're doing! And if you mean only with friends that are close, then yeah, that makes sense. Holy shit, bro. Holy fuck, so much. I think Soul Calibur HD might be better than this. No shit. Oh my god, that is so delayed. What the fuck? Real friends, real friends.
Talim wins. Battle 2. Fight.
There's so much goddamn delay here. Just back up. Okay.
Talim wins.
I am one with the wind.
Battle 3. Fight.
I'm not going to lose to fools.
SC2 HD Online was delisted? I don't know. It might have been.
Battle 4.
It might have been. Is your face cam to block the code? Maybe.
Final battle. Fight.
I see
Sorry, that was my fault. That was definitely my fault. All right, so we have to stop this. We have to stop this. This is brutal. This is really bad. We pretty much have to find a way to see if it works better locally. Yeah, I mean, well, it should. The netcode solutions here are definitely a thing. Hold on. Hold on. I'd be scared if it didn't work locally. No, mine's underwired now. Yeah. Mine's underwired now. Try Street Fighter. That hopefully should work good. Right? That should hopefully work good. Man. Melody, just Mary, just tweet at me, dude, with the code. Tweet at me with the code. With the code. Just tweet at me, man. Tweet my ass, and I'll join you. So I want to see if we can get it to run good. You know, I want to see if it's possible to make it run okay. Boy, howdy. Yo, Beast Boss, thanks you. I'm Dubot, GG at Elephant. Love the stream. I'm glad that chat can see newbie Soul Calibur 2 gameplay. Thank you. Beep. Beep. Hold up. Where are invites? Sent and sent. Hold on a second. If you added me on Twitter, it is not showing up. Okay. I'm getting other people that are sending me messages on Twitter. Damn it. I'm trying to guess the code. Trying. Fuck. Big fuck. Oh, Killer of Killers is out now? Shit. What the fuck is fuck you, Jorge? I see this message and it's like, Happy Father's Day. I'm like, what the fuck? It's Father's Day and it's a message from 2023. And this dumb bitch sends me a circly hand knowing that I'm looking at Twitter. This fucker. He knows that I'm looking on Twitter, so he sends me a DM of just the circly finger. This piece of shit. Oh, dumbass. Ow, my rib. Shit. Sorry. I don't know what the fuck, man. No, dude. I'll go to the mod thing, GGB, and see if we can solve shit. This is crazy, bro. I swear to God, if I click this again, Jorge, it made you look. Okay, it certainly did. Where the fuck? Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me go down to mod space. All right. I'm gonna be in the main mod chat. GGB, if you have the code, just put it in the main mod chat, I guess? I don't know. I tried 111, chat. I did. I tried. I'm looking in the main chat of... Okay. I got it. I got a code, chat. I got a code. All right, here we go. It's happening. Gigabit Ethernet. Gigabit Ethernet connected to Gigabit Ethernet. Here we go. Of course the code's on screen. Jesus Christ, dude. And it moved. Of course the code is on screen and it moved. That's fucking... And it moved again. What the fuck? Dude, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Still fairly delayed. This is it! The delay is for all of NSO. Wind Waker also has huge input delay. Huge. So you're saying GameCube games on NSO have a lot of input delay?
A hero desires a sword, and a sword desires truth. Offer your soul.
Okay.
Battle 1.
Offer your soul.
Die.
Nice. It's better. It's certainly better.
Battle 2. Fight. Nightmare Battle 3. Fight. This is it.
Oh god. Damn, I playing this shit on controller. I'm so bewildered by what I'm pressing two buttons. Oh god. How do y'all do it? How do y'all do it? I play this shit on controller. Holy hell.
Battle 4. Fight. This is it.
Oh, was that a rollback? No. No. Huh. It looked like I hit him and then it rolled back. Weird. No, I don't think so.
This is it.
This is it. I'm gonna have to crab claw this shit, dude. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Ring out. Okay. Ring out. So if people have both a near perfect connection, it's playable. If people have both a near perfect connection, it's gonna be okay, you know?
This is it. What's this?
And right now, like, for example, the netcode is fine, right? It obviously is not like rollback, no input delay, but it's fine. It's about as good as like a close connection you would have in Soul Calibur 2 HD. Aye.
Nut Battle 2. Fight.
Way! This is way better. Yeah. This is completely playable. This is completely playable now.
Nightmare wins. Battle 4. Fight.
Oh God. Yeah, I'd imagine Mario Kart and a lot of the other games on Switch probably run fine online, you know? They probably run okay. It's just that whatever netcode solutions they're using for NSO is kind of archaic. It is delay-based netcode, you know? That's all it really is. It's nothing particularly special, it's just delay-based netcode. I wouldn't be too worried about games like Street Fighter or, you know, Dustbloods when that eventually comes out, primarily big online games. I wouldn't be too worried about that. It's just that this is obviously a not intrinsic rollback solution with a built-in solution, and it is the way it is. right, that's the switch.
Link battle 2.
Heat.
Fight.
Ow! That's what it is. It's like down into that. Yeah. Whoa!
Link wins. Battle 3. Fight.
Son of a bitch. Saw that? Did I even need a Switch 2 for this? No. No. I just wanted to find a way to help support Soul Calibur in some way, man. That was it. I just wanted to support Soul Calibur in some way. All I wanted. Just want to be out here, finding some way to make Soul Calibur a reality in the future. We out here. Daijubo, Max, we know. Daijubo. Okay. What's that button? There's a nightmare throw. Damn. This game is not technically online, it is just with friends. We gotta show up Soul Calibur in some way, dude. Oh shit. Okay. Okay.
Win battle 4. Fight.
What? Oh god, Link's running A is so weird. Shit. Shit, shit, shit! Okay, throw me the other side. It's not mashing hard enough. Alright, Mary, thanks, man. We got this shit to run okay, you know? We actually did. We got it to run okay. But in the same pretense that is like when you play any old school delay-based netcode game, they can run good. They all can run good. Those games from like way back in the day, Street Fighter 4, any of that shit, they can run good. It's just that you gotta get someone that's relatively close. And I'm assuming Mary is also West Coast, right? I'm assuming you're just also West Coast. So thank you, Mary. She's West Coast? Possibly. Just logistically. Let's check this out. Oregon. Okay, so kinda, like relatively speaking, it's not that bad. If that is the case, then that's actually not that bad for delay-based netcode. You know, it is Oregon to SoCal is about right, you know, if that is the distance in consideration for a delay-based netcode, that's really not that bad. The problem is that delay-based netcode has zero solutions for any interruption of service, right? Any kind of drop packets, any kind of, you know, issue with the connection, any kind of packet loss, like anything, dude. Anything that disrupts the connection, even in a minor way, it has zero solution for it. And the problem with delay-based netcode is that when it finally recovers, you do not know what game you're playing, because it might come back and all of a sudden there's just a whole bunch of input delay. And you're like, wait, what? And when it resynced, it resynced funkily, right? That just happens a lot with delay-based netcode games. So, and not to mention, as you are playing, it can fluctuate. It can go all over the place. You can have a game that has 2 to 4 frames of input delay, and then it can fluctuate to 8. And you don't know, and you could be mid-combo. And it's like, good luck, dude. Like, absolutely good luck. But long story short, if we're quickly reviewing NSO Soul Calibur 2, it feels like a fairly decent port. Like a fairly decent emulation and port of the game. Thank you, Mary. A fairly decent port and emulation of the game. And it works probably really good with an offline situation. Probably works pretty decently. But if we're talking about like, hey man, is this the new way to play Soul Calibur 2 online? It is not. It's about like one step better than I would say Soul Calibur 2 HD. And Soul Calibur 2 HD is, you know, can be pretty funky too. But it's good. It doesn't have as much features as Soul Calibur 2 HD, but it does have the one thing that was always missing, which is Link. It's finally got Link. We finally got a version of the game that has this character in it, and it's kind of amazing. That still is pretty amazing to me. Does F-Zero run bad, chat? Do we know? Does F-Zero run rough? Yeah, Dolphin Netplay is also really good, man. Well, look at how Bayo 3 runs. I'd have to like re-download it. Yeah, F-Zero GX with 4 players sounds like it would be a nightmare. What else is this? What is this NSO shit, chat? Oh, I have to download all of the different packages. Oh, shit. I have to download like them all individually. Oh my god, this menu already has input delay. Let me see. Let me feel this out. This doesn't inherently feel great from a menu perspective. You know? From a menu, I'm already kind of feeling a little bit of funk. Predator Killer of Killers is out. I'm debating going to go watch it. How long is it? Is it like 90 minutes? Am I going to go play Predator Killer of Killers, or I'm going to play more Night Rain? I really miss Night Rain, dude. I really want to play more Night Rain. This upscale looks really nice, though. Three, two. Look at this beautiful ass game, bro. Damn, this is great. Spin. You got boobs power. Hey, big bitch. Damn, dude, it fucked me up. At least I get to use the analog stick here. Die. This is a GameCube game, chat. GameCube games actually look this good. We all forgot. So Sega. What is boobs power? Oh, that is boobs power. I'm boobing. Oh wait, what's boobs power? Oh, boobs power is all the way over here. Such Outrun music, dude. It just sounds like Outrun. Yeah, the final lap. Sega made the best F-Zero game by a lot. I'm sorry. Sorry, Sega made the best F-Zero game by a lot. I really didn't notice any issues with the controls, but they do not feel as overall precise, I would say. By the way, do we have any... There's nothing you can do about the visuals? Like, you can't turn off any filters or anything, or any anti-aliasing? You can in the game menu. You can turn on a CRT filter, and that's about it. Yeesh. Three. Leave me alone. Good lord. Wow. Ah, guys, chill. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Chat, you know what it's like to have boobs power? You hit the walls all the time. No, I do not know what it's like to have boost power. Yeah, boobs power. When you go really fast, with your boost power. There's no healing lane, is there? This shit. Oh, it's at the top. I'm an idiot, Stimpy. Oh shit! Fuck it. I want to hear the warning signs of my imminent death. Fuck it! Fuck it! All right, this is cool. This is cool. Where's Duskbloods, man? Think I'm ready for Duskbloods. I'm ready to put 350 hours into Duskbloods, and it becomes my game. Oh my, the most played Nintendo Switch game. Delete software. How do I close the game, dude? Close software. There we go. Why couldn't Duskbloods be a launch game? Why does the system have no launch games? Why is it literally just Mario Kart the system? That's so weird. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, is it literally not just like Mario Kart and a bunch of old games? Here's Cyberpunk, you know, it's like that. It's like one game and a bunch of old shit. And then KI Gold, you know? PS5, the same thing. Well, PS5 had like Demon's Souls, which was definitely worth it at launch. That was like, okay, this is neat. What else did PS5 have at launch? It had some things, man. It had Demon's Souls. It had Spider-Man was close to launch. Was Miles Morales, you know, Miles Morales was a new game. You're right. It had Astro. Ratchet was a little bit later. Returnal was a little bit later. Yeah, Miles was at launch. That was worth it. Returnal was a couple Bug Snacks. Returnal was a little bit later. I remember that. God of War Ragnarok? Nah, none of that shit. That was not in 2020. Nah. It was only Demon Souls. No, it was also Devil May Cry 5 special. Like Virgil Devil May Cry 5. Not technically new, but it was an update, you know? Destruction All-Stars, was that one? Either way, you know? Astro's Playroom was nice. Godfall, yeah, Godfall was like a next-gen only game. Good call. Godfall. Holy shit. Godfall. God damn. God damn. That's crazy, dude. Fucking Godfall. Was that even on PS4? I don't remember.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Gonna try Neo 3 or Hell Is Us demo? Eventually. Eventually. I've already been streaming for 7 fucking hours, man. Mario Kart time. I have the code, but it's gonna take a while to download. We might just have to wait to play Mental Kart. Is this good? Chad, is Mario Kart good? Is it legit, like, really fun? Check the eShop. That's not a terrible idea. Split Fiction. Yes. This is the actual system seller. I have a Street Fighter 6 code, chat, but I also have to download it. It might take a while because the Switch download seems like it takes some time. This is certainly a whole bunch of old shit. Kunitsugami. Is this new? No, this is the old one. Huh. Huh. Oh my god.
Hello. My current location is actually inside the game itself. This is Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour.
And it costs $10. They really think we're stupid. They think we're big stupid. Fashion World Superior Edition. Buy it. Oh my god, brother. That's crazy. That is crazy, bro. That's crazy that is like the front page. That's insane. Yeah, I was about to say, is this only up remastered screenshot AI? Certainly looks like it. This shit definitely looks like it's made with AI. That's crazy, dude. On the front page, hentai girls. Approved by Miyamoto himself? Brother. That's crazy. Okay. This is what they wanted. Arcade Archives, Ridge Racer? Are you asking me to spend $17 on Ridge Racer, Bandai Namco? 17 bucks for Ridge Racer 1. That's the arcade version, I get it. But holy shit, dude, that's a lot of... What the fuck did virtual racing cost? Not that much. Like, this is a $5 max, right? $3 to $5, maybe $7. Come on, dude. Like, you could sell so many more copies of this shit if you literally make it $4.99. People are... Dude, this shit is crazy. Arcade Archives 2. Is that like a... Is that a collection of games? Or is it just one fucking game? Yeah, people would spend $15 on Ridge Racer 4. 100%. R4 Racing? Yeah, dude. Okay, it's Suikoden 1 and 2. That's this, and this is an actual remaster, right? Of Suikoden 1. Yeah, no, this is like remade graphics and shit. Okay, no. They went ham. Yeah, they went ham on this. Okay. It's on here again? Oh, Switch 2 version? How do these games make it to the front page? Like, what? I have not browsed this shop ever. My dude and brother, how do these games make it to the absolute front page? Are they just based on an algorithm? So all the hentai shit makes it to the top? You're looking at recents? So what do they, like, take the game down and repost it or some shit?
Welcome back to the stage of history.
They just don't give a shit? Bro, there's like so much AI shit all over the place. Like it's everywhere. Like there's so much games that look like they're just made with AI. They just don't care. As long as we get the money. Dude, what the fuck? That's another one. Bro, this, I have never seen this before. Academy. Triple A clock. PSN is the same way. This has been this way for a while. I'm so glad I'm not a normie. I'm so glad that I'm unaware of this. I'm so glad that I'm like not aware of any of this, dude. That's crazy. How much allowed slop, right? How much welcomed and allowed slop.
Hello.
It's so unregulated. Coming soon. Duck Life 9, The Flock. Whoa. Dude, it is Nintendo. It is literally, Nintendo, I am streaming, browsing the store of your games, and I am risk getting banned because of how much porn shit I am scrolling down unintentionally. Like, for being the ultra family friendly system, it is wild how much unintentional porn shit we are running into. Like, I feel like I'm browsing Twitter. Is this Twitter? Yep. People already called it. Is this Twitter? This shit's crazy, man. I'm getting depressed. I'm getting depressed. All right. Who knew that my Nintendo Switch 2 was just going to be Twitter? I was not ready. I never did that on my Switch 1, chat, you know? Wait till you see the Steam store. Right, but that's like, again, Steam store's PC, you know? A Steam is on a personal computer where porn just runs unregulated across the internet, you know? Like, you're on something that runs that shit, okay? So it almost feels like, yeah, sure, you're on a PC. I'm on literally a brand new Nintendo hardware, and I am just checking it out. I'm just seeing what this is functioning in a brand new piece of Nintendo hardware, and I'm scrolling and I'm running into shit that could get me banned. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. I mean, I get it. You could go watch porn on your Switch if you want to, but this is your store. And people give you money for these things, and this is just running unregulated? This is just super cool with you? Okay. All right. You know what? I'm not going to tell you how to run your operation. It was just I didn't think it was that way. That's all it was. You see porn? Where? Anyway. Cool. Very cool. That'd be crazy, dude. If, like, man, how crazy would it be if they go on, like, hey, let's check out the Nintendo Switch on you know, the Tonight Show, and they're like, yeah, let's go buy a game. They'll show you how to buy a game, and then you scroll down past the coming releases, and it's like Ecchi Goon 5. Like, whoa. It's like all of these AI hentai shots. Whoa. Damn, I'm going to buy that. Ecchi Goon 5, The Virgin Cometh. Extreme Edition. Whoa. Legendary MILF Hunter 7. What had Goth wrought? Damn. Holy shit. Vagina Factory 4. The God of War. Vagina Factory -4 : The God of War. It's on sale for $199. Shit. That's crazy. It sounds like a good time. I'll skip it. This has been an interesting console launch, right? That's pretty cheap. This has been an interesting console launch. A fascinating one is all I'll say. Hey, you know what? Dude, Smash Brothers like loads faster, and guess what? Nobody has tested this, but I can almost guarantee you that 8-player Smash on Smash Ultimate most likely runs at an actual 60 FPS now. Because that shit had frame drops. If you played with people, that shit had frame drops out the ass. Have they tested it? 8-player Smash? It had massive frame drops on the original Switch, dude. And it most likely runs hella good now. Like 8-player 60 FPS. So, you know, that's probably great. That's great. 8 players, all items, like all that kind of shit. We have to do that. Tiff, are you in town? Are you coming to SGF or no? CVG, GVG tested 16-player Smash with all ice climbers. Nice. Yeah, that's the ultimate test, right? Most characters. Trying to figure out if we can get an 8-player Smash thing happening from Summer Games Fest and just get everybody over here some shit. Alpha Rod tested it. 7 ice climbers on a small stage with lots of water effects, and it worked perfectly. That's sick. That is sick. That's actually wonderful news. Smash Ultimate has a glitch. If a Switch 2 player uses Mii's in online, it could cause a weird glitch. That makes sense. That sounds like that weird incompatibility, like stuff that would not get tested. Some weird, funky combination of some shit, you know? Would just likely not. Dude, chat. Heads up, man. Let's turn the system off. Thank you, Switch 2. This controller's not bad. This controller's actually really comfortable. I dig it. Enter slept mode. Slightly different Switch. Doesn't feel like a new console launch. It doesn't. Because consoles aren't consoles without games. Like, no console is going to sell you on its functionality now when your phone does everything, dude. So what do consoles have to do? Well, they have to offer you gameplay experiences that are completely unique, right? They really got to give you something that, man, I can only play this on a PS5? Fuck, dude, let's go. The games have to sell you, right? The games have to be the thing that gets you now. Your phone does everything, bro. Tiff just posted a wonderful image. And in our chat, hold on. Here's a crazy thing. Chat, EVO with a event registration, and like it rolls out to like be close to like $250 with taxes and everything. It's kind of expensive, man. And that's because there's like a lot of new fees in association with what's happening in the world right now. So EVO, if you're gonna go this year, can be like $200 to $250. But check this out. Tiff just bought a ticket and used our code. It's literally down there. I don't get a cut of this. This is just to help people out to go to EVO, right? This is just something that we got a chance to fucking what the fuck? Oh shit. Oh fucking shit, bro. What the fucking shit is this, man? What? Why? Oh no, dude. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh man. That's fucking crazy. Oh shit. It gets funnier. Every time I look, it gets funnier. Oh shit. That's gonna be the thumbnail for the Switch when we play the Switch with the guys. The eye contact is wild. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to put that on Twitter. Checked out the Switch for the first time tonight, and that was it. Anyway, oh, I'm crying. Here's the discount code. We're just going to leave that over there. We're just going to let people ask questions. Just going to put that right there. Like, we're just going to, show this. Yeah, dude, it's a huge discount. Like, $41 discount. No shit. With, like, all the fees and the Vegas entertainment fees and processing and all this shit. Like, it brings it down under $200 when it could be costing you, like, nearly, like, $250. So... that's that code right there. Max21, 21% off your ticket at EVO. It's a big deal. It's actually not a marginal discount. It's a lot of money off, dude. It's like a literal quarter amount of the money off. When is EVO next month? It's coming up soon. So just go to startgg/EVO or !EVO. And yeah, we literally set this up today because we're just trying to figure out what we can do for folks that are at the event. So yeah. There's no Third Strike this year. I think there's Third Strike side tournaments. Yeah, I think there is. No kidding. Max, this is Max finding out how many hentai games are on Switch 2. That's going to be the tweet. Found Let's make the best tweet. Went to the eShop on my Switch 2 for the first time ever. Damn, that's a lot of hentai games. This console is amazing. Copy image. Paste. Went to the eShop on my Switch 2 for the first time ever. Damn, that's a lot of hentai games. This console is amazing. The Switch 2. Yeah. We need to take the seriousness out of Twitter. We need to do it, dude. He tweeted. He tweeted. Hey, man, we haven't been on Nintendo's good graces forever, all right? We've never been. Hashtag ad. Hashtag ad. That's fucking crazy. He tweeted. And oh, shit. It's, oh, shit. Banger tweet. Oh, shit. This console is amazing. Hashtag, why is Ridge Racer $17? Oh no, time to check the replies before they're porn. So what the fuck is that shot from The Simpsons, bro? What is that? It was in the first responses. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god, dude. That's fucking crazy. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Oh, I'm crying. Oh shit. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Anyway, I think I should go to bed. I think I should go to bed so that we can wake up tomorrow for our Summer Games Fest, chat. Gee, I'm fucking crying out here, man. Summer Games Fest. I've already been streaming for 7 hours. Anybody wants to join tomorrow, we'll be live before 2 p.m. Pacific. We have another giant show, right? A whole giant show full of announcements and nothing but. So, yeah, all the hopes of Leon Kennedy and his fat ass beard. The gift sub bets are still in play. We are still in play. So for anybody that's looking forward to the E3 Key 3 Summer Games Fest season and the casino that we have running around it, stay tuned. You know, if RE9 shows up and Leon has a beard, it's 150 gift subs, man. Let's go. If FF7 shit shows up, let's go, dude. Let's go. FF7 stuff at 550 gift subs, that can happen. That shit can happen. And who knows? Maybe there'll be other fighting games. I don't know. Maybe Dragon's Balls Fighters 2 actually happens. We'll see. Maybe there's 2 games in development. We'll find out. We'll find out. MVC4 comes back, and I give you guys 2,000 gift subs. There you go. At the same time. At the same time. Anyway. Thanks, dudes. Have a good one. I'll see you in like less than 12 hours. And we'll just do this shit all over again. Have a good one. Shine on. I'll see you next time. Peace.
Go!